Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, Friday, February 11th. February 11th, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, February the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thanks for the 2 yeses, which means you can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, let's get at it. So this morning we've got a modest open, kind of a flat open in store. Nothing really shaking in terms of the indices. Let's take a look at some of the interesting ones this morning. So PRQR, cheap one, absolutely got hammered on, I guess, poor phase 1, phase 2 results. They missed, so just got hammered 70%. Hopefully nobody was in this one. PRQR. CTRM gapped up. It's a gap holding. Kind of. It got up to 230, down to $2 right now. I don't see any specific news on CTRM. Now, this is another, could be one of those crazy ones, guys. CDAC. CDAK. Why could it be crazy? Because for whatever reason, Goldman has decided to initiate coverage and with a $19 price target. $19 price target. So that is CDAC sitting at 550. It's up 12%. So you get some interesting action today. What's the float? Yeah, it's a very low float. Very low float. So this could be really crazy today, guys. CDAC. BWMX. This is a candidate, excuse me, for the breakdown, 10-day daily breakdown. This is an earnings play, BWMX. Betterware de Mexico. Okay. Okay, I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Yeah, the HTCR, I was really eyeballing it this morning, seeing if I could hold that 550 mark. This is the one that opened yesterday. The high yesterday, I believe, was about 550. So it's a little bit below that high. So this is one of those really low volume, well, not low volume, but they issued very few shares, 2 to 3 million shares, and the IPO price I think was around 4 to 6. So just have to wait and see if this is going to be the day that it takes off a bit. It's a little bit like the NVCT. I'm not saying this one is going to do the same thing, but it's similar. I mean, the NVCT released a few days ago, and then the next day it popped up to 10. So I'm not saying that's going to happen with this one, but that, they actually had a little press release the second day too. So we'll see. Just have to wait and see. ZZ is an earnings play, I believe. It's a 10-day daily breakout also. Yeah, so Zillow is an earnings play. I don't see that. I'm gonna have to expand my. I do have an Interactive Brokers chart up. I have to expand my chart and check that out. After hours last night. Okay, we don't have that for sure. That must have been after 7 o'clock. Interesting though. And we're talking about the HTCR. Now this one, Cavel, K-A-V-L, took a little rest a couple of days, but looks like it wants to maybe move again. I mean, this is this really low float. About 7 days ago, this was a 61-cent stock. It's now at $2. Got as high as yesterday. Got as high as 227, and there's still room to 3 before it hits the next areas of resistance. So have to just wait and see what happens here. A lot of volume already. Now this is low volume. This is I guess it's either a recent IPO or a SPAC. Can't really tell. Keep an eye on this one. LFLY, low volume right now. Another low float, 11.5 million in the float. This leads me to believe this was a SPAC or something, or a symbol name change. Okay, because when I look at the position in lifetime range, and it says it's only 27% above the lifetime range. Well, if you look at this, it looks like an IPO, right? And the high was 744. Obviously, 725 is very close to the lifetime high if you just look at this chart. So I'm not sure. Maybe somebody can find out what the deal is on FLY, LFLY. Maybe it was another symbol and its symbol changed. And yeah, our friend DCFC, I almost took this one. Looked like I was holding 15. Yeah, I'm just gonna. I actually have a couple of alerts. I have an alert, I think, at 15. If I don't, I better put it back. Just over 15 for DCFC, and see if I can get going again. Remember, a couple of days ago, it hit 20. ORF, ORPH. ORPH. See if there's any news on this one. Rise on Niemann-Pick drug progress. Okay. Okay, whatever that means. Anyway, it's up. A lot of volume. Fairly low float. Goodyear, GT. GT is an earnings play. GT is an earnings play, and it is up. GT is an earnings play. This is kind of interesting. This is looks like this is certainly a 10-day gap. So what do we have over here? The issue I've got with it, 24 looks like pretty decent resistance. So it's already at 23. It's a big float, 279 million in the float. So I just don't anticipate a big move now. You've got all this resistance up here, so I don't anticipate a big move now. BRCC, this is an interesting one. BRCC. So we did see this one yesterday, so I guess it happened yesterday. It is SBEA, Silverbox. This was a SPAC, and this became BRCC yesterday. So the high was 1562. Looks like the high was 1850. Really? How is that possible? Yeah, something's out of whack here because I'm looking at our daily chart from yesterday, and it says the high was 1850. But unless there's a spike that we just don't see. Anyway, BRCC, probably a low float. We have no information on it. And UPWK is an earnings play. Fairly low volume right now. Released earnings after hours yesterday. No huge reaction. No big reaction this morning. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's down 8%. I should not say that. It is down 8%. But, light volume right now. I just have to wait for the market to open and see. Well, it's going to get active. We know it's going to get active. But look at this. I mean, look at this. If it takes out this low here, I mean, next low on the monthly chart is down to 1940. So this could be a really interesting one, guys, if it opens and it just starts to move down, because there's a lot of room underneath. Make sure of that. And then we take a look at the weekly chart. So the low is 2450. So the low on the weekly chart is 2450. So it's about $1.50 away from the current price. Just a minute, please. Yeah, that was SBEA Casa. Yes, SBEA turned into BRCC yesterday. Yeah, can you see the after hours, and that's it. All right, I'm just keeping it on the SPY here. Again, modest open, nothing huge here. All right, I'm going to take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades from the briefing.com this morning. See if there's anything interesting. Again, that CBAC, got to keep an eye on it. Gotta, going forward anyway. CDAC, sorry, CDAC. I always wonder why a Goldman would care about it. Such a little stock like that with a little float. Price target of 910. So they're initiating coverage on this. And let me just check my email. There we go. All right, we don't have too many upgrades, not too many downgrades, so I'll get them in right now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, and I'll take a look at the downgrades now. There's not as many downgrades. Again, this is just from briefing.com. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Well, there's the downgrade for poor Astra, ASTR, with another failed launch yesterday, I guess. And there's the downgrade. Jeffrey's downgrading Affirm. That was a crazy one yesterday. I haven't mentioned it, but I know a lot of you are watching Affirm, AFRM. It was a very strange one yesterday. It looks like leaked results and then got halted, and then the results came out, earnings came out, and it just got thumped. It was Mod. Mod is yeah, this is again, I can't tell if this was an IPO back here or something else, but yeah, it's up 53%, a lot of volume, low float. Okay, so they did a public, okay, that's right, that's why I saw them yesterday. So they did their public offering, 15 prices of 15. What? No, they oh, okay. Yeah, prices a $15 public offering. It's a misprint. It should have been a pricing of a $15 million. So it dropped 50% and coming back now though. And the offering was at $6. So the offering was at $6. So still underneath the offering price. Meanwhile, BRCC guys, rippage here. I can't tell. Yeah, I just don't think. I think there was a company. Let me just type in BRC. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I don't know what the news, I don't know who this company is, BRCC. I mean, I can look at this and it says Imagination Arts, but I'm not 100% sure that's, yeah. This is so new, I wouldn't rely on this information here at all. Yeah, so Ram, what I'm doing is I'm sharing individual scans, okay, Ram? So if you want my individual scans on the channel bar, yeah, I don't have everything because it would be overwhelming. So what I do is if you go to my home page, and then you can go to the scans section, my home page, and then you'll see the scans that I'm sharing, including these ones and others. Black Rifle Coffee, is that what it is? BRCC? Is that what it is? Thank you, 1320 from our... Yeah, we just have no information on it. So this is Black Rifle Coffee. So this is a coffee play. Maybe not Black Rifle? Okay. At any rate, it's doing well this morning. BRCC doing really well this morning. Didn't mention SENS, SENS, SENS. Had some news. Looked like it, and the news popped out a little bit here, and then it dropped. They win FDA approval for a new glucose monitoring system, but market is not impressed. It's not impressed. Look at that. 10 million shares, down 14%. Not impressed. Is that what it is? Joe Rogan partnership with BRCC. Okay. So it is Black Rifle Coffee. Well, Ram, I just put it just above. Can you see my screen? I just put it there. There's the link right there. All I do is click on it. Okay. There's my home page. Just click on the link. You click on the link, and then you'll see this. My scans. All my scans are here. Click here. All the scans I'm sharing are here. Okay. So it looks like you are correct, 1320 Wolf. This is the news. Closing business combination with Black Rifle Coffee. Must be pretty good. Zach, welcome back, man. We've missed you. Missed you. Great day yesterday. Great day yesterday. All right, guys, the time is at 9:20. Let's take a look to see what's happening with the sectors this morning. I don't expect, the SPY just went, SPY is basically flat now, but let's just take a look at the sectors, see what's happening. Clicking on from our toolbar, click on new, and then dock channel bar. And click on sector status. Okay, this is what we see. So this is typical. Energy, XLE. So first of all, if you're new, these are the major sectors. XLE, as an example, the major energy sector. These are the stocks that make up that sector. And typically, it's either hit or miss. They're either all up 100% or all down 100%, or down. Shouldn't say that. That 100%, what that means is all the stocks that make up the sector are above yesterday's close. That's what that 100% means. And typically, this is a sort of all or nothing. You know, it's usually all of them are above yesterday's close or all of them are below yesterday's close. So today, as we speak, they're all above. Technology, 65%, 64%. Financials, 42%. So, it's kind of iffy, not 50-50 for a lot of them, which is with the SPY down like 0.2. But anyway, this is a glimpse to see what might happen today. So, energy looks strong today. So if you're going to take an energy play, as long as this holds, then you're you could be in a strong sector. The other ones, kind of iffy. But certainly energy looks like the play today so far. Well, I am going to jot that name down and see if I can see if they're available in Canada. Black Rifle, always on the outlook, always looking for great coffee. All right, one more feed the kitty time, just a minute. Cowboy coffee. Funny. Over an open pit. Wow, look at that BRCC. Holy smokes. This could be the real crazy one. I have no idea on the float situation. We don't have very much information on it. But this could, well, I'm not saying this could be the crazy one. This is the crazy one. Not shortable, which makes sense. Second day. Still really, really intrigued by what's going to happen with this CDAC though, guys. I mean, it's pulling back. Just because of the $19 price target that Goldman put on it. All right, looking at some of the meme stocks, AMC is starting to drop a bit. GME is kind of holding. This KAVL, guys, if it takes out that 230 level, KAVL takes out that 230 level with any aggressiveness, you can see what it got to yesterday. Got up to 230. And I mean, it still has room in theory. Because if you look left on a weekly chart, the next high is around 296. Yeah, SBEA was the SPAC, silver box or something. So you can see it stopped trading right here. Well, I don't usually make recommendations like this, but I'm going to because this is really, what time is it? 9:26. You know what I'm doing in the morning? So I've got my coffee, of course, in the in the coffee maker, and then I put a little, it's called Get Charged from Be Well Teas, and I put that on top, and and I'm telling you, man, this really, really, really keeps me going. It's been the best combination that I have found just about ever, called from Be Well Teas, and it's called Get Charged. It's one of these Roebus. So you put your coffee, put the little tea bag on top of, and get your coffee maker working. Man. UAA is an earnings play, guys. Under Armour earnings play. Wasn't really doing too much. It was had a big topping tail, big bottoming tail. But this is usually, once this market opens, it is usually pretty active during its earnings play. It's not the coffee. It's called, oops, it's a tea, but it's one of these, I'll just type it in here. But so you could probably take any coffee that you've got. Just a minute. And it's called Get Charged. They have a whole bunch of them in this Be Well group, depending on what you're looking for. So just take put it in your coffee maker, put your coffee in, and then just put one of these little tea bags on top of it, and let the thing work. All right, guys, what are we now? Are we 9:28? So we've got another little over a minute. There you go. Okay, 1 minute to the open. Okay, guys, so let's have a great end to this trading week. And of course, next week it starts. So we've got I'm just going to put the link in here. I'm not going to talk about it until a little bit later, but I will put the link in here. You can click on this link. You can sign up for the test drive. It starts on Monday. You get 10 trading days with trade ideas. 14th to the 28th inclusive. You'll have access to the program about 20 minutes after the market closes today, so you can get ready. We've got all sorts of support lined up in YouTube with Chris, starting at 3:30 today. I don't know what time he'll run till, but all sorts of support. He'll also have some support tomorrow, helping everybody who is part of the test drive get started. And we are open 2, 3, 1, 0. We are now open. Excellent, Christine. Remember our star from yesterday? TWOU? Wow. It's showing up again already in the 10-day daily breakdown. This was an absolute star from yesterday, and it was an all-day short. All-day short. If you had been here yesterday, Zach, take a look at TWOU. Look what it did. How orderly was that until find a little pop here at the end, but that's at 2 o'clock. All day. It was an earnings play, all-time low. Beauty. All right, there is a K. Wow, it just took out 230 like nothing. But as you know, guys, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. This might take off without me. Yeah, as I say, this may take off without me, but I just cannot chase something so early. But there it is, winning the race. So my hope for this one was that it would take a look at 230 and kind of hang tight for, I don't know, at least 5 or 10 minutes, and then do this. But this didn't happen. All right, guys, listen. Sophie, SOFI, Super Bowl, Sunday in Sophie Stadium. I mean, it just seems like they're going to get all this free publicity. Well, free. What did they pay for? Somebody said yesterday they paid $400 million or something for the naming rights. Something like that. Wow, look at GME. Look at AMC, guys. Pop, pop, pop. AMC and GME. Just looking at my thumbnail charts. The issue with Sophie, it's got $500 million in the float. But man, oh man, you just have to think that, you know, all this free publicity they're going to get, they're going to mention Sophie Stadium 1,000,000 times. All right, HTCR. This could be a crazy one. Again, this is the IPO from yesterday. Hardly any shares issued. Low price. And BKKT active again. I think crypto, let's take a look at crypto in general, BITO. Take a look at it in general, what's happening. Actually, not much. Not much. I would have thought BITO. So crypto obviously is not having a big pop or anything. This is a crypto play, BKKT. So, all right, Under Armour earnings play moving down. Now look at the daily chart, 1823. That looks like there's pretty decent support right there. So it's not that far away. Not that far away. Oh, I got up to 262. Holy smokes. Okay, well, there's our pullback. There's a pullback on KAVL. BWMX. I was actually looking at this as a potential short, but this looks like it's trying to bounce a bit here. But it's early. This is early. This is of course, it's definitely a 10-day daily breakdown. And maybe with all the Super Bowl betting, DraftKings, DKNG, maybe getting a bit of a pop here. Morgan Stanley maintaining coverage with a $31 price target. $31 price target, Morgan Stanley for DKNG. Well, Under Armour is just tanking here, guys. Getting close to that 18, maybe support level. Takes out 18, anything could happen. This is an earnings play. And GT Goodyear is an earnings play, but look at this. It was up. I had this actually as a little gap up, but look at this. Market opens and kersplat. So right here, there's the 200-day moving average, getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average of 19. Maybe moment, please. All right, GT just plummeting right now. I mean, 23 down to 19. My goodness, and this was up in pre-market on earnings. Not huge, but it was up. All right, let's take a look at the market. So NASA's basically nothing's happening. SPY's up a little, NASA's up a little, Dow's up a little. Nothing much happening yet. Except GT is just getting crushed. Just getting absolutely crushed. Boy, it's getting close to that 200-day moving average. Caval right back up, guys. KAVL is kind of right back up. Little pullback. See, we have a halt. IAA got halted. Oh, wow, on the way down, and yeah, IAA got halted on the way down. Not good news for this company. It's an earnings play also. Earnings. I didn't really see it. In fact, they didn't do any trading in the pre-market. Unless this was halted. No, this is halted at 9:37. Man, Under Armour just getting kicked here, guys. UAA coming closer and closer to that. There's the VWAP 1890. Well, I'm sorry, forget it. All this looks like there could be some support around 18. Okay, so GT did show up in the 10-day daily breakdown, but it is, look at that. I mean, it's resting right on that 200-day. Okay, and then it popped off that 200-day moving average. If it takes that out again. All right, LFly. So LFly had a high in the pre-market of 750. 750, yeah, so it's right at the pre-market highs. Takes that out. This could have a bit of a run. 11.5 million in the float. There it goes. All right, Sands. LFly. LFly flying. Boy, guys, Under Armour. Under Armour now is just getting absolutely thumped here. This may not hold. I don't like those topping tails so far for the HTCR. So far. You know, I don't like that at all. 550 and then it came right back down. But I mean, this really, you never know. I don't know where this could get going. Look at the volume that is coming in. 2 million. We have no float information. Keep an eye on the Elf line now, guys. A little pullback. See if it resumes. Take a look at AFRM. So we've got a couple of alerts from the AI already. Boy, this is only 3% above an all-time low for a firm, AFRM. Wow, look at Cavill. I did not take it. I did not take it. KAVL. Mentioned this on this little pullback. I guess that could have been a decent entry, 240. All right, poor old Goose. Goose had earnings yesterday. Kind of a narrow range. I mean, it got gapped down on the earnings yesterday. Okay, so IAA open, and what happened? Wow, continuing down here on earnings. Is mod halted? Yes, mod is halted. I don't know why it's not showing up on the halts resumes for me, but it is halted. Yes. Meanwhile, what's ORPH doing? Yes, ORPH had some news. So I was asked a question by Don in our YouTube room. What is a good float number? And I always have to answer it this way. It all depends on what you're used to trading. All right. If you're used to trading stocks, you know, these higher profile stocks that have lots of shares in the float, like, well, Facebook used to be, but, you know, 2.3 billion in the float. So some of the, you know, all these stocks like that with, you know, usually in the billions, okay? So if you're used to trading that, then something that would have 100 million in the float would seem low float to you, okay? So it all really depends on what you are used to trading. For me personally, anything under, like 20 million and under, for me, is what I consider a low float. That is for my style of trading. Okay, that's not necessarily, you ask another person, say, well, no, 20 million is not low enough. It's got to be 5 million. Of course, the issue always is that the lower that float, the lower the float, that's when you can get the crazy, crazy, crazy moves. Well, sugar. I guess I should have taken that GT and never mind that potential support around 19. Look at this. Wow, I did not take it. My bad. We had it right here on the 10-day daily breakdown, 1914. And look at it now, 1827. This is like the other one yesterday. I just did not take it. Kicking myself now. Oh, man. This is interesting price action, though. I mean, this released earnings pre-market and looked good. I mean, you know, it was up. And then all of a sudden, just getting crushed. I actually have, oh, just a minute. You just need one good trade, guys, and man, oh man, if you took that GT even on a 19 break, you're gold for the day. And it's a big float. I mean, so it doesn't have to be a low float, to get, great moves. I mean, it's 279 million in the float. So it's not like I don't trade things that are over 20 million. It's just that when you see these crazy, crazy percentage increases, usually they're well under 20 million. Doesn't mean you can't trade something that has 279 million. I mean, look at this move. Just give me a moment, please. Just give me a moment. I'm just trying to adjust. Something on my other monitor, okay? I'm just trying to make an adjustment, see if I get a different look. All right, guys, L-Fly is coming back. Let's see if it flies again. L-Fly. Had the big move. Well, actually, I don't know if that actually, I can't tell when that happened, but so a little pullback here for L-Fly, low float. So when I say low float, 11.5 million is a low float. Again, for me, anything under 20, for me is a low float. So real, I do have a top list. I created a top list just with a 10-day daily range. I'm surprised it's all not getting the ones that are moving down though. I think I'm going to split it up. Newell is an earnings play. NWL is an earnings play, getting perilously close to the 200-day moving average. 24.76, so it's getting fairly close to that 200-day moving average. L-Fly, guys, keep an eye on it. If it flies again. Boy, Cavill. Well, I sort of had it nailed. I just wanted it to not be quite as active right off the bat. Now, if you're in this one, be aware of that 297-ish. I think over here, no, on the weekly chart, 296 is the next high looking left. Well, I know some of you probably took the KAVL that are not quite as conservative as I am, so congrats. I mean, look at this. I mean, this was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days ago, a 70-cent stock. So this is what I did, but I put a combo here, and I'm only getting, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to make it stocks that are up. So I get rid of this. And then I'm going to duplicate it. And then configure specific filters. Get this to be oh, I know what I was doing. How stupid. Now I understand. Here, okay. No wonder I was getting some crazy numbers. There we go. Okay. L-fly, guys. L-fly, L-fly, L-fly. So guys, this is what I did. You know, Real was talking about this yesterday. I had a variation of this, but I've just kind of turned it into a top list. So these are 10-day ranges, okay, on the upside and the downside to keep track of. There's L-fly, guys. Now, there are a ton of them now breaking above a 10-day range. So I could add some filters in here to firm this up a little bit more. But on the downside, there's a GT, okay. Or WT. This could be a great list just to watch all day. As Real was saying, you know, it could be a great list just to watch all day. I'd like to firm it up a little bit, not get quite as many. And I can give this to everybody later on. God, I feel like a fool for not having this KAVL. There was some news on KAVL back here. You'd have to go back. There was some news on it, okay, and that's what got it rolling. Well, I don't know about 6. I mean, if it takes out that 3 level, right there, then the next high is looking left. I back this weekly chart out a bit. The next high, yeah, I mean, it's up here. We never say it's going to get there. 550 is the next high. You gotta love earnings seasons, guy. Earnings season. I mean, look at Under Armour. This is the other Under Armour, other share designation. We got the 2 UAA. Now, is this going to hold it? I mean, this is the whole thing. Is this little support area going to hold it? Oh, here's another one, guys. Another 10-day daily break. Look at this 10-day daily break. SHLX. So you look at this one on the weekly chart. Yes, of course, this is an energy play. You know, we noticed in the pre-market, all the energy in that ETF anyway, were 100% of them were above yesterday's close. 1372 is the next high looking left on the weekly. Probably a big, yeah, fairly big float, 120 million in the float. Yeah, this is not shortable now for me at Interactive Brokers, the DCFC. Yesterday there were a few shorts available. This looks like it's done now. I mean, a nice little pop in the pre-market. I was actually looking to see if it would hold at 15 and then move from there, but this looks like it's been toasted. All right, guys, keep an eye on the BRCC. BRCC, it had the big pullback. Pulled back to 1625. Little pop here now. Oh, man. GT. Oh. This is just like TWOU yesterday. Look how orderly this is. 2-minute chart. Just down, 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 down. Little base here. No big green candle to get wipe you out of the trade. And now continuation down. So orderly, just like TWOU yesterday. Now, TWOU is actually having a bounce today. And look at that. 864. Big bounce. Haven't even looked at the SPY. So the SPY is just kind of flattening out. Nothing really happening. NAS is down a little bit now. Little disconnect. Dow's up. NAS is down. Little disconnect in the market between the so-called value stocks and growth stocks. One good trade, guys. One good trade. GT was the one. The 200-day moving average meant nothing. To see that bid has to catch up on the L-fly to get it rocking again. Then you can disable the alert, you know, the sound. Not annoying if you're in it, boy. Not annoying at all if you're in the trade and you hear wow, wow, wow over and over again. Here's one I don't think I've ever seen before. CEAD. This is a 10-day daily breakdown. Not a lot of volume. Not shortable for me. Unfortunately, at Interactive Brokers, this is an all-time low. Well, it is not an all-time low. I don't know what, 36% above, but it looks, you know, looking at this chart. So it must have been trading another symbol. Change symbol names or something. Here. This PRQR just getting trashed here. This is shortable for me. This is an all-time low. I'm surprised it's not showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I wonder if I have a price, minimum price that has to be. Yeah, that's the reason. Minimum price has to be $2, so doesn't mean you can't short it, but all right, next on the hit parade, LUMN. This has been an active one. It had earnings on the, I guess, on the 9th after hours. So this was the reaction yesterday. Okay, so there's your earnings reaction yesterday. And this is now moving down again. LUMN. And so when we look left on the monthly chart, 967 is the next low looking left on the monthly chart. So this has got some room. Wants to keep going. LUMN. Now, you could get nailed by the uptick rule here. I know it's only down 3%, but yesterday it was down more than 10%. So unless it goes positive, that uptick rule is still in effect. I'm actually trying to short some, and they're not filling me. Yeah, I held that at 1050 and looking at 1050, and they're just not filling me. Lots of shares available, 22 million. But because of that uptick rule, they're just not wanting to fill me. So again, if you're unfamiliar with the uptick rule, if a stock is down 10%, typically what happens is then, if you want to short a stock, assuming your broker has shorts available, typically when you want to short a stock, you just go in at the bid and short it, right? But if a stock is down 10% or more, then if you try to short it at the bid, there has to be some action at the ask. So there has to be some trades at the ask and then going back to the bid before you can get a fill. The problem is you could be in a queue of many others who want to do the same thing. And so it can be frustrating sometimes. You know, you're sitting there on the bid trying to get a fill and you just don't get a fill. And then it starts to move down, down, and I just don't chase it. Now, this stock is only down 3% today, but yesterday it was down 10%. So until that stock goes positive one day, that uptick rule is still in effect. So when that happens, I just move over. Oh, move over. That makes sense. Okay, guys, I just forgot about it. Okay, HTCR now. HTCR. This could be going crazy. Okay, HTCR could be starting to go doing its crazy thing. Let's see. And I just have to reconnect to my Bluetooth nonsense here. Just give me a moment here. All right, guys, just give me a moment, okay? All right, back. All right, so we've got our CFVI also and the DWAC, very active, of course. Yeah, be careful on the trading of it. I mean, but I don't know where this is going, but we've seen this act before, okay? I have no idea where this is going. A lot of volume, 3.9 million. All right, guys, the DWAC, DWAC, boom, and the other one, CFVI, of course, running in tandem. Okay, the rule today, everybody. There are very few rules in the trading room. You know, we don't talk about how many shares we take. We don't talk about how much money we make, etc., etc. Today's rule is that I will ban anybody who talks about GT. And of course, I'm kidding, but just a terrible, terrible, terrible miss by myself not taking that short. Golden, now golden. I don't want to have to ban you out of YouTube. But you know what? You want to print out a couple of charts? Print out TWOU from yesterday, even a 2-minute chart, but a 5-minute chart. Look how orderly this is, even on a 2-minute chart. I mean, why I point this out is that if you took this, the alert for me came at 1914, but if you took this one, you easily could still be in the trade. Nothing really would have bounced you out of this trade. No big green candle on the 2-minute. Look how orderly this is. Yeah, well, if you go to my homepage, so the question is, what scanner do I rely on for, just a minute. For the pre-market actives. So if you go to my homepage, you'll see, and go to the scan section. I'm going to go over this in a little bit. Go to the scan section and you'll see I've got 2 top lists called pre-market movers, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. Okay, and that gets me kind of set up. So again, if you click on my link, this is what you'll see. There's my scan section. And these are the 4, these are alerts, so I actually hear them. But pre-market actives up and down, I've been using this, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years now with very little change. And that kind of gets me set up. All right, HTCR, can you break 6? Okay, so pay attention to what real is saying. And you can have the 5-minute Bollinger Band on your chart. So let's take a look at GT as an example. Okay. So there is the, it must be up here. There's the 5-minute Bollinger Band up here. So So it started maybe just a little bit above it, and then it broke down below it, and it is a 10-dayer. So I don't know why, Midian. I actually don't know why it didn't show up. It didn't show up on mine either. Anybody have the Halts resumes and with mod showing up? Every now and then we used to get that, and I don't know why. When I say something not showing up, and I would have to do a refresh or something. No, Serge, I don't know. So yours did show up. Okay, yeah, for some reason. Now this is a variation of it. I know I had to load it. And obviously mod had 40,000. Ah! Is it possible that when mod was halted, is it possible it was, no, I think that's impossible. That it was at 40,000 shares? How about, Jeff, do you mind popping your link in for your Halts resumes? No, I understand, but obviously it's not showing in mine, so... And I'm hearing YMAB, YMAB. And here we go, not a... You know, I like it when they're not earnings plays. I'll tell you why, because, you know, when we get out of earnings season, we still want to see these great movers. You know, we're right now, most of the things that we're seeing are earnings plays. You know, and we've got another 2 to 3 weeks of really a lot of earnings plays before they start to dry up. So this is a gap down and reverse for CLF. Gap down and I really haven't even looked at my gap down and reverse scan today. Too many other things going on. And that is just the sorry, that is just an alert window. Okay. All right, so Midian, just so that I have no idea. I'm gonna replace the one I've got. I don't know what the deal is. Let me just see, make sure. 20,000. This is what I used to have because this color coding is a little bit strange for me. So I'm gonna get rid of that one. I'm gonna use this one. So I can give you this, and that showed. I can't explain why that happened. Okay, but Midian, here you go. Rather than trying to beat ourselves up, trying to figure out why don't I just take one that we know works? This resembles more what I used to have. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Jeff. All right, guys, I'm going to leave the L-Fly alone now. It doesn't look like it wants to fly like I wanted it to, so I've got a bunch of alerts set up here, but it's just not taking off the way I was hoping it might, so I'm just going to forget about it for a while. Boy, look at IONQ. IONQ. Of course, this was a crazy one a few months ago. Got all the way up to $36. Boy, that HTCR takes out 6. Look out. How's the Goldman pump doing? CDAC. Not much. Not much. Goldman putting a $19 price target on this today, initiating coverage on this one. Not taking effect today. I hope they release this latest build for everybody. I talked about it yesterday in our marketing meeting, and they just want to keep testing it a little bit. But you can see right now, adjusting the columns back to what I call normal of about 3 or 4 months ago. So no issue there now at all. It's driving me crazy. Well, this is the development version. So on the website, the beta still doesn't have this. You still don't have those snappy charts. Snappy, when I call snappy charts, I mean now we're back to normal. Well, so fingers crossed that they'll be able to release it, especially for the test drive. Yeah, CFVI, guys, CFVI. Real was just pointing out, so it just took out yesterday's high, or is that almost at yesterday's high, 15 something? 15, 14? No, look at this one, real. UVE. Look at this one, UVE. Through that 200-day moving average, not an earnings play. Meanwhile, Uber is sliding. Had an interesting day yesterday, got halted. News came out. I think it was just talking more about guidance and things like that. It wasn't, but it was halted because of news. Bloom Energy, BE here, guys. And this is actually an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Bit of a reaction here. Held pre-market, starting to move. Well, we're just keeping an eye on that HTCR, see if it gets back close to that 6 level and really takes it out on volume. Yeah, I've got it here. It's right down here. At least it was. Honest, it was. I see BE is also an AI alert. All right, everybody, it is now 10:20. So around this time is when I start giving a little bit of my talk about trade ideas. First thing I want to do, though, is there is still time to sign up for this test drive that we're having. I'll explain what it's all about. All right, so I just put the test drive link in. When you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So it starts on the 14th, that's Monday. Okay, it'll run to the 28th inclusive. That is actually 10 trading days. One of those days in between is a market holiday, President's Day, but you will get 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to the full premium service except no auto trading with real money, okay? If you want to practice auto trading using our simulator, no problem. But no auto trading with real money, okay? That's the only thing. Now, if you sign up right now, you'll actually have access to the program about 20 minutes after the market closes today at, I'm told, about 4:20. Give it maybe 30 minutes, all right? Now, Chris Varley, who is in our YouTube room Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30, he's going to have an extended time in the YouTube room. I don't know what time he's going to go to, but I think he'll stick around as long as people are coming in and asking questions. Okay, it's designed. I mean, look, anybody can show up, but it's really designed for people who are taking the test drive and have questions about signing up and getting started. So you'll have access to the program. You can download the program, and then later on I'm going to show you my home page. You can save my home page, and you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. So if you want to take a look at those scans, you can do that once you have the program downloaded. Chris is also going to do some work tomorrow. Okay, I think in the email you're getting, if you're part of the test drive, I think it'll tell you the exact time tomorrow. So anyway, we've got a lot of support for the test drive. So it's also open if you are a standard subscriber and you'd like to have access to our premium service for those 10 trading days, you can do so. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. When it's over, it's over. So for instance, if the standard subscribers who want to try us out for the 11/11 for the 10 trading days, when it's over, you'll go back to standard. Unless, of course, you tell us, hey, I love premium, keep me there. All right, so that's the test drive. Now, we only do this 3 or 4 times a year, so great opportunity to try us out. We do not have free trials. Okay, now I'm going to talk about my home page. I'll answer your question right now about racing. How to change the color? I don't know. Let's see if there's anything in the properties. It doesn't look like it. No, doesn't look like it. Yeah, there's no properties that allows you to change the color. Okay. All right, so I put in my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see on my homepage. So you click on the link. So I'll answer your question. Who was it? Asked me, Ronan. Okay, I'll answer your question right now. Normally I do this a little bit later, but if you go to the education section, okay, click here on the education section, and then click on the user guide right here. If you scroll down, and then there are video and text explanations about the stock races, okay? I'm going to go into it in a little more detail later, but right now, if you click on that, that gives you a good overview about what the stock races are all about, okay? Give me a moment. Okay, so if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, you can use this promo code Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. If you click on the link, this is what you'll see. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual and monthly for premium and standard. The annual premium, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. And standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Okay. The big difference is the AI. I'll go over it. It looks like this, but I'll go over it later. You don't have to take out an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Just click on that. This is just a slider. Just click on the month. So standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. Please listen carefully, the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Now, at any time you want to upgrade from monthly to annual, we will honor the 15%, okay? There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. But if you're into back testing your own strategies and all, that is part of our premium service, okay? So on my homepage, 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. And then I just talked a little bit about our education section. If you're taking this test drive, this is the first thing I would do. I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. Click on the Take the Lessons. All of the basic features are explained here. Okay, I mean the guide, you can also look at the guide, but I would start right here. And then if you wanted to get a little more detail, you know, the guide also has sections, you know, the alert windows, top list windows, you know, has sections like this. Also a full table of contents that is searchable. So we've got I think we've covered all the bases with our guide, and also the introduction, the 20 lessons to get you started. Daily support session. So I take a break at around noon. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today is Friday. Normally that is Andy. So before I take my break, I will confirm that it is Andy. But if it's not Andy, somebody else will be there. Chris Varley is there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30, okay, to answer questions. And as I said before, he's going to have an extended day today to help people who are part of the test drive. And I think he'll go as long as there are questions from people coming in. And I think he has time slotted tomorrow, and I'm not sure about Sunday. So we're lots of support. Daily webinars. So we will not have webinars the next 2 weeks during the test drive. We get back to a normal schedule in 2 weeks, but you can sign up for them all right here. And really a good one here. If you are new to trading, not just to trade ideas, but new to trading, great little video series put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, okay? It starts off with what is a stock? It's all free. What is not free, you want my scans, obviously you have to be a subscriber. Click here. These are the scans that I am sharing, okay? And kind of pick and choose which ones you want. Somebody asked earlier, what do I use in the pre-market? These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, shared, pre-market actives up and down, okay? And I probably will create a layout, shareable layout for the test drive. But, you know, what I like to do, though, is just have the individual scans here. You know, people can pick and choose what looks interesting to them. Guys, Elfly is right back up. You'll be able to open it around 4:20 today, Panda, okay, Eastern time. You'll be able to download it and play around with it. You know, you can have my scans, you can take, and Chris will be there. You know, if you can spend the time from about, he's there at 3:30, but the program should be available for people to download it at around 4:20. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure that was the reason, but you never know with our company. Just give me a moment. Last little bit of my supercharged coffee tea mixture. Not easy getting up at 4 in the morning, guys, so this is what keeps me going. Okay, so Midian. Okay, again, I just typed in my homepage link. Just go to the scan section, okay, on my homepage. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan, you know, basic new highs. So if I right-click, configure, if I right-click in the alert window, configure, and then I click on summary, this tells me what it's looking for. All right? So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20. The current volume is 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal. Up to this point of the day, I'm only looking for stocks that are having abnormal action. And minimum volume, 400,000 shares, etc. These values, like what I'm using and the values are not really what I'm trying to explain. What I'm trying to really explain here, though, is if you want to create your own scans, you always start off with some filters, and then you have some kind of a trigger. So in this case, if a stock makes a new high with these filter values satisfied, then I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. Okay, these are just the flip of this. You know, stocks making new lows and down at least 5% from the open. Okay, so that's why we see those. So if you want to make your own scans, here's the good news. I right-click on an alert window, configure, and search. These are all of the alerts that we have. And if I scroll down, these are the filters that we have. Now listen, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Okay, it's probably the first thing that people look at when they check the alerts and filters. And they say, well, how am I supposed to learn them all? Well, of course, you don't have to learn them all. That's why because you don't have to do any programming, what we did was we said, okay, let's create enough alerts and filters that for the thousands of customers that we have and all the different types of trading styles out there, we feel we've created enough of them that you can combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for, okay? You don't have to learn them all. So that's if you want to build your own scans. I've already shown you that I'm sharing my scans. And also, if you click from our toolbar and click on New Docked Channel Bar, these are all themed layouts, themed channels. So for instance, if I go to the Momentum channel, where are you? Where are you? Why can't I find you? Called Momo. There we are, right staring at me. So if I click on the Momentum channel, these are some scans we've built. I'll talk about the races, but these are some scans that we built. This just opened, guys. DRCT just opened. One of these crazy low ones, 3 million or 2.2 million, whatever, 7 to 9. What did it open at? It's probably better, 4 to 6. This is just an IPO that just opened now. Okay, this is why I'm watching the HTCR from yesterday. Same kind of setup. Low number of shares, cheap, Roth, benchmark behind it. So this is an example of a scan in here. It's an alert window. You know it's an alert window because it says A. So if you right click, configure, summary, it's going to tell you what it's looking for. So just like my scans, if you don't like, for instance, the price range, you might want a different price range. So I can go here, click on the icon. I can change it to 10 if I want to. I don't have to, of course, but you might have a different idea of a price range you want to follow. So say 10 and 100, maybe a different volume. You say okay, so now you see how it's changed, 10 and 100. I say okay, so now that has changed. So if you liked it, but if you liked it the way it was, what you do is you can save it to the cloud, or if you make changes, you can save it to the cloud. I'll explain why I'm saying that. I'll also say this, is that if I go to another channel and then I come back to this channel, your changes are not saved. Why? The channels are for everybody, so the fact that you want a different price range does not necessarily mean that's what everybody else wants, okay? What I'm really trying to explain here, though, is you can go to the different channels and start extracting scans that we have created that you might want to make part of your layout, okay? So I go to the earnings channel. Here, up after earnings, down after earnings, okay? Maybe I want these two. Save them to the cloud. So what I'm really trying to demonstrate is that we've created a lot of scans that are available in the channels, and also, of course, my scans that I'm sharing. And you can save them to the cloud and then bring them back one at a time and create a layout without actually having to create any scan from scratch. So, if you don't, so you can obviously create your own scans, but we have created a lot of scans for you. So Miriam, I don't know, where is that one, Matt? Is it a channel or is it a name of one? What channel? All you have to do is just right click on it, okay? And it'll tell you what it's looking for, okay? So it's probably some, dynamic stock. What channel is it in? The question was, what does Extreme Master Blaster mean? If you're ever wondering about what, if I look at momentum, again, oh, I see, the Extreme Master Blaster. Okay, so there are some, this is a multi-strategy window, so it has some alert windows inside it. You can take a multi-strategy window typically is used for people that maybe only have one monitor or screen space is a premium. So you can combine alert windows and put it into one window called a multi-strategy window. And if I highlight the strategies, I see what they're looking for. So this is just extreme volume, extreme volume, extreme volume, extreme volume, extreme volume. Okay. I can break them out one at a time, and I can take a look at the filters that are used. So this is lifetime range. So these are stocks near a lifetime range, right at the high. So you can all you have to do is just right click and you'll see what these things are looking for. Meanwhile, GT, which I'm not allowed to talk about anymore, continues down. Two sensational alerts from the gap down yesterday and today. We had TWOU yesterday and GT today. You see, I don't have very many alerts. I have some very tough filter values in these two. So because I don't want a lot of alerts, I really want to just sort of zero in on what might be the most dynamic. So let's talk a little bit about the AI. Again, those of you who are going to be taking the test drive. So far, what I do is this. I usually sort on the aggressive profit target. So far, I'm not having a great day. Okay, yesterday was a lot better, but right now, not having a great day. But what happens is, this is what I would do. Make it super easy. Click on New from our toolbar. Click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, this is the window that you'll see. And then, when you open Trade Ideas in the morning, before, assuming you open it before 9:30, this will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There is no video that is going to say, well, this is how you trade. Okay? This is, this is sort of a man and machine. The machine is alerting you to the possibility of a trade, and how you trade it will be up to you. Okay? I mean, I don't use it all the time. I mean, I tend to concentrate on the ones under $20. Okay, that's just a personal preference. But again, how you use it will be up to you. And then I would incorporate it as part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every day. Okay, so now a word about this window that we see here called Brokerage Plus, this big blue window. Yeah, I think it's because, I don't know how we can fix it, Midian. I think it's because BRCC was new yesterday, and we don't have a lot of data on it for, we have no float data. So it's possible that's the reason. It was showing up on my scanners. It was showing up on the basic new highs and lows. So, but, listen, every now and then something is going to fall through the cracks, okay? I'm not just talking to you, Midian. We get people saying, hey, how come this one didn't show up? They see one stock that didn't show up that moved. It's going to happen every now and then. Some kind of a filter value, or our provider, doesn't have data. And, I wouldn't get so hung up on it, because we've got tons of other alerts that happen, okay? In this particular case, I mean, I can see right there, BRCC showed up on my basic new lows. Also, I mean, it's possible to up 10% in 10 minutes. You'd have to take a look at that one, Midian, and break out the scanner that you thought it should have happened in, and then send the cloud link to us, and we can take a look at it, okay? Other than that, I can't tell you off the top of my head why it wouldn't show up. Typically, it's always some filter that is blocking it. So again, this window that we call Brokerage Plus. So let me just put the link in. All right, so I just put a link called Brokerage Plus. When you click on the link, you will see there are two videos. There is a short video, okay? A short video that if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can connect. Just give me a minute here. Here's another one, guys. Another little one that just opened. $5 million, $4. What did it open at? Yeah, underneath. How did this one do, this DRCT? Nothing. So again, these are ones to keep track of, not necessarily the day of, but the following days to see if they have some action, okay? That's why, I'm talking the HTCR from yesterday. It's been, I don't know what it's going to do, but it's a good idea just to keep track of them. And I'm going to go over this a little later, how I look at IPOs. We don't have an IPO filter, but personally, I think the way I do it is a better way to do it. So I'll go over that later. So, and one other thing, if you're using our web-based version, this is not available. Brokerage Plus is not available. You must be using the downloadable app, okay, for this to be available. So again, if you have an IB account or E-Trade account, then you can actually use this window to trade your account. And yes, it'll be available. You can do it during the test drive. You just will not be able to auto-trade anything with your live account. But please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you don't have this feature available. That's all it means. Okay, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use it, but it's there if you want to use it. Remember, we're a scanner. That's what we do. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use trade ideas. Now, the other video in that link, a longer video, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. All right. Now, how I really like to demonstrate though is using it as a simulator. You notice there are two options underneath Brokerage Plus. One says live, one says sim. So this is the paper trader. So if you are new to trading, I'm going to beg you not to trade with real money until you practice trading. Okay? Do not trade with real money until you practice trading. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money with your account, your live, like real account. Okay? Forget about it. Till you can make money in a simulator, do not start trying to trade. Now, unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, doesn't mean, okay, now I got it, now I'll be able to do it. Because the problem is when you start trading real money, it becomes way more emotional than in a simulator. The simulator is good practice, great practice. Learn how to make money in a simulator. But when you're trading real money, it becomes another ballgame. Okay, what are we now? 10:50. So if I want to take a trade, say I want to take this trade, DRTC. What happened is I clicked on the price alert that I had and notice the symbol shows up here. Give me a moment. I want to... Okay, let's say I want to take this trade. All right, so the symbol shows up. When I click on the alert, the symbol shows up. I click the buy button. I pick how many shares I want to trade. Let's say I want to trade 300 shares. The bid ask is, it's okay. So I'll go in at the market. I'm not going to play around. I'm just going to send it. Oops, select the account. Simulated account. Send it. And took the trade. Okay, 383. So now we're in a trade. This is in the simulator. Look at BRCC, guys, just on the racing here. Seeing if this is going to get a little bit of action now. Okay, so just took this trade. Now, we always talk about, and I'll talk about this probably a lot more next week, because especially if you're new to trading, when you get into a trade, you have to, the way I trade anyway, have to have a stop. Okay? In other words, not every trade is going to work. In fact, in my opinion anyway, you should have some kind of a checklist a checklist that if you cannot check every box, you don't take the trade. You should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. You shouldn't take a trade by saying, oh, I think this looks good. People are talking about it, so I think I'll just take the trade. You have to have some kind of a trading plan with a checklist. All right? And unless you can check every box, don't take the trade. Be selective. But let's just say you do take the trade and everything looks wonderful. Every box was checked. Every box was checked twice, double checked, okay? Had earnings. People are talking about it. Everything looks fantastic. Guess what? Even the best setups don't work all the time. So that's why you always hear me talk about having a stop. I have a price where I'm going to get out of a trade if it's not working for me. And so I will limit my risk in every single trade. Now, how much you're going to risk per trade, and I always try to take that risk amount about the same every trade, that's going to be dependent on your account size. I mean, if you have a $5,000 account, obviously, at least it should be obvious, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I try to demonstrate risking. I should have taken 500 shares to make the math easy, but risking about $100 a trade. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a stop at around 350. It's about 33 cents away. Not because that is going to give me about $100. I'm going to add that stop. You're going to see it'll appear on the chart eventually. Now I'm in a development build, so I don't know why this should be showing up. See, that's the problem. Sometimes, I'm going to, oh, there it is. I can see it. Oh, I see what happened. Couldn't see it on the chart because it's below. Okay, that's why. Okay, you can see it says 350 stop right here. Okay, 350 stop. Yeah, you just can't see it on the chart. If I expanded the chart a little bit, you'd see it. But anyway, there it is. Normally you'd see like a red line, okay, on the chart. But there it is, 350 stop. And normally, you know what, I'm going to get out of this trade. I want to demonstrate it another way. These are hotkeys, so I can get out of a trade just by flattening it. Okay. Okay, I want to take another trade so you'll be able to see these stops right on the chart. Okay, let's say I wanted to take this YMAB. This time I am going to take 500 shares. I'm going to send it. Taking a little bit longer. Again, I'm in a development version, so sometimes, oh, I know why I didn't click the buy button. Got to be smarter than the software. Okay, there we go. So there it is, YMAB. Okay, took the trade at 8:43. I'm going to add a stop order 20 cents away, just so you can see this on the chart, hopefully. There we go. There's the red line I was talking about, okay? Just couldn't see it on the other one because it was below the chart. So there it is, 823, and you notice it says minus 97, which is, approximately $100. So if I allow this to get down to 823, it'll take me out for a $100 loss, okay? That's the max I want to lose on the trade. This is in the simulator. Now, when you're starting off trading, I mean, you may be listening to me and saying, okay, I kind of get the idea that I should have a stop, but how am I going to know where that stop should be? Well, and that's the practice. I'm kind of a visual trader, so I look at a chart and I say, okay, I think there's some support at a certain price level that if it broke down through that support level, and usually no less than a 5-minute chart, then I want to be out of the trade. Okay. Some might say, okay, I want the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or maybe the low of the previous 15-minute candle. How you start establishing your stops will be up to you and gaining confidence in the way in which you do it. Comes with the simulator, yes, Midian, yes. The question was, does the simulator come with a basic subscription? Yes. So that's the next point, though. Why I took 500 shares, I wanted to make the math super simple. Because you will share size yourself, because I don't take 500 shares every trade or 100 shares every trade. How many shares I take is dependent on my entry and my stop and the difference. I wanted to make the math super simple. 843, 823, the difference is 20 cents. If I'm risking $100 on the trade, I divide 20 cents into 100, and guess what I get? 500. Okay? Just open your Brokerage Plus window, Midian. Okay, so go to New, and then your Brokerage Plus. And then this is the window that'll pop up. So again, that is how I share size this at 500, not because I take 500 shares every trade or a certain number. It's always dependent on the difference in my entry and my stop. In this case, again, I wanted to make it super simple, 20 cents. But obviously every stop is not 20 cents or 10 cents. I base it, I base it on what I see on a chart. Now, if you're listening to me and going, okay, I kind of get it, great. You practice and you're making money in the simulator and now you want to start trading. So here's what can happen. You get all excited, you take that first trade, and you've been able to check every box. It meets all your criteria and it's not working. So now you start second guessing where you put your stop. Well, maybe my stop was a little too tight. I sort of had an idea where that stop should be, but you know what? This is just too good. I mean, look at the news. Look at this. Everything was checked. Again, the best setups sometimes just don't work. And so you disobey your stop. It comes down to, where am I? What's the one I'm in? YMAB. So it comes down to the 823, and you say, the heck with it. That stop is too tight. So you start moving your stop down or disobeying it. Okay, you move it down. So instead of a $100 loss, maybe now you're down to 200. You still think, it's going to come back. 300, 400, 500, 600 before you finally sell it for a way bigger loss than you should have because you didn't obey your stop. So that's one thing. The next thing, one of the worst things that can happen, is that you don't obey your stop, you're down 200, 300, 400, and then it does bounce back, and now you're up 200, 300, 400. And you go, wow, I pat yourself on the back. So glad I did not obey my stop. Can that happen? Of course it can happen. Of course. But I'm just telling you, if you want to last, trying to do this as either, a sideline or full-time, if you don't have good money management techniques, it just, over the long haul, it just won't work. So, the whole idea is managing your risk. Don't take more risk than you can afford in your account, and then obeying your stop. And that's it, guys. No more preaching. Now, the other thing, if you're taking this test drive, you'll have 10 days with us. Trying to manage your expectations. You will not be an expert, especially, well, first of all, if you're just starting out new and never even traded before, you will not be an expert at trade ideas in 10 days, all right? How long it's going to take, depending on how you want to use it and all, I have no idea. Everybody has different learning curves. How long will it take you to become a trader? I have no idea. People have different learning curves. Some never get it. I hate to say it like that, but some never get it. Usually it's because, not obeying your stop, really poor management of their money. But one of the things, here's Fresh on the way down. Also, Fresh, is this an earnings play? Yes, Fresh works. Didn't see this really pre-market, but Fresh works on the way down, almost an all-time low. All right, guys. Well, I've lost my train of thought. I had something brilliant to say, and I just lost my train of thought. Other than practice, practice, practice. I mean, the simulator, oh, I know what I should have said earlier too. The simulator uses our real-time data, okay? So it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. It uses our real-time data. So you can practice with our simulator. You just need a standard, well, if you're part of the test drive, you'll have premium, but it's part of the standard service to practice, okay? Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I have really no ideas on that one. I don't follow. I don't know what his settings are. Million. I mean, I can only tell you what I have for my pre-market stuff, and it's just go to my scan section, take a look at the pre-market actives up and down, and that's what I use. All right, guys. Fresh. Almost an all-time low now for fresh. This could be another catastrophic move down. Catastrophic move down for this one. I mean, it's an earnings play. And through that whole number, I mean, there's the low. There's the all-time low, I guess, right here. 1841, so it's close to that all-time low. Yeah, Coop I'm seeing here. Coop. Yes, another earnings play. Mr. Cooper Group. MDV, what's going on? I don't know. Let's take a look. MDV. Okay, so it's an IPO, I guess. So it got halted. Yeah, it's a not. Wow, 40,000 shares at 25. That's insane, guys. That is insane. So it's an IPO. Crazy. I mean, that's insane. And it's halted. So that's what the MDV is all about. Boy, I missed out on another one. This BWMX sugar. Another one, not an all-time low, but again, this showed up in the pre-market. Big gap down on earnings. Boy, this is almost an all-time low, guys. I mean, this FRSH, almost an all-time low on earnings. I mean, who's going to step in and take this one? Had a little rest here. I just wish I'd seen it just a little bit earlier. Well, also the breaking down in volume. Okay, the first alert. I don't know when the first alert for that one was, but 950. The price was 950. Breaking down on volume. This is what I'm talking about right here. Breaking down on volume. There it was. Yeah, the other one, oh man, this is the one this is the one I tried to get. It was at 1080. Tried to get this right at 1080. This is the one, that was down 10% yesterday. They just would not, bad words, Fill me. Lots of shares available to short, but that stupid uptick rule. Look at Uber on the way down also after that big halt it had yesterday. Earnings on the 9th, reaction on the 10th. So that was yesterday. What do you mean it just changed to the new 52-week low? What do you mean by that? Well, it's also almost a lifetime low, right? So yeah, I mean the year low for sure, and also, but it's also that lifetime low that I love. No, I can see that. Yeah, it's like 0.4%, but they are all the same. You know, point 0.4, 0.6, point 0.6, 0.4, 0.4. No. You have to have the beta at least, okay, for the race cars, I believe anyway. Definitely download the beta, okay, John? So scroll past down through that production version and scroll down until you see the beta. Okay, one moment, please. Now, a word about my stops also. When I place a stop and I've share sized correctly and I have my whatever in my, for my account, what my manageable risk is going to be. So for instance here, that's approximately $100, right? Minus 100. If I don't like the way something is trading though, I don't necessarily wait to get stopped out. Let's say I get into a trade and the market is, moving higher and it's also seems to be tracking the market. All of a sudden the market starts getting a bit of a downturn and it starts tracking the market. I can always get out earlier, okay? I mean, that's the way I trade. It's a bit of a feel. So this in the simulator, this is the most I want to lose. Okay, but I reserve the right if I just don't like the way it's trading, starts to drift down, the market's drifting down, I say to myself, you know what, get out. You can always get back in. That's the other thing about getting stopped out. You get stopped out and you can always get back into the trade if it sets up again. Maybe we're just a little bit early. Maybe the market conditions just sort of knocked you out of the trade. Now, these races, and I would encourage you, I can talk about it, but I would encourage you to go to our user guide and go to the section. So click on my homepage link and go to the section on education and then click on the user guide and then scroll down to where you see races. Okay, TI stock races. That's a great overview about what the races are all about. But what happens in this particular race you see here, this is taking my top list, and when the race started, compared to all the other ones, KAVL is now, well, it was at 1.98%, so it was, starting to move. Now, how I personally use this, and I don't stare at it all day long, of course I don't, but if I see something like some car is really racing ahead, and a stock is really racing ahead, and it's a big percentage, okay, I'm going to absolutely click to see what's happening. I don't have to stare at a top list. I can just click and see what's happening. And you see, for my style of trading, and see how it pulled right back? See, it didn't do anything. See how it pulled right back? That's where the red is. But for my style of trading, I will miss out on a lot of stocks that, at pullback and then start moving, because all of my alerts are based on stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. And so what this can help me, especially if I see a nice big percent, is I can click on that and I can say, hey, this was sort of in the middle of the pack and it's starting to come back. All right? That's how I'm using it. How you use it, that'll be completely up to you. We do not provide, Sarah, okay, so the question was, do we provide level 1, do we provide level 2 data? No, we don't. It's based on my watch list. It's based on my watch list, okay? It says top list, but it's based on my watch list, the stocks that I have in my watch list. Trading 1% of your portfolio. All right, so I'm not an expert on using B+, okay? Now, Andy will be in the YouTube room in about 40 minutes, okay? You can probably ask him that. But the way I would look at that, so you're wanting to trade, like, if you had, I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to do. So if you had, just a minute here. Okay, so to make the math easy, if you had a $10,000 account and you want to trade 1%, what do you mean by that? You mean you want every trade to be 1% of your portfolio? Yeah, you see, Pamela, I don't agree with that, okay? So I'm the wrong person to ask. I mean, there might be a way to do that, because I, well, the way I trade, it's a dollar amount, okay? But I suppose you could do it on a percent, in which case 1% of, say, 10,000 would be $100. Okay? So then I'm assuming then that you will risk $100 a trade if you had a $10,000 account. But I don't use B plus to trade, okay? I just don't. One of the reasons I don't is because I'm always demonstrating the simulation, okay? So I'm not going to try to toggle back and forth. Am I live? Am I trading in the simulator? Based on what I do, I have to have total concentration when I actually trade. So I actually trade from within Interactive Brokers. Well, and that's my opinion too, real. I don't, people ask, do I use trailing stops? Now, I don't use trailing stops for one reason. Trailing stops, I would have to use trailing stops if I were in, 10 trades at a time. Then because there'd be no way to really follow it if I were in 10 trades at a time. Typically, I'm in no more than 2 at a time. So I'm always able to keep an eye on the chart, check to see if, what a stock is. See, to me, a trailing stop, there's nothing scientific about it. You have a 10-cent trailing stop, a 0.5% trailing stop. There's nothing scientific about it. To me, my stops are always going to be, I'll be moving my stops up to different areas on the chart where I see a new support area if it broke down, which has got nothing to do with, a dollar amount or a percent. But, I mean, listen, I'm going to have to tell everybody, if you're new to trading, don't get into I wouldn't even be in more than one trade at a time if you're new to trading. Concentrate on that one. I'm not new to trading, but I typically am not in more than 2 trades at a time. Now, I'm not saying that's the be all and end all. I mean, I know real is probably in more than I am, but I've never been somebody who has to be in a trade all the time anyway. Okay, I'm very selective. Yeah, sorry guys. Stocks only is just for stocks only, a specific stock. Okay, everything else is off topic. Okay, very few rules, but that's one. Well, guys, and you can see how my thinking on the ATCR. I mean, I liked it, and I was just waiting. I have a price alert at 590. Never hit it. After I set the price alert, I was very interested in this one if it took out 6 again. So I put a price alert at 590. It got close, and then it just drifted down from there. So I just forget about it. Okay, yes. So it can be a little bit confusing to some because I moderate a YouTube room at the same time as what I call the main trading room. Okay. And so I'm sometimes talking to somebody in our YouTube room, and you guys are in the main trading room that looks like this. You're wondering, well, who am I talking to? So that's what happens. So Mohammed, yes, this is the main room. I call it the main room. Way more active, more traders are in there, a lot more interaction among the traders, throwing out ideas. Okay, YouTube's fine. If you just want to listen to me and hear me, or listen to me and see my screen, that's fine. But if you want more action with traders, then come into the main trading room. And boy, there's that affirm. You guys are talking about that affirm now taking out that magic $50 mark. Wow. It's always a strange one, I find, this Newell. It hardly ever trades, and then all of a sudden, well, this is typical. Earnings, well, they may have traded this day, but I think, the overall market was just crashing that day. It has earnings, and then it's alive. It's almost half a billion in the float, but it's a mover, and it's through the 200-day moving average now for Newell NWL. Whew. All right, guys. So in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. Same thing with the L fly. It's waiting for this area to break. Didn't happen. Move on. Be selective. I never try to anticipate a break before it happens. Okay. I always have a price alert, and there's another aspect of all this. Our price alerts. If you're not using our price alerts window, if you click on new price alerts window, when you do that, you'll have a blank. It's such a powerful way of tracking things, and it's so simple to use. I mean, look, I always say it like this, we didn't invent the concept of price alerts, but this is how simple it is. All I have to do is, let's just say I would be interested if this got up to 738, right back up, okay? So all I have to do is go to a chart and right click when I get to the price I want, create the price alert. Now, if it's not exactly where I want, I could just change it if I wanted it to be 740. That's it. Click on save. I don't have to put any notes in if I don't want to. Typically I don't. The only time I do is with IPOs. But I just click save. That's it. So now there is a blue line on my chart. So if it got up to that price, I'll know about it. And how do I know about it? Well, give me a moment. Just got to find my price alerts window. Here's my price alerts window. Okay. So you can see the price alert I put is right down here. If this triggers, so if it got up to 736, I sort on the trigger time column. So I'm always going to see it right at the top. I minimize my price alerts window. Let's do one. Let's just find one that. So I've just put two bracketed price alerts around it. Let's see if that works. I'm going to show you. I minimize the window. And unfortunately, I picked one that is not dynamic enough. Let's do this one. 49.51. Okay, so I'm going to put an alert. See how it popped up? Okay, you see how that popped up? It took out that 49.48 and this popped up on my screen. You can put a sound alert on it also. And the reason I have a wireless headset, so sometimes I wander away from my computer. So I will not miss it. I'll hear the sound. I minimize the window. You don't have to have this window staring at you, especially if you don't have a lot of screen space. I have the space, but I don't need it. I prefer it like this because when I get the price alert, it pops up on my screen. And I can see it right at the top because that's how I've sorted it. So if you're not using the price alerts window, you're doing yourself a disservice, in my opinion. You should be taking full advantage of that. I think I think that is a something that a lot of people don't even. First of all, they may not know it exists. But so what happens is I get the alert. I can click on the alert. Doesn't mean I take the trade necessarily. What it means is though it's hit a price that I'm interested in. I click on it. Let's check out the pattern. Let's see if did it do it on volume, and then I can make a pretty quick decision of whether or not I want to take the trade. Well, if you have this one, this is my alert on it. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's my sound alert. That's what I think Jay was saying, or what somebody was saying. And you cannot miss it. You cannot miss it. It just keeps saying, like Affirm, Uber, Fresh, FRSH. And here's another thing. If you've never shorted before, and all you've heard about shorting is, oh my gosh, you could lose all your money. Okay, first of all, try to wipe that, okay, away. First of all, in theory, you were right, but intraday shorting. So like going long something, I mean, you can be long something, and all of a sudden, some horrible news comes, and like AFRM yesterday, horrible news comes. Boom! Look at that. 81 down to 56, but I digress. You can practice shorting using our simulator, all right? Shorting, I don't know why people get so hung up on the concept. When you buy a stock, you hope it goes up, right? And then you sell it at a higher price. When you short a stock, you hope you short it at a price and you hope it goes down. And that's how you make money. Okay, you hope it goes down. Excuse me. So it's just reverse thinking. You buy a stock, you hope it goes up, you sell it at a higher price. You short a stock, yes, you click the sell button, you hope it goes down, and then you click the buy button. And that covers your short, and that's it. So you go long, you buy, it goes up, hopefully you're making a profit, you sell it. Shorting, just the reverse. You sell it, and then you buy it. And hopefully it goes down in price. I mean, that's it. Now, there are other things because sometimes your broker may not have shorts available. You hear us talk about things like that. But okay, your broker has to have shorts available for you to short. But if you won't short, I mean, my goodness, there's so many opportunities shorting stocks. Bad earnings. I mean, take advantage of it. Bad earnings, the stock's going down. Doesn't mean, that you're putting the company out of existence or anything. I mean, that's what people do. They short. They take advantage of the market both ways. I know there are some people that think it's unpatriotic to short. Well, I can't help you. No, 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 no. So Jess, no, you can short any time, okay? What was happening with me with the Lumen, Lumn, you might have heard me talk about this. So when a stock is down, now this is not down 10% right now, okay? But when a stock is down 10%, then it can be difficult to short it because even if your broker has shorts available, Interactive Brokers has 22.5 million shares available to short. So that was not the issue. The issue was, though, because it was down 10% yesterday and it's not positive today, there's something called the uptick rule that is in effect. So the uptick rule meaning that if a stock is down 10%, sometimes it'll be difficult to short it. Typically, if you want to short anything, you just go in at the bid, and you get a fill. But if a stock is down more than 10%, some action has to happen at the ask, and then it goes back to the bid. But you may be in a big queue of people wanting to do the same thing. So sometimes it's frustrating because you want to. I was trying to get this at I think 1080 or something, and it sat there for about 15, 20 seconds, would not get a fill, and then it moves down to 1076, sat there, and I'm just not going to chase it down. That doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes I get an immediate fill, even if it is down 10%. Okay, so it really depends. Every stock can be different. But if a stock is not down 10%, if it's up for the day or it's not down 10%, and your broker has shorts available, usually it's an instant fill, just as if you bought a stock. So the only thing that does that is the AI. Okay, you have an entry, you have a stop. How you manage it will be up to you. Okay. And sometimes there is a target. Okay. So that's the only thing that gives you what you're talking about: entry, stop, and target. It is our AI. And the AI is found here. From our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Ali Strategy Trades window. Okay, that's where the AI is. And then this is the window that you'll see. Pretty active day. Not bad, but nothing fantastic. But okay, see how that L fly? See how it popped up on my screen? I had that price alert set right here. See how it popped up on my screen? You cannot miss it. Yeah, I mean, as the bear killer, I just says, I mean, if it's not part of your trading plan, that's fine. But you're definitely missing out on maybe half the market. I mean, there's a corny cliche that you hear all the time. Stocks can take the escalator up and then the elevator down, so they drop faster than they go up. Poor old goose, guys. Okay, is the goose below yesterday's low? 27.02, not quite. So there's yesterday's low for the goose. Goose had earnings on the 10th. Another earnings play, CC, and just showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Uber continues to move down. So this market is, look at the SPY. I mean, all these things are following the SPY now. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, what is CC doing here? So CC, the 200-day moving average, 32.78, so it's way below that. There it is, that green line right on the chart. This is the one that got halted earlier, guys. IAA, earnings play, got halted on a volatility, moved down. I mean, the big moves right now are all, I'm sorry, all on the short side. So just practice, you know. I'll show you. I mean, I'll just show you. See how it, okay, I just wanted to leave that YMAB in there. See how it took me out for a $100 loss. Okay, you must have money management techniques. You must. Now, I also want to show you this. Yeah, okay, so this is excellent to, this is a great example. So you see today's profit, max P&L, and the distance from the exit price, okay? So I did not hold any short overnight. No, I typically don't hold shorts overnight. I'm not a big swing trader, number one, okay? I don't hold very many longs overnight. This is a great example, though. Notice I took in the simulator a $100 loss. That was the manageable loss. But look at this. At one point in the trade, I was up $121. You obviously should not let that happen. You should not, be up 121. You can see right here when it was 874. That was the max I could have if I got out of the trade right at the top here. And I'm not saying you can get out of trades right at the top, but you would not want to let a $121 gain turn into a $100 loss. Hopefully that makes sense. So you can use this as a gauge. How good are your exits? Remember what I was saying? That, okay, I could get out earlier, than my stop. But the minute this happened, if I were truly in this trade, the minute this would start happening, I'd be taking profit like mad, okay? I would never let this happen and then actually get stopped out for a loss. Never, 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 never. Okay? Now this also the 7 cents. The distance from the exit price. So now this is telling me where I got out of the trade. What has it done from there? So it's actually 7 cents above where I exited, where it was an auto exit. Yeah. Yeah, so, I determine my exits by sizing up usually no less than a 5-minute chart where I think there is some support. There are all sorts of different ways, okay, to have, to put your exits where you're going to get out of a trade. Probably one of the easiest things because, sizing up a chart, for me, I've been doing this for a while, so I have maybe my instincts or whatever. I'm sort of looking at a chart where I think there's a good support area. So if it broke down through that area, I want to be out of the trade. A very easy way to do it is if you've been able to check every box, and so you take the trade, maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Okay, that's an easy way to do it because it's you don't have to. There's no guesswork. You just take the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That's a way in which I would probably, if I were brand new to trading, I probably would do that because it's such a defined number, and use that as your stop to start off with. Whew. Meanwhile, this one, IAA, I am not in this one, but man, this is another catastrophic. You got halted on the way down. So it was a volatility halt. All right, guys, I just want to make sure it is Andy in our room today. It is Andy. Okay, he's just notified me. So it'll be Andy in our YouTube room today. A lot more. He uses B Plus, Brokerage Plus, way more than I do. Okay, so you can ask him tons of questions about Brokerage Plus, and I'll put the YouTube link in right now, so you can head over there. Not yet. He's not there yet. He'll be there at noon in about 10 minutes. And he'll be there between 12 and 1 while I'm on my break. Yeah, see, the VRCC won that race, but it was a very, very small percentage. But, you know, it won the race. And this is the other feature that is happening. You don't have it available yet, even if you download the beta from our website. But it tells you how many times a stock won a race. Now, we also have in the toolbar, in the dock channel bar, we've got some races already pre-configured. So if you're interested, for instance, in taking a look at the S&P, I mean, it doesn't interest me, but you know, it might interest some others. And you can tell, you know, who's moving up, who's moving down. Okay, and the race, we're working on changing the time that the race starts. Right now, the race starts in 30 seconds. In a 10-minute race, it doesn't matter. But you know, in my racing, you know, I don't like the fact that it takes 30 seconds on a 2-minute race to start again. So we're trying to reduce it to about 5 seconds. But anyway, this is a way in which you can kind of keep track on what's happening in the SPY. Again, it's nothing I would do, but some might like that. Friends, and these I believe are stocks that are stocks that people, I don't know why Stratasys is there, but I mean, there's another race. I think also a lot, well, if you click on most of our alerts, or most of our channels, we've got races set up in all the channels. Not all of them, I shouldn't say all of them. I think even in penny stocks, do we have penny stocks? Those of you who like penny stocks, yeah, here we go. So we've got races set up for the penny stocks. Okay, so how you use it is going to be up to you. But it's a more of a visual interpretation of the top list. Instead of, you know, for instance, you could have a top list and you could have it sorted on the ones that are up the most, right? That doesn't mean that one that's up the most at the very top of the list is moving though. Something could be not buried, but maybe halfway down your list that you're not really seeing, but it could be starting to move. And that is, to me, that is a great way to use the races. Mohammed, okay, I see you got over from YouTube. Welcome to the room. The goose has, I won't say it, somebody else will say it, I'll say it. The goose is cooked, guys. Boy. Earnings. As a proud Canadian, it hurts me to see this, but oh well. I have one, two, three, four. I have 5 Canada Goose products. Meanwhile, I'm sure Real is probably in this coop. Can't get it now, you know, it's too extended. I mean, a little bit of a break here. Actually, a little break here. I suppose there's argument to be made around that 48.20 mark, but that's too far away. Coop. You must be in Coop. Oh, BWMX. That was another awesome short. Guys, I understand. I mean, look at the percentage move. You get this short around 16, just under 16, and it's down $1.50 on a, you know, a $15, $16 stock. These are great percentage moves. More importantly, orderly. You know, hardly any wild big green candles to knock you out of the stock. Well, I think it's difficult only if you're new to trading. You know, this is, remember, it's a scanning tool. So I've got scans that I'm sharing, and we've got all sorts of different scans in our toolbar, in our channel bar. But if you're new to trading, also, that makes it doubly difficult. Okay, because you don't know what you want to see. So it's not so much I find that the software is difficult. It's that, okay, what are you looking at now, right? What am I seeing? You can make, listen, I always liken it to this. If you look at a Microsoft Word manual, look how big it is. And if you had to learn everything, I mean, most people, you know, what do people most learn? I want to know how to print, maybe change the font size, maybe do a bold here and there. That's about it, right? Same with trade ideas. We've got a ton of alerts and filters. You don't have to know them all. But you have to have an understanding about how you want to trade too. And that's why you can practice in our simulator to figure out, well, you've got to have some kind of a trading plan. Or do you want to be a momentum trader? You know, I'm more of a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. You know, that's why I like to see them. Some people don't like that at all, which is fine. They like to see stocks that have pulled back and then maybe breaking higher. I mean, you know, it really depends. You can set up scans to do virtually anything, but it depends on your trading style. And you know, you may not, and when I say you, I'm talking to everybody. You know, I think the problem with a lot of people, they don't have a trading style, because if you're new to trading, you don't really know the type of trader you want to be. You know, you don't know what I didn't have a trading style when I started out. I didn't know anything. You know, but over time, what made sense to me was to see these, you know, these stocks that are trading abnormally in terms of volume and all, near the highs or the lows of the day. That's what suited my trading style. It's not everybody. Well, again, you know, the software is a tool, and it's, you know, we're called trade ideas because we generate ideas. It doesn't mean every time I get an alert, do I pile into the trade? Of course not. So it requires, you know, this HGCR now is starting to interest me again. You know,
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Hello, traders. This is Andy. Can you guys hear me and see my screen? Testing 1 2 3. All right. All right. Welcome to the Friday edition of the support session. My name is Andy, bear with me while I'll go over here and sell a position. I don't want to be long anything right now. Hold on just a second. All right. Thanks, Debbie. I appreciate it. I bought this pins this morning as it came through the option scanner and had a nice little push around 26.40. And I just do not like the way it's acting. So may have to, I mean, the ugly daily. I was thinking there was some social media stocks moving today, and I saw the option volume come in it, and I'll give it a little bit here, but I don't like the way that's acting. If it doesn't do what I think it's supposed to do, I usually don't last very long. All right, guys, welcome to the. Let me just set an alert in this thing if it breaks down a certain level. All right. This is the support session, guys. If you have any questions about the software, you've come to the right place. All right. This is a live stream. We take over from Barry for about an hour. So once again, if you have anything you've been struggling with, especially like a configuration or a question about how the software works, this is the place to tackle it. If it's any sort of B+ problems that you maybe have, you're not getting fills or something like that, this is probably not the best venue because I would need to look at, or we would need to look at your reports that you would send in your files so we can kind of see what's going on. But other than that, yeah, this anything else, yeah, just fire away into the chat. Just use that live stream chat and ask me a question if you have one, and we'll do our best to tackle it the best we can. All right, let's take a look at the markets. I'm sure you guys have been talking about it in the in Barry's room, or maybe not. Maybe you guys just follow the action, but the Qs are definitely under pressure. Ugly candle yesterday, closing below all their major moving averages. There you got it closing below the 10 and 20 right there. And today made a little attempt to get above that 20 and then right back down. So definitely some pressure going on in the Qs. SPYs, I believe we're still a little bit pinched in the SPYs, and we are. We're kind of in no man's land in the SPYs right here. You got the right in between the 20 and the 10. So we'll see if this works itself out by the end of the day. We could just head into the weekend in no man's land. IWM has been kind of the one showing strength the last couple of days, relative strength, I should say. Especially yesterday was doing very well, and then of course the close took kind of everybody by surprise. But if you look over the last, compare the IWM here to the Qs over the last few days, and yeah, you can definitely see the relative strength in the IWM. So some of the small caps are doing well. Zillow's having a nice day today, back to highs off of earnings. And Yelp, doing well. I've been in Snap for a few days. I did sell some yesterday as it got up to this 50, so I got about half of it off, but still in about half. But I've been in this since bought it before earnings, so that one's been my best performer for sure. And I haven't been doing too much. I took a lot off the table yesterday, and I'm just in a little snap, a little hood that I bought, and I scalped out most of it yesterday, but got a little bit of hood left. Just been kind of going sideways for a few days. Hi, Iris. How are you doing? Hi, Debbie. Okay, let's see. Regarding stock car races, could you build a race that looks for stocks that just reported earnings? Gapped up, and all right, let's. It's a great question, and let's do that. Okay, because I actually have a earnings top list, and I'll share this before I start so you guys can follow along with me. Earnings Watcher, I believe I call it. Let's load it. Now, this is only going to have stocks that reported last night or tomorrow or this morning. Okay. There you have it, and this is a great exercise. I'll definitely share this for you guys. Let's see, Earnings Watcher. All right, I'll drop it into the chat there in case some of you guys want to follow along with me as we build a race. There you go. All right, so let's do a race. Okay, everything's set up. Remember, it has to be a top list. Okay, you cannot use an alert window. It's got to be a top list, and we have this sorted by change from the close. Let's do something here. We're going to add a change from the open. I think change from the open so much better. That's what I've been running since we invented these things. So let's add the change from the. You have to add the column. Okay, if you want to run a race based upon a certain filter, you have to add it as a column. I believe. Let's see. Maybe it can still if it's a filter. I don't think so though. So let's go in here and add change from open. And we're going to do a percentage basis, and we're going to show column. Okay, and we will take this change from open, move it right over here by the close. All right, so now we are going to sort by change from open, and I probably should do this and share this one with you. That would make sense, wouldn't it? All right, so let's go with change from open, sort, and biggest on top. Click OK. Okay. And sometimes after you do that, you kind of have to refresh it just because it's still kind of in change from close mode on the main screen here. So just go ahead and do it change from open. And yeah, that should work. So let's do this. Let's resave this. And I will drop it again. And there's the correct one, guys. I'm not going to put the name. You know what it is. So there's the one you want to use. Now let's build a race. All right. So basically, you're just going to right-click. And you're going to launch real-time race. We're going to go ahead and do 20 cars. You have to expand it to allow the size of the track to field 20 cars. It'll let you know if you're not doing that. It'll put the max, whatever it is that it can hold. Ooh, Newmont alert. I don't know why that's there. I think I have one up here. I'm not sure why that way went off. All right. Minutes to run. We'll do it for 10 minutes. Now let's do it for 15. And based on, we want to do change from open percentage. Sort by change from open. Delta, these are descending. This is all pretty much defaulted to these, and that's really the correct ones you want to be in. Replace cars. This will allow us any car that may move up into the top 20 in the ranking of your top list would automatically replace a car that dropped out of that top 20, if that makes sense. So Replace cars is good, and then you can always set it on auto rerun. I like doing that. And let's fire away. So our race is built. I think I have everything. Gold, time, we definitely want it on time. Minutes to run. All right, let's fire it away and see what happens. These are all earnings. We're working on this. As a matter of fact, I have a version I have to download this morning. We do just have a new download version, and we're working on this starting a lot quicker. Right now, it's just kind of a cycle through of the top list refresh, which is usually 30 seconds, so it does take a little time, but we are working on that. All right. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys. So once you got this, you really can just move your top list. You really don't need to watch your top list because the earnings watcher race cars are going to show you what is moving in that top list. I will bring it over and to show you. There's GDX. So people, gold is getting a little move here. I'm sure that makes Steve happy. He's been holding. He's in silver actually. Sometimes if gold gets going, I just can't trade that stuff, man. Every time I think it's about to break out, it fails me. See what silver's doing. Maybe it's lagging a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. For sure. All right. So they're off. And GP right now, let me just go ahead and bring over the top list. I think it looks good when you're watching it. So if you're just looking at a top list, here's GP right here. Okay, just took off to a lead. Now it looks like it's pulling. No, it's still got the lead. Okay, so change from the open. You got a lot of them up here, 12, 11, 10, 9. So imagine how far GP would have to run before it would start creeping up to the top of your list here. Okay. Now, I don't know if it's going to do anything, but it's a great example when you see these cars taking off. You're not going to be able to see those see that in a watch list, I can guarantee you. But having this race running really makes a difference. Now, it's what, 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours into the day. Market looks like it's falling asleep, so I don't know what we're going to see here, but these are earnings plays, so maybe we'll get a move out of something. Okay, Coor, there you go. Now, Coor actually gapped down. Okay, this was an earnings play that gapped down, and people are seeing value here, so it's actually winning the race right now, and it's getting over a kind of a congested level right there, so it could, there's no real resistance in this thing, except on the daily here, I guess but as far as the intraday chart goes, this thing could pop up to 21 pretty easy. Okay, let me pull this up a little bit so I can go. Okay, Coor still taking the lead. So when that popped up, it was right around 20, let's call it 2020 maybe at the most. So another 20 cents move there. And really, guys, if you're looking at this top list, you're not seeing this. There's Coor right here, down toward, 15 deep maybe. While that's going on, of all the stocks I've been in lately, I'm telling you, Snap has been showing the most relative strength. I mean, look at this relative strength. The market yesterday sold off, really hard, but yet it finished with a nice green bar. And even today, showing some relative strength up on the day. This thing can get through, this level right here. I probably, even though I sold some yesterday, I'll do this sometimes. I got a nice core position from down here. I will add some more through this 2-day high if it breaks through, because now you're talking about breaking, a kind of a trend going right here. So now you're getting to a level where it can pop above that and get into some clear air, as Steve likes to call it, something like that, clean sky or something. I can't remember what he said. All right, Coor is still taking the lead. It's a nice feature that you can click on these cars and have it linked to your charts as well. But not a whole lot happening. I mean, it is a Friday, and we're almost 3 hours into the market, and really the trend is down. So not sure what we'll see here. Okay, we can do that. We can check your. You want to see biggest gappers? Okay. Well, that'll be easy to do. We can do this. We can configure this and just add a gap. Gap percentage, show column. Let me take out something right here we don't need. Position in lifetime range. Just clean this up a little bit. We can see everything on the chart. Now here's the thing, Debbie. Here's the thing about gap. Okay, biggest gappers, what they're going to do is your screen is going to freeze once the market opens if you're sorting by gap. Okay, that's the issue. So we can come in here and put it on gap. Okay, and this gap is going to show you the stocks that had the biggest gap this morning. Okay, which is fine. I just had somebody in online, I see, or in the chat forum or something, that was asking about this, and I was telling him, I said, listen, once your gap market opens, basically your top list is going to freeze, because any gap stops once the first print of the day hits. Okay, that's your gap. It's not like the stock keeps moving, the gap gets bigger. No, the gap is only from the close from yesterday to the first print of the day. Okay, so I can build you something and sort by gap, but you're going to be watching the same cars in the race over and over, so you're not going to see the ones that may not have gapped up as high but are just ripping. So does that make sense? I mean, I'll be happy to run this race for you like this, but like I said, once the market opens, these things, that's what's problem with the people say they want to see gappers on their default layout. I said, well, you can do that, but you're better off just watching the pre-market channel, and then once the market opens, look at something else, because all those gappers are just going to freeze, and you're going to be looking at the same stocks over and over. But if you want to let's see, gappers up and fizzled, losing the most. Okay. All right, the same principle applies. So you're looking for gaps that gapped up and are trading down. So what you'd have to do in a situation like that, that's going to be tough, Debbie. You're going to have to send that one, because what you're asking me is you want the sort to be the biggest gappers, okay, but you want to them have seen them fizzled and are starting to move. Okay, you want to use the 5-minute change percentage as the based on. Okay. All right, so let's let me do this. Okay, let's gap, and then we'll add a 5-minute change in 5-minute column. Okay, so now we got the column. So you want it, sorted by gap. Okay, so this gap is these races are going to be the same ones over and over, but you want it based upon change in 5 minutes. Okay, so let's see what some of these are doing. Ooh, that was a nice one this morning. Boy, look at that little breakout above that area. Dang, it's pretty. All right, so let's clear this race, and we are going to start a new race based upon this one that's stocks that are gapped up, and you have to have a column. So if you want to based upon change in 5 minutes, so let's run another race. Now, are you looking for stocks that strongest over the last 5 minutes or weakest? Because I thought I saw something in there where you said fizzling and fizzling. Oh, nice one on that one. So you want to look for stocks going down or going up, Debbie, in this scan that we're building right here. Weakest use weakest down. Okay. All right. Just go 20 cars, and we're gonna run it for, let's go 10 minutes so we can see some action here. Based upon change in 5 minutes. Wait a minute. I gotta. All right, so hold on. Let me change this. So we're gonna do. Yeah, this is kind of a tough one because you want it change in 5 minutes, but we sorted by gap. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this because I'm going to have to change the. Let's see if it'll work based upon. So change in 5 minutes. You're going to want this. Let's see if this will work. I haven't done something like this. So you want change in 5 minutes stocks that are going down. Yeah. So do you want the stocks that are up the most of 5 minutes, and then you want to see them fizzle out? So you would definitely want. Okay, let's do this gap. So based on gap. Okay. Gap, and yeah, this this is kind of a tough one here. So based upon change in 5 minutes, we'll just fire it off and see what happens here. All right, let's see if this works. Whoa, wait, you got to change. Hold on. Wait, I don't think I had to do that. I should have gone back to settings. Let's go 20 cars, 10 minutes, based upon change in 5 minutes. Gap percentage. Place cars, biggest loser. And I think that's right. All right, so let's see what happens. And probably the best way is just going to be look at the charts. We'll look at the 15-minute charts to see if these stocks are meeting our criteria. Now, once again, this you're gonna see a lot of this because these are stocks that were based upon gap and not where they currently are. So a lot of these would have already sold off and they're bouncing now. Okay, Zillow is on there. We know that's been strong. You showed them backwards with losers showing as gainers. Huh? No, well, these definitely. Uh, Probably what you're doing. The reason you're doing that, Debbie, you're because at the time you start the race, they're not losers because you're sorting. I mean, you're basing it on the change in 5 minutes. So the last 5 minutes, they're gonna, obviously the candle is going to be going up. So uh, if you're looking for them, you probably need to reverse the gap. In other words, do the weakest on top, and it will show stocks that are weak. But once again, okay, gap is going to always show you stocks that gapped up the most. So when you're running these races, some of these stocks may have already filled the gap because once again, you're basing the race upon the gap. I'm almost thinking with what you're looking to find, it would probably be better off in a different type of scan. In other words, if you're looking for something that has moved up and maybe possibly starting to fizzle, you do not need to sort by gap. You don't need the biggest gappers because that may work in the first minutes of the day, but after that, some of those stocks have already lost their gap. They're not they've already fizzled. They died. So you almost want to do use change from close or change from open and then look for it. I mean, you're almost looking. This would be almost better served in an alert window. I hate to say that because then you're looking for stocks that. Let me see if I can get a good example for you. Yeah, well, here's one. Let's something that I just recently built. Tired junk. And this may be one for you. You mentioned Iris looking for a possible good shorting. Let's see. Wait, I don't want to do that. I want to load it. Debbie, I don't mean to get you off the current. I mean, this is one we're probably going to have to write up and tell me exactly what you're looking for and send it to info because that's going to take some work because it sounds like to me you're trying to get too fancy with the stocks gapping up and starting to fizzle because you need to use something other, than a gap. So I don't mean to get us off this current scan. It's just something that I mean I'm really not quite sure, exactly what you're looking for. Maybe if you give me an example of a chart, maybe the best or a stock a chart that you're looking for, and then we can work it that way. A lot of times that's the best way to work it. But just assuming, that stocks that gapped up the biggest are going to hold up, and then eventually fizzle is probably a bad way to approach it, because a lot of those gappers, they sell off right at the beginning. We can look a couple more. Yeah, I think the problem is you're using change in 5 minutes, but you're also, which is showing you the stocks that moved up the most in the last 5 minutes, but you're also looking for weakness at the same time. So it's almost a paradox. Okay, you would almost have to reverse this, and I'm just going to go ahead and close this because it's not working. You almost have to reverse this and use change in 5 minutes like this. Okay. It's actually going to, I need to do it one more time. Okay, now that's obviously weakness, even though it's not fizzling from the top. Yeah, it's almost like I said. It's just you have conflicting ideas. I'm afraid. Okay, because I mean it's a cool concept. I kind of get what you're thinking, but we just have to approach it a different way. And I'm going to need to think about this in a little bit, especially because the races are a little bit different. Okay, I can't. I just need to put my idea to see how I'm going to work the races. Because you really only have two things that you can base it on. So I'm going to have to think about this one. But this will give you an idea right here. This, and maybe you can take this process and put it into like an intraday one. But this is one that I built for shorting stocks that had a nice run up, but they're showing weakness. It's called Tired Junk. And if we look at the filters here, you're going to see I'm wanting the stock to change in 20 days up 20%. So think about this. In the case of yours, all right, okay, explain trap for me, Debbie. I'm not that familiar. I mean, gap and crap, I understand. At what point is it considered a trap? Yes, Iris, I did. You must have not heard me. I said this is a scan that I built. I built for shorts. This is the recent one that I've built, other than death row inmates, and I think you have death row inmates. Okay. Okay. Well, here's the problem, Debbie. Okay, with your thinking, most of your gap and traps or gap and craps happened quick. Okay. They're not ones that will sit there and be strong, for 2 hours in the day. That's what you call persistent momentum. Very seldom do you see persistent momentum stocks all of a sudden just take a crap. It's more the ones that gap up early, and smart people realize that this should not be gapping, and they hit it hard right at the open. So. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's probably one that you can run one race at the beginning of the day. But honestly, I'm going to be honest with you, it's probably going to be best served in an alert window, because those things usually happen very quick. Yes, they can be really big. They can be really big. So, I don't have one of those, on hand. Well, I might. Anyway, let me go ahead and share this one for those who might want to look to short stocks that have had a big run up. And Iris, this is really the only one that I've built recently for shorting intraday. And you can see here on the chart, stocks usually have a big run up. This would have been in here probably around 153. It's already dropped 10 cents. Here's another one that has had a nice little run up, opened up, boom, got hit. You probably would have been notified that pretty early. Ship looks like it might be starting to happen now. Yeah, I'd keep an eye on this, and if it breaks this level right here, I know a lot of people who make a lot of money shorting these kind of stocks. Yeah, another one. You know, it's gone from basically $12 all the way up to $16. It's getting tired. Look at that tail yesterday. This one were to break down through this level, could be a great short. So let me share this one with you, Iris. That's really the only thing that I've built recently for shorting. There you go, Iris. Let me see if I have something for Gap and Crap. I don't know. Gap and Go. And remember, we're this is another thing. Once again, since you're using an alert window, you have to use a top list in a race. Okay, they refresh every 30 seconds. There's a really good chance, you're going to miss these by the time, and I know a lot of them can get hit hard and sell, but by the time you get a refresh, in the first 30 seconds. So you might want to start. In other words, you might want to start this at least 30 seconds before the market opens. But I don't even know. We're gonna have to try to build something like this. I'll give it a shot, but it may take more time than I need. Thanks, Debbie. Yeah, I appreciate it. That 5-minute reverse. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Thank you. All right, so let's just think about this and how you build them. That's all you do is you kind of picture a stock, a chart in your head, and you go from there. So I would start definitely with gap. And you got to basically identify the gap, how much you want to gap up. So let's say let's just start with 3%. We can always come in and change this. And let's put volume today. Let's just do 200,000. We won't stocks that, and it's gonna do 200,000 pretty quick if it's gapping up that much. It's gonna do it in a matter of minutes. Price over $3. Change from close doesn't matter because we're using a gap percentage. This is a tough one. It's really a tough one. For an alert, like I said, an alert window is kind of easy because you can just put a 5-minute low and go from there. Let's try this. Let's do this. I have no idea if this is going to work, but change 1 minute. Don't change. Maybe let's just do 1 minute. I think that's an alert, a 1 minute. We have in a 1 minute, of, like a fast moving 1 minute alert. We don't have it in a filter though. Hmm. Okay, maybe we might have to miss the uh, range. Today's range. Let's do today's range as a column. Gosh. About 5 minute range. Show column. I'm just going to start building something and see what it looks like at position and range, relative volume, price, change from the close. Okay, I want to see what this looks like. During 5 minute range. We're going to put it on, let's just put it on 15 minutes after the open. Ah, come on. I'm just trying to get an idea of some of these. Man, a lot of these didn't sell off. Look at them. All of them went higher. There's one that didn't work out very well, but didn't go higher. But there's one definitely that sold off. But see, here's the thing. This Expedia is up 5%. So if you're sorting by gap, I don't even know if that would have been in there. There's one that kind of sold off for sure, still selling off. There's another one. Okay, so I don't think I think you should just build your alert and not sort by gap, because I think if you sort by if you have it sorted by gap, okay, you're going to miss a lot of these, okay, because you're going to get the biggest percentage gappers, and a lot of those aren't going to sell off. Some of them will, but a lot of them, are just going to keep going higher like this. So what I would do is just maybe use the 5 minute range, or we have it set up, okay, so the gap has to be a certain percentage, and we could even make that higher if you wanted. So I would just run the race based upon maybe the 5 minute range being. So let me just do this. Sort on 5 minute range. Smallest on top. There you go. Now let's go ahead and try to run this and see what happens just from our current place here. See if it's going to work. So since we're using a filter, because it has to gap up a certain percent, I don't think you need to focus too much on only the top 20 gappers of the day, okay? Because I think if you do that, you're going to be missing some opportunities. So let's just do it based on the 5-minute range. Sort by 5-minute range, ascending, delta, replace cars, biggest losers win. Let's see what we have here. All right. This will give us an idea if it's working. I mean, obviously the best opportunity is going to be in the early minutes of the day, or at least the first 30 minutes. Some of these stocks, they'll do a head fake to the upside and then get weak. Okay, look at this one. Even though it's not really doing anything, it was oh man, I ran it for 1 minute. That's the problem. What does that do? Oh, that flipped it to the. Let's stopped it. Do we? Is there a way to go back to the config? Yeah, there we go. No. How do you go back to set the? You think I would know that, but I don't. Show race setup. There you go. How do you edit? Boy, I tell you. I have to figure that one out. You think I would know that? Surely there's a way to do it. Let's run it 10 minutes, 20 lanes, price, 5-minute range, ascending, replace cars. Market's getting weak again, and no, Iris, we if I have any other questions coming in, well, yeah, I did stop the race. Maybe I started it again. You're right. Spies are looking to possibly go down to lows. Take a look at the Qs. Qs are going to lows. Let's see if this is working. There's a good one. See, Blink gapped up. There was your gap. I don't even think they had earnings. So there's your gap. Getting tired, and that's definitely a potential short there. This one's getting tired, but what's wrong with my 15-minute chart? What's happening there? Great. I have to reset that. I'm not sure what's going on. That's what happens sometimes when you get on these dev vivs. You find these dev versions, you get find some problems. So something like this may work, Debbie. I mean, you're seeing some stocks that are, they're jumping around a lot because the market's not really doing anything. But I see that the patterns are potentially there. There's one that's definitely starting to fizzle out. Started to fizzle. Now you would have seen this, a lot earlier. Had you been running a race, you would have seen it in this bar. Um, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to crap, but I think you would catch the ones in the early first 15, 20 minutes of the day by doing something like this. Or you could even use you could use a 2-minute range as well if you wanted to. I just used a filter, Debbie. All I did was use a filter of a minimum of a 3-minute gap. Okay, so I don't think you should sort based upon gap, because you're only going to get the top 20 gappers. Well, what happens to all the ones below that? You may have 50 stocks that gapped up, let's say above 5%. Okay, why do you want to limit yourself to only the top 20? As long as you use a filter to determine how much the gap has to be, all those cars are going to be qualified for the races. Okay, so there's no reason to use, based upon gap or sort by gap. All you really need to do is just use a filter that determines it has to gap up a certain amount. Does that make sense? I think this will be a good something good for you to work off of, because you can always come in here, because I see it working. Blink, it's I can see this working. So here's what I'll do is I'll just save this and let you kind of go from there, and we'll give it a different name. Um, we'll just call it. So I'll remember it in case you come back and ask me anything. Debbie's race. See, the key is you're sorting by this 5-minute range. Okay, since you're sorting descending, so since you're doing that, you are going to see the stocks that are at the low end of their 5-minute range. Okay, potentially showing signs of weakness. Of course, the market's going to lows. You're probably going to get a lot of them right now. But nonetheless, I think this may give you a good starting point. You're welcome, Debbie. All right, market is getting weaker. Just got to check to see if I need to sell anything. Snap, I'm not looking really to get out of that one. I am still hedged via SPXS. Have been for a while, jumped in and out a couple of times, but so it allows me to stay in some of these. But pins, that just may have to go because it's not doing what I thought it would do. I'll give it to that trigger point. There's no sense in being in a bunch of stuff. I'm not in a bunch of stuff, but you bear with me just a minute. I got to re-log into. Yes, we are. We are definitely retesting lows. There's definitely some weakness in here. All right, got about 5 more minutes, and a good session. I think anytime you can build, kind of work on building a window and work with races and stuff like that. A lot of people find value in that, I've been told. And yeah, let's take a look and see if the IWM is still holding up. It's even rolling over. And the Qs by far are the weakest. They are coming up to a critical level here. Nice support level right there. See if they can hold. There's that pins alert, but it's gone. I actually sold it before I even got there. And look at Holly showing some directional bias pretty much all day. I always like when I see that. A lot more shorts than she has longs. See if some of these pay off. Got a couple of decent percentage gainers. Basically a 1.5% on about 4 of them, close to it. B, the long here, got out for profit save. Take a look at that B because that was a strong one this morning. Yeah, not a bad one there at all. Like to have gotten it sooner, but there's that ship. One we just marked off from the tire junk. Let's take a look at the spies. Trying to break now their 20 period on the spies on the daily, which is 447.30. Got below that, so the spies may want to come test this 200 period moving average today. We'll see. And GDX still having a good day. Darn, I had an alert that Newmont, if it would have come down to that 50 period moving average, I didn't quite get it. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. Yep, I'm gonna call Barry in here in about a couple of minutes. I like to give him a little minute or two after the top of the hour, but I'll be letting him know it's time for him to come in. There's one that had a nice run up that may be tiring, although there's a lot of tons of options being bought on that today. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Okay, so Barry tells me he's back in, guys. So hey, listen, have a great weekend, and we'll see you guys next week.
What are we now? Still 100%. So remember at the beginning of the day, I said, energy plays, and they're still the king. I mean, technology. I think when we last looked was about 70-odd%. Okay, financials I can't remember, but energy has been strong all day long. Yeah, you've been doing real. I think he wants you wants you to take it off topic. Um, okay, guys. Trip TRP. Another energy. Boy, energy. Now, one that is not energy is Cooper, and Coop is not, but it's an earnings play. Just absolutely trading on its own. COOP. Hello, Mike. It's, well, okay, this is chemical. I sort of lump it in energy. But anyway, CC now breaking down below 30. CC breaking down below 30, another earnings play. Halfway between its lifetime high, 50%, or above its lifetime high. Well, Poe, if you say I always seem to not do well on Fridays, then there's your answer. I always seem to not do well on Fridays. There's your answer. Have a 3-day weekend. G flippin' T. Oh my goodness gracious. So what is the potential support area now? I mean, it blew through that 200-day like nothing. Absolutely like nothing. Then Michael, I suggest you and Paul get together at some place and don't trade Fridays. Okay, now we got Poe, PJ, and Michael. Yeah, I see GME. I just find it difficult to trade this one. I mean, out of nowhere, those are, the WSBers can just come in and say, you know what, we see you're trying to knock it down. Go, I know you're short. I hope it works out great for you. Goose, just a weak stock, getting weaker and weaker and weaker. Ha! Well, enough of that, Pepe. Only one I'm in. Well, everybody should be in GT, except me. Everybody should be in GT. I think this is even better than the TWOU yesterday. I think. Maybe not. In terms of, it's close though. I'm thinking about on a percentage basis. Yeah, I'd have to look at that. 13. Yeah, this is probably a little bit better, but not much. The GT was just kind of strange the way it was up in the pre-market or post the pre-market. Released in the pre-market. Look good. And then I tell you, I mean, this is one of the strange things that you see every now and then. I mean, you see a stock that releases either after hours or pre-market, looks really good. No inkling this was going to happen. I mean, there was nothing like in the pre-market it was starting to drop. Nothing. And the Uber, Goose. Test drive starts on Monday. But if you're part of the test drive, you'll have access to the program around 4:20. Yeah, the crosses of the SMA, depending on the period, doesn't really matter. It requires a volume confirmation or the candle to close. So you might think it's late. Depends on the how fast it moves, of course, but you might think it's late. Yeah, so I think today we were given a lot, PJ. For my style of trading, anyway. I mean, all I needed was to take GT. I could have taken Uber. I could have taken Goose easily. And then on the upside, as Real has pointed out many times, Coop. So this is what I shared with Real, okay? This is the 10-day range, either on the way up. So the ones in green are above the 10-day range. The ones in orange are below the 10-day range. And then I sorted on the position in today's range, okay? With the ones, and I put a very tough filter on here. Has to be at least within 5% of the top or the bottom. Otherwise, I was getting way too many alerts. Now, if I don't get a lot of alerts, and this is what I'm talking about. Configure, summary. So when I didn't have anything in the position in the range, I mean, this was just full. So I started off with 80-20. It was still huge. I put 90-10. It was still huge. So I put 95.5, and this is what we've got. So again, what that means is every stock we see here is above the 10-day range, okay? Plus, it's within 5% of today's high. And then on the downside, this is what's happening on the downside. So you can just see gold right at the top of the day. And of course, above the 10-day range. And with the minimum volume, I have, I think, 500,000 shares minimum volume. So this could be a really interesting watch list for the day. You know, maybe all we need. I don't know. These are the stocks that are moving though. And Goose continues. Where is the next possible support for Goose? So you look at a monthly chart, and the next low is 2401, I believe. 2401, yeah. Disastrous 3 months. After looking pretty good, 3 months ago, looked pretty good. Up to $55 or so, looked pretty good. No, it isn't. Might add it, but you can have it right now. I just made it today. Actually, okay, I'm going to do this, save and share it. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, real. I'll take a look at it. I thought, yeah. I mean, I wanted. If you get too many alerts, of course, then you have to kind of scroll down to the bottom. So I was definitely thinking about separating them, but let's just take a look at what you've got. See how you might have, of course, a different price range. One in 60. So you reduce. Okay, so you added. Okay, so you added a couple. So it had got to be 110%, and you added 50 cents from the open. Okay. And then, yeah, we can look at that. And you didn't care about sorting then on the where it is in relation to today's high, I take it. All right. So you're getting a lot. Yeah, I agree that yeah, putting a change from the open minimum that would probably eliminate. Of course, it eliminate a lot of stock. So let's see how different. So we have the CRS, but you have sorted on the change from the open. Okay, the change from the open. Okay, in dollars, interesting. Not percent. Well, as we all know, there's no right or wrong way. So let's, for argument's sake, take a look at Z. All right. Well, let's see. I mean, we'll just see what I'm going to save this one. Just I'm going to give it a name. I like, maybe I'll add the change from the open also. And that will cut down some more. My whole goal is not to have so many. Well, Coop approaching. I'm sorry, this is the wrong one. There's that one I couldn't get. Beautiful. I mean, that's beautiful. LUMN. There's another one. You want to print this chart out? I mean, that's what you want to see. I don't mean because it's going down. It's just orderly. All right. No big giant green candles to knock you out of the trade. This is what you look for, in my opinion. Anyway, this is what you look for. Robot doing its work in the background. Oh, another one, car. I mean, it's amazing. Another one almost near the lifetime low. Okay, so Mohammed, all I can say is that I've used it for 5 years and I'm very, very happy with it. That's all I can say. As far as recommendation, I mean, I've used it for 5 years. Definitely has more inventory of shorts than a lot of other brokers. Not compared to a Center Point or a Cobra, okay, but has a lot more than the average broker in my opinion. And as far as I've never had an issue with execution, so find it a very, very stable platform. If you want to call that a recommendation, go for it. But I've had it for 5 years. Zed. Well, Jay's here. He knows what I'm talking about. Well, again, Mohammed, I can only express what's happened to me over the last 5 years. So, well, if you want to be, okay, here's the deal. If you want to be able to link right now, linking meaning clicking on a symbol and it'll load into your platform. Right now, you need the pro version, not the light version. We're working on getting the light version to work, okay? But according to IB, you will not be able, not that it, you don't, if you're looking to auto trade anything, then you're going to need the pro version. If you don't care about auto trading, then ultimately the light version will be okay. Ultimately, for those of you in the US, not in Canada. There's no light version of IB in Canada. So you could always start off with the pro version, and then if we're able to connect to the light version and you don't care about auto trading, then you can go to the light version, if that makes sense. Right now though, if you want to be able to connect, and when I say connect, I'm just talking about an external link. I'm not even talking about using Brokerage Plus. I'm just talking about connecting, making life simple rather than having, when you get an alert, instead of having to type the symbol in, we have an external linking tool that works with most brokers. Okay, and certainly with IB, but IB Lite, IB Pro. You don't understand? Okay, right now you'd have to have Pro, okay? If you don't care about any linking, okay, if you don't care about linking, and okay, so you don't care about auto trading, that's good. Again, linking is just a time saver. So if you don't mind typing the symbol in, then you can use light. But if you want to be able to link, so when I click on HTCR, it loads into my brokerage platform, into IB. That doesn't happen if you're using light. If you don't care, if you don't mind typing the symbol in, then you can use light. Does that make sense? But if you're like me, like I'm clicking on tons of symbols a day, I would hate to have to always type the symbol in. Oh, GT. You're welcome. So why is GT doing this? Earnings. Typically when you see a stock doing something like this, there is some news associated with it. And of course, we're in earnings season. We're got another couple of weeks of pretty solid earnings seasons, like stocks that a lot of people won't even hear of, but they're going to release earnings. And on those days, you can get some wild action on those stocks. Lots of volume, lots of up and down. Well, this is not an up and down move. This is down, and keep going down. Yeah, this room is like this every day. Oh, well, not every day. Monday to Friday. Yeah, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Can I give you my wife's email, Mohammed? I'm just kidding. But believe me, it's not just me. We've got a great group in this room. We've got a great group in this room. So it certainly isn't just about me. Here's another one. Yeah, okay, another energy play. I mean, look at these energy plays. HFC, another energy play. So using this scan on Monday, the stop list, early on in the day will be interesting just to see. I mean, we're obviously late in this because I'm just looking at this now. But, if we catch some, and if we go to our sector scan and we see that energy is strong, I mean, it gives you a lot of confidence to take an energy play that is doing well, right? I mean, doesn't it make sense? Well, when you say the pro version, I mean, the pro version, the only difference between standard and premium, I call it premium, is the AI. I mean, there are some other differences, but, I mean, it's not mandatory that you have the AI. I mean, this is what it looks like. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you, okay? That's the only difference. It's a big difference, but, you don't have to do anything. You just let the alerts happen. But how you trade them will be up to you. And if you do want to try it out, for the 10 days, you can sign up for the test drive. So this test drive is open for those of you who have our standard service also. Okay, it will cost the $11.11, and you'll have access to the premium service for those 10 trading days. And again, as always, once it's over, show you what it looks like. Yeah, so if you click on the link, there it is. And then again, for those of you coming into the room now, this test drive starts, actually it kind of starts at about 4:20 today. I say that because you'll have access to the program. Obviously, the market's not, well, after hours is open, but you can download the program, and then you can take a look at our channel bar. You can take a look at the scans. You can take a look at my scans. Chris Varley will be in our YouTube room starting at 3:30, and I don't know until when he's going to go. He'll probably stay there. Listen, if you had questions all night, he would stay there all night. Okay. So you can head over to the YouTube room. I'll put that link in when I do shut this room down at 3:30. But again, this is open for standard subscribers also. And again, once it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. We don't put you into a subscription. There's nothing for you to unsubscribe from. And that goes for the standard subscribers too. If after the 10 days, well, you don't even have to tell us. You just automatically get put back to standard. Okay. If you want to maintain premium, you just let us know. Well, the test drive the test drive allows anybody who wants to try us out. They'll have access to the premium service for $11.11. Okay, just as if they were a premium subscriber. Okay, that's what the test drive is. It's 10 trading days, the 14th to the 28th inclusive. That's 10 trading days, and we do this about 3 or 4 times a year. We don't have free trials, so as close as you're going to get. And this is when it ends, guys. So, like some people say, well, I just started on the 16th, so do I get 10 days? No, it's depreciating, okay? You can still sign up all next week too. You'll just get a depreciating number of days. You can sign up all the way till next Friday, in which case you'd only get 5 days, but is it worth a little over $2 a day to try us out? That'll be for you to decide. Here's another one, making the list. Is that right for the first time? No, I guess not. 10, I'm just hearing 10. TEN. Wow. Moving down here, not an earnings play. Vehicle parts manufacturing. I wonder if this is getting... Those truckers are definitely causing some concern. I think what a lot of Americans don't realize is that there's a huge auto parts industry in Canada that supplies a lot of GM and Ford, and they're not able to get those. And it's in Windsor. Well, actually, it's in Oakville, but Ontario, but not able to get those parts across the border. Two-minute, please. Yeah, so Mohammed, there's no guarantee. I mean, what I use is this in the pre-market. Okay, this is what I. If you go to my home page, so if you go to my home page, click on my link, and then you'll be brought to. Okay, you'll be brought to this page here. Okay, so here are my scans. This is what I use. Go to the scan section. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market to get set for the day. Now, just because something was super duper active in the pre-market, no guarantee it's going to continue. But this at least, these are 2 top list windows, and these are alert windows, and you can look at them on Monday, and this kind of gets me started thinking, okay, these are the ones that could move once the market starts. Okay, not 100%, of course. But at least I have an idea about what is moving in the pre-market with these 4 scans here. And so all you have to do is save my link. You save my link, then you can, and this is for all your test drivers too. If you save my link, then you can look at this once you have access to the program, okay? Meanwhile, the market is just selling off. And all the education is there too, so. Wow, you guys who are in a firm are having a good day. AFRM having a good day. Look at the market. Wow, look at the market just selling off. Yikes. My grub trade is working pretty nicely. Okay, guys, yeah, let's take this off topic. Off topic, okay? Anything to do with, with potential invasions of Ukraine or whatever, take this off topic, okay? Stocks only here. Stocks only, only, only. Now, Barrett, see, I have to delete your post, Barrett. I know you're kidding, but so anything that is off topic in this stocks only, I'm just going to delete it, okay? No, I understand, but this is just for specific stocks, okay? Believe me, people, the minute you put it in off topic, people will read it too. Well, there is, yeah, I mean, here's a big market sell-off, definitely. Come on, grub. Do me proud. So yeah, so look at Russian stocks. What is the Russian? Is it RSX? What is the Russian? So here's the Russian ETF, country ETF, guys. Here it is, RSX. So you want to participate in this? Yandex. Let's take a look at a specific Russian stock. Yeah, so coming into maybe some support, but look at the RSX, guys. RUSL. So RUSL is another one. So here's the bull. So if you don't want to short, then what Ori is talking about is you can buy. Oops, I guess is that right, Ori? You got the right one, Russ. I thought you were trying to show the short, how you could short a Russian index by buying. Tissy, yeah, new salt. Ugh. Ugly. 67 cents. Holy smokes, guys! This is just this selling is now becoming indiscriminate. Now, a potential invasion. Let's take a look at energy. I'm sure energy is still probably 100%. Sector status. Probably energy is still 100%. The answer is yes. So energy is still strong, obviously with potential disruption in energy supplies, oil supplies, whatever. So wow. I mean, if you got my sound alert on the breaking down on volume is wow, 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 and that's all it's saying. Wow, wow. This is what I'm talking about right here, breaking down on volume. Well, and I hear, the bounce plays from Zach are saying buy, 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 but no, 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 not when the market's doing this. I would be steering away from bounce plays for sure. Believe it or not, the only one I'm in right now is Grub. Yeah, well, until the market stops this, I mean, you might get the odd bounce play. I wouldn't expect it would bounce too much, though. Crypto getting probably kicked also. Take a look at Bitcoin. There's nothing safe right now other than energy. Other than energy. as suspected. So let's take a look at how about VG? Vonage. Oh, this is supposed to be a buyout, isn't it? So look what happened to my list. Okay, before it was predominantly green. These were stocks making 10-day highs within 5% of the high of the day. So this, I mean, you can just look at this. This is bucking the trend. INVA is absolutely bucking the trend. It's not caring what the market's doing. And this is I wish I could get rid of this. Is a SPAC. And then VET, what is VET doing? Vermilion energy play. Okay, so but INVA absolutely bucking the trend. I mean, it was a bio, yeah. Well, what a way to end Friday of the week. All right, are we getting? And that's the biggest volume bar of the day, also on the SPY, which is pretty extraordinary. Here's the biggest volume bar of the day right here. Not that Goodyear needed any other reason to make a new low, but here we go, another new low for GT. Congratulations! I know somebody was shorting GameStop up around the 129. Definitely helped by the market. All right. Check this out, guys. Some gold and silver plays coming in here. Gold and silver. Okay, so again, maybe the little, it used to be the safe haven going to gold, but you can see some gold and silver. This is gold, this is gold, this is, well, precious metals. El Dorado. Yeah, again, Mohammed, understand that I can try to answer some of the questions, and that's why I'm here. But we also will have a big Q&A all day long. which is more geared to Q&A. You can ask me questions. Don't get me wrong. You can ask me questions, but you know, I do have other tasks that I have to do. So it all depends. I'm not trying to dissuade you at all. GT. Well, I don't know where support for GT is. I mean, we can look at a chart here and look down here, and the low is what, 1556. So that's the next low looking left. Maybe, but if the market keeps doing this, you know, if the market keeps doing this, I mean, there's no real support. The wow sound does not stop. Yes, you don't have to listen to it, but it certainly gets your attention. Well, I mean, people have been posting stuff about it. I don't know if it's you know, 100% real or not, but obviously, but the market is reacting to rumors of it for sure. I guess nobody's going to be golfing. There's Eli making a low also. Another earnings play. Nobody's going to golf now. Yeah, nothing is safe, guys, right now. This is other than energy. Everything, it's just a complete sell-off in virtually every sector except energy, which makes sense. Let's put this in perspective of where the SPY is now, okay? Take a look at the SPY on the monthly chart. So we had this last month, remember we had all the scare down here at 418, and then it, you know, moved back up almost to the highs, not quite. And now we're getting this, what's the day today? So a third of the way, actually, that's right, this is the short month, so just have to wait and see. So again, if you don't want to short, you're basically sitting on your hands unless you've got some energy play that you're in. Just looking for any sort of sign. So we have a little bit of a bottoming tail on the SPY, a little bit of one. Just a very, very, very small bottoming tail right now in the SPY. Time is, but you know what? We still have 10 minutes for that candle to close, or 9.5 minutes for that candle to close. So Boy, to release earnings today, getting all caught up in this also, I mean, it's bad enough for a lot of these companies, but now it's just they're being taken to another level. I mean, guys, I mean, look at this. I mean, I have a pretty tough filter in here. These stocks all have to be below the 10-day low and plus within 5% of today's low. You know, before all this started, I might have seen 4 or 5 stocks. Look at them all now. Look at them all. So these are all stocks below a 10-day low and also near the low of the day. And this is it. This is it for the 3 stocks, and I don't count TINV. EQNR, I think it's a energy play. Yeah, EQNR, energy play. Petroleum refineries, where are they out of? Norway. Wow. So now, of course, this is sort of a bit of a gauge too. If the wows stop for a while, it must mean the market maybe is putting a bit of a maybe a mini bounce. All right, guys, I covered some of my grub just around 850. See, little bit of a bottoming tail. So, is the indiscriminate selling over for a while? I mean, we've got a big bottoming tail. Let's take a look at the SPY, a bigger chart, so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, so we've got this big bottoming tail here. Big one. Okay, again, what does that mean? The buyers had this all the way down here. Sorry, the sellers had it all the way down here. The buyers are trying to close it. They've taken control for a while. But this candle still has about 6 minutes to close. Yeah, it's 1:54 right now. These are 15-minute candles. So you can do the math. So this will be key. If all of a sudden another wave of selling comes in, look out. I mean, we're already in a lookout, but really look out. So my guess, a lot of stocks are starting to look like this on a 15-minute chart. Let's just take a look at some of the ones that I've got thumbnailed. So you can see the bottoming tail for GME, AMC, even this one, TWO. You're starting to see some bottoming tails. These are the ones I've got thumbnailed. Yeah, well, I think what Frank is talking about, I mean, like me, I was short grub, right? So I've covered some of my positions. So there could be a lot of short covering, some short cover. I haven't covered my entire position, but there could be some short covering starting now because people are saying, hey, I got to lock in some profit. And so, of course, Short covering means you're buying the stock. So we'll have to see. The gap reduced to almost a penny stock. So what? Take a look at the monthly chart for the gap. Releases earnings in March. I don't know about easy money, but I know what you're saying. I don't know, Mohammed. I mean, I'm just using a 5 and a 15 are my go-tos. But if I only had one, it'd be the 15. Just doing it for a few years. That's just what I'm comfortable with. There's no right or wrong. There's no right or wrong answer, of course, to something like that. I mean, I'd never. How I trade, with these time frames, it doesn't. It's not the right way. It's my comfortable way. Nice short though. Yeah, nice short. Pointing that one out. Now we see we're starting to get a few more filling up here, but most of them are gold or silver plays. This. I mean, they're mostly gold and silver plays that are near the high of the day and breaking out over a 10-day high. I just recognize the names. Or an energy play like Oxy. So unless you're going to trade get long precious metals or an energy stock, you are really, really fighting the tide. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? But look at this, guys. This is not a green candle. I mean, what time is it now? So we've got 1 minute for this SPY candle to close, that 15-minute candle to close, and that's not green. It is still red, and I don't think this is over. I hope you're wrong, CP. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, this is now full of energy and precious metal plays. Look at tallow. Look at tallow moving here off that long consolidation. TALO. But coming into the 200-day moving average. Who was saying that Fridays are boring? Who was saying that just a while back? All right, guys, it is now 2 o'clock. I still have a piece of my grub left. I want to see if the market can do. Okay, well, that actually turned into a green bar. So, can it take out the high of the previous 15-minute candle? Let's just put an alert there. Price alert. This is on the SPY chart. I'm sorry, I am wrong. That was I was thinking that was the candle. No, so this is the new candle, 15-minute candle down here. This is the one I was focusing on to see if that could go green. No, no. So now we've got a little indecision. We got a big topping tail here. We have a bottoming tail here. What's next? Meanwhile, this one is making its way down now again. IAA, another earnings play through 35. All right, I got a hungry kitty looking at me. Just a minute. Boy, GT again, GT again. Look at this. Wow. Oh, look at that SPY now. What are we now down? 500, 360, 84. Well, for those of you who want to take, I don't know what next week is going to bring, but take the test drive. And if this market continues like this, I mean, I know a lot of people won't short. Well, I don't know what to say. You can watch a short. No, we have no idea what the market's going to do next week, of course, but anyway, there it is. There's the test drive link. You sign up right now. You'll have access to the program at about 20 after 4 today, Eastern time, of course. And just read what it says. Look at DWAC and CFVI. DWAC's at 80. Gold play, Agnico. There are Canadian, so many Canadian miners, so many Canadian gold miners. That would be a big one. So what Gio was talking about is, it doesn't happen very often, but sometimes even the SPY, oh, Gio, I'm putting your name in. Sometimes even the SPY gets halted. And so he's talking 417.86. Be amazing if that happened, but all right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, so I'm back. So, well, maybe a glimmer of hope. We've got a couple of bottoming tails now in the SPY. Here's another stock that is almost at an all-time low. Another earnings play, MNTV. Really didn't do much. You know, it's only down like 1%, but it's almost at an all-time low. Sorry, guys, if you can hear that, I'm just... Yeah, well, something's got to be done, CP, so yeah. That's the Ambassador Bridge, I think it's called, and it's, yeah, $600 billion worth of trade passes through that bridge every year between our two countries. Boy, this MNTV though, this showed up on my gap up and reverse scan at 9:58. Now, I would have waited a long time at 17:06 right here. This is, I'm not showing this one, but this is one that I'm really paying attention to. Not so much today because of all the other things that were happening, but this gap continuation or reverse. Let me just explain a little bit about what it is. First of all, it's a multi-strategy window. So multi-strategy windows, the purpose usually of a multi-strategy window is if you don't have a lot of screen space. You have one monitor, and so what you can do is you can take as many alert windows as you want and put them in what we call a multi-strategy window. And if you go to our guide, it shows you how you can do all that. So in this multi-strategy window, there are 4 alert windows. If I right-click, strategies, so there's one called gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go. So a gap up and go, that meant the stock gapped up and it kept going. That doesn't mean it's going to happen for the whole day, but at the time of the alert, it meant that the stock gapped up and then it was going higher. Gap down and reverse meant the stock gapped down and now it's in reverse mode. Okay, again, it doesn't mean it's going to reverse for the whole day. And then the gap up and reverse, I guess it makes sense. Stock gapped up, and probably see a lot of these now. GT as an example was a gap up and reverse, because believe it or not, it actually gapped up first before it crashed, and then gap down and go. That means it's gapped down and it's going down. Doesn't mean, again, all day. At the time of the alert, that was what was happening. And you notice it says don't repeat right here. Don't repeat. No repeat. Don't repeat. No repeat. So what that means is, why I like to do this, and I'll show you, I'll demonstrate it here. You see this says don't repeat. So this is saying, okay, the first alert you had, and I have a delay on this for 15 minutes. That's why you don't see anything before 9:45. So what the don't repeat allows me to do is to kind of go back in time and say, okay, I had an alert for GT. The price was 18.42 to short it, and at 9:45. Well, we all know what it did, okay? From 18.42 now at 15.70 as an example. So this is a great way. I like to have usually a don't repeat side by side. I don't mind hearing this over and over again. But I like to see, where was the first alert? What did it do from there? Remember, these are ideas. These are not strategies like, you get the alert and you just pile into the trade. And when you see a blue arrow, so when I click on the GT here, this is showing me on a 15-minute candle or a 15-minute chart where the alert happened. Okay? If I scrolled back on the 5-minute chart, all the way to, what time is that? 9:45. I would see where it happened on the 5-minute chart. The same on the 2. Okay, but this is that's all it's telling me. So again, you click on an alert, you see you see the blue arrow, and what did it do from there? Okay, well, the glimmer of hope, guys, the glimmer of hope. That price alert was put at the high of that 30 minutes ago of the SPY. And look what's happened now. Remember, that was just full. What that means is that these now, most of those stocks have bounced a bit. Because they're no longer within 5% of the low of the day. All those stocks that were full here, that means that the market, and you can just see. I mean, it's just so obvious. Eagle Trader, there's nothing to set up. Those blue arrows is when you click on an alert, the blue arrow will show up. Okay? There's nothing for you to do. If you don't see a blue arrow in your chart, it's because it's the alert must be outside of the chart, if that makes sense. You know, you can't see it. Maybe it's way down here, and you can't, so you don't have it. It's below the y-axis. So, if I click on HTCR, you can see in the 2-minute chart. That's where so there's nothing for you to do. It's not an option. It's just going to show up. And again, if you don't see it, it just means that, you know, I'm barely here. I mean, what if that alert had happened at below 1418 or 418? It was at 4, then I wouldn't see the arrow. That's the only reason. If you don't see a blue arrow, that's why. So let's see if Ford bounced. You know, because Ford and GM have been hit, you know, by this, by the truckers, you know, not being able to get parts. That's funny, Terry. Well, I'm sharing individual scans, Karthik, okay? So all my scans that I'm sharing are here. You can pick and choose what you might like to see, okay? I'm probably going to create some kind of a layout for the test drive, but all the, oops. So all my scans, if you click on my home page, go to the scan section, you'll see all the scans that I am sharing. Well, again, the blue arrow is just designating the candle it happened. Even if the stock were moving down, you'd get an upward blue arrow, okay? Eagle Trader. It's got nothing to do with either shorting or going long a stock. It's just telling you the candle that the alert happened on. All right, I'm watching this MNTV to see if it really wants to collapse here a bit more. All-time low now, almost an all-time low. A little pull up here, underneath 16 still. Earnings play. Look at this one, just flatlined right across Arena. I don't know what the heck is going on with this AREN. Announces pricing of a $30 million public financing, but it's just flatlining. It looks like, I mean, it looks like this was, I don't know if it's an IPO or change of name, or was this a SPAC that turned into AREN, but that's pretty weird. Now, we have a lot of layouts up here, though, too, Karthik, okay? A lot of layouts. If you click on New and Dock Channel Bar, okay, these are theme-based channels, and they're all layouts. Whole idea is to maybe, you know, go through them, you know, short squeeze. You know, people talk about short squeezes all the time, all right? Well, If you want to have like a short squeeze top list or an alert window, then you can take a look at this. You can always examine every like all of my scans. The best thing to do is to take a look, right click, configure, and summary. And that'll tell you what it's looking for. And you can always make adjustments. I mean, if you didn't like that price range of 3 and 200, change it. You just make a change. But the whole idea of these channels is to take a look at the take a look at the channels, and maybe you start to see some scans that you might like. Yeah, so if you save the individual scans that you like to the cloud, go through the channels, take a look at some of mine, and save them to the cloud. Then you can start to load them back from the cloud. Now, you don't want to have 100 alert windows, but start to, you can build a layout out of a lot of things that we have created for you. Because not everybody likes what I do. Okay, I mean, it's that simple. So it's not a matter of my scan or my layout is the be all and the end all. But that's why I've created all the different types of scans. Something you might see there, go, hopefully I've named them in a way that makes sense. And also taking a look at the different channels. And I really encourage everybody who's going to be in the test drive, and others, if you're new to Trade Ideas, do yourself a favor, and certainly from 4:30 on today, I mean, you can go to our YouTube room at 3:30. Chris will be there. But he's really, if you're struggling and you're a test driver and you're struggling to figure out what to do first and all that, Chris will be there to help. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, we obviously all have our different trading styles. Well, guys, we're seeing a few bounces, of course. Even this stupid one, LF Fly. Wow, look at this one. I had my eyes on this one way up here around 8 earlier today. Never triggered. This is an IP, not an IPO. I think Casa might have indicated what this was. Was it a SPAC? Operates as an online platform to buy and learn cannabis products. Okay. Yeah, man. I did not short PRQR. No. That's a real cheap one. I know I talked about it in the pre-market that got hammered. Yeah, but you see, the damage was really all kind of done. I mean, you could have made about 10. The damage was already kind of done. Look how the way it's flatlining. So the question was I smart enough to say, you know what? I think they're going to have horrible, horrible data on phase 2 and 3 or 1 and 2, whatever they release. So I'm going to short it right here and hold it overnight at 568. No, I did not do that. Oh, I have no theory about Friday end of day. Do traders sell off? No theory whatsoever. I don't. Mainly because I'm an intraday trader. Okay, so I don't really care if there's discussions about not wanting. Not I don't mean this weekend specifically because of what might happen, but some traders don't want to hold over the weekend. Woohoo! MNTV. Barry doesn't use stops. I better I better delete that post, Barry. Well, I can share my scans, APC. No, you can't in YouTube. You want to come over to the main room? You can. Yes. Okay. In YouTube, they prevent. Well, I don't know if it's they or me or the way it's set up, but you can't put links in. But if you want to come over to the main room, you can certainly share a scan. Yes. Main room being this. Okay. And then once you're here, then you can, yeah, you can share a scan if you want. Yeah, I think he was just asking in general, but certainly specifically, I'd be reluctant to hold anything if I were a swing trader, depending on what, of course. If it was an energy stock, you know, maybe not. No, no, not at all, APC, not at all. Question was if you share a scan, our personal details link. No, not at all. But it's not like every Friday we see a big sell-off. Okay, I mean this is again this is a unique Friday, shall we say? But it's not like every Friday does a SPY sell off at the end of the day. I wouldn't say that at all. Okay, so DNIC, you have to create your own. So is this what you're talking about when you click on new and then multi-strategy window and you're saying it's blank? Is that what you mean? Okay. Well, okay, from here, new, this is where you're going to create your multi-strategy window. Just like here, you know, you create your top list windows and your alert windows. So at this point now, you have to put the alert strategies in here. Okay? And I can show you how to do that. So you start off like this, but now, if I wanted to, let me, do I have any free floating alert windows? Just give me a moment. Okay, halts resumed. Load. Okay, and I'll just do one other because once you do one, it's basically the same thing. Okay, here are two alert windows. Okay, so this is what you do. You take your first alert window, you right click, collaborate, copy. So now what's happened is I have copied this window and I go to my multi-strategy window, right click, strategies. You see how this box pops up, box pops up, box pops up, collaborate, paste. Okay, now it's in here. And it's the same procedure for every alert window. Do it again, right click, oops, just a second here. I'm getting some kind of an error message. How am I going to get out of here? Ugly. Sorry guys, I knew that was going to happen. There's the bug, you see, that in the development version. I'll just have to bring it back. It would have been okay if I had been able to see the box. I could have said yes, but I had to click on no. I couldn't see the box. Bummer. Well, yeah, the idea of the I mean, you can go to different channels and see multi-strategy windows with strategies in there. Okay, I mean, if I go to a dock channel bar and I go to, I mean, I don't know which one will have one, but let's just go momentum. So here's a multi-strategy window with 4 strategies in here, right? Or 5, as an example. But yeah, if you're starting out from scratch, you have to put them in there. So there are some already made up, yes. But when you click on new and then multi-strategy window, you're telling the system, okay, you want to create your own multi-strategy window with your alerts in there, with your alert windows in there. So you go through the different channels though, you'll probably find some other multi-strategy windows. The newest beta has the newest beta that is not, unless they've changed it, on the website does not have the fast charts, but this one does, and I'm hoping that they're going to release it because you can see how fast the charts are now. More importantly for me, you can adjust the column widths like we used to be able to, no problem. Okay? Just give me a minute here, guys. I have to tell the developers what happened when I did that. Yeah, got a little scalp on the, only ended up getting a little scalp on the MNTV. I thought it was going to, I was really hoping it would really drift down more, but it popped up. So just a little bit of profit on the MNTV. That's basically it for me today, guys. Still have some grub left. All right, guys. Oh, that didn't save. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, before I put myself on mute at around 3 o'clock, again, the room will be open until 3:30. I'm just going to one last time talk about my homepage and what information you can find there. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Obviously, a way in which you can take out a subscription right now. Barry for Alpha, 15% off. We have 4 plans. Annual, monthly, premium, and standard. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. You don't, and so get 15% off that and that. You want to go monthly? No problem. 118, 228. The 15% applied to the first month only. You maintain a monthly subscription. This is what you'll pay going forward. So, 3 free sections. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. And again, all of the education right here. So, talked a little bit about our user guide. It's all sectioned, so if you're looking to find out information about the channel bar, the alert windows, top list windows, and all, it's all here. It's all sectioned. The stock races that we have, okay. It's also a searchable table of contents. But I would probably start off with the 20 introductory lessons. This is the quick way just to get someone acclimatized to what TradeIt is all about. What is a top list, build a top list, what's an alert window, creating alert windows, on and on, all the way down to Brokerage Plus, the AI, which we nickname Holly, okay? Daily support. So today, Chris will be there at 3:30 in our YouTube room. I'll put their YouTube link, the YouTube link in before I do leave. And again, he'll be there. I don't know till what time. I mean, typically Monday to Friday, 3:30 to 4:30. But he is going to be there a lot longer to try to help out test drivers who want to show up there. Okay? No webinars for the next 2 weeks, but you can sign up for them all here and you'll be notified when they start again. And back to basics. What is a stock? Okay, free. I mean, this is a free series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. And again, if you're new to trading, it's a great place to start. And last but not least, my scans. So here are my scans that I am sharing, okay? So, a lot of information right here. Education section, my scan section, especially if you're going to take this test drive. Save my link. Then you can look at this anytime you want. And that little bounce was short-lived on the SPY, guys. Let me ask Chris McKay. Let me just see if the new build is going to be available. Who's going to know? Not that we don't want it available. I mean, but things have to be really checked. Where am I going here? All right, I'm just waiting for an answer. Let me go to the home page. I just want to see. Sometimes they surprise me and it's there, but I don't know. I'll have to just go to our home page. All right, let's take a look here. What do we have? Yeah, so that's the same. Yeah, so that is the beta. That does not have the snappy charts yet. So it has not been updated yet. Again, it's not that we don't want to. It's just that it has to be. We can't. For instance, that what you just saw happen to me, we don't want to have happen. Now that's on a development build called 0.63. So that's several after what we're hoping to release. Well, it'll be, they're always asking me because I'm kind of like the power user for trade ideas. So they're always asking me to have the latest version so I can test it, so they can test it quickly so that they can get it out to you guys. But it's virtually the same. I mean, the snappy charts is one thing. Are there some little differences? Yes. I mean, right now in the development version I'm on, if a stock were halted, you'd see halted. I mean, that's not the be all and the end all. I would say that 99.99% is all the same. All right, guys. You know what? That spy did not hold. Man, oh man, that spy did not hold. You had that little alert right here. Looked like okay, maybe, but nope, it did not hold. So we are. Yeah, Jado, I hear you. Believe me, to me that is the biggest. For me, that was the biggest change of the. I don't know what version that is. It probably will be in the version that gets released. Okay, and it's just a matter of unchecking also unchecking the auto size the columns and then reloading, saving it and then reloading. But you are 100% able to now resize the columns like before. Another one, Mullen Automotive. Oh man, is this one of those EV plays? What do they do? Yeah, EV play. Unbelievable. Look at this. So this is probably was a SPAC, guys. Yeah, I bet you this was a SPAC turned into MULN. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. right, I'm back. Sell everything. Wow. That was pretty key, guys, in my opinion. I mean, it looked like it was going to rally a bit and just got rebutted. So, what are the down? Only 500. Okay, well, Jado, do me a favor and uncheck the that auto sizing if you're not trading anymore, and then reload trade ideas again and see if that does it. Because I was actually told yesterday. Okay, try after the close. Okay, I was told yesterday that nothing had really changed. That it might have been just an anomaly, but if I had unchecked that before and then closed it, saved it, closed it down, then reloaded it, it should have done it. I don't. I'm sure I tried before, but anyway. Well, the indiscriminate sell-off continues. Keep looking at that MNTV to see if it really takes out 16 again. It's not really following the market. I don't understand why it's not following the market a little bit more closely right now, but sort of a power hour trade into the close, but yeah, it's sort of bouncing. No, let's look at Lougheed. Lougheed. I mean, it did move up. LMT. You're kidding, right? 4M17R AMC is so strong. You're kidding, or you got the wrong symbol. Well, I wouldn't call that strong. I mean, it's dropping like everything else. But okay, the fact that it's not negative for the day, okay, I'll give you that. All right, guys. So another 3 minutes or so, and then I'm gonna put myself on mute. So if you have any last minute questions, ask them now, please. I will put. You can save this if you're gonna head out for a while. Save the link to YouTube, and Chris will be there at 3:30. Until what time? I don't know. He'll stick around for as long as there are questions, quite frankly. So, Tissy though, I mean that's just a what, a 60 cent stock? Oh, okay. It did pop up a bit. I haven't traded a sub $1 stock in a long time. Secures a $10 million equity investment, refinances the debt facility, etc. So that was the news. Another killer, another killer short, guys. That's BWMX. Look at that. I mean, look at the 15-minute chart. This is before, the SPY was doing anything. But, no real reason if you were short this up here, maybe you take off a little bit, but you would not have got bumped out of this trade. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. Okay, guys, I'm going to mute myself now. And as always, though, if there's a question that has to be answered via mic, I will pop in. So I'm going to mute myself right now.
Alright, looks like we got the video transfer. Checking my audio now. Alright, audio is good too. So welcome everybody to Test Drive Friday here with Trade Ideas late Q&A we're doing. We actually do this, or I should say I do this every single market day. 3:30 Eastern I come, I stream live, share my screen, answer questions here. I'm not sure if there's new users joining us because they're in the test drive today, or if I've got kind of the usual crowd that I have in here. But as per always, I do this as an open forum, meaning I don't have any necessarily pre-done content. Depending if a good amount of test drivers show up, I do have a little bit of syllabus for that. If that is the case, if not, I will keep it as an open forum, live Q&A for now for my regular hour. Usually going from 3:30 to 4:30 p.m. Eastern. After that, I will kind of be half mute and half not mute after the 4:30 time mark Eastern time. Waiting for more test drivers to come out as I have a scheduled event for 6 p.m. tonight for the test drivers as well. So as long as people are here, they're asking questions, they're keeping me engaged, they're keeping me active, I will stick around, answer those questions. I would like to, especially when we do get a bulk of test drivers in here, go over some simple things that I think are very helpful for anybody to have right away in Trade Ideas knowledge. So this way, when we're not live, there isn't anybody around to just answer the questions right away for you. You kind of have a guide to go in what direction to do. So with that said, Perfect Circle, what's up? Let me see what you got written here. So share. If I was able to share a scan for you to check out and had some custom codes, would the customs automatically load the scanner for you? No. So what has to happen if you have customs? So your customs are going to be labeled different than your customs are specific to your account. They don't transfer over to me. So what would have to happen is you share the scan, and then you have to give me the custom formula. I have to load that custom formula into my cloud. Then I add it to the scan myself, and then you also have to tell me what values you're using in that custom formula. So it's a bit of a complication to do that. So, as I said, for the moment, we'll keep this as a regular open forum Q&A. Yeah, I'm sorry, Peter. I have this up as much as I can. There's no, I'm guessing it's my mic, but there's nothing else I can do to turn this up anymore. I'm sorry. Speakers, mic. No, I'm looking, everything that I have mic-wise is turned up, to the absolute max here. And the mic is, right on top of me. All right, let me try something here. Did that turn my mic up at all? I'm trying something a little different. Let's see if I can increase this at all. All right, I found some kind of advanced setting with the software that I use to stream. It says to be careful because it can make things unstable. But I've turned it up there a little bit to see if that helps any. Because I know some people say they hear me fine, some people say they don't. So I do want everybody, of course, to hear me. Mike C, how are you? Peter, how are you? Shoot, alright, I tried to turn this up a little bit here. Let's see, Mike. Alright, I've turned it up even more. I don't know if this is really doing anything or not, of course. Well, we'll see. I've cranked this thing up here, some secondary setting, but I don't know that it really does anything. So, alright, V, let me get this closed here. So, you're talking about our docked window system. So, there's a few ways that we can go about this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually do this. I'm going to pin this. Where are you? Properties. Is there a pinned option still? Do we still do that? Properties. Alright, we're going to do this. We're going to get out of kind of my regular setup here, because I think I'm all set there. And first thing we're going to do here is I'm just going to load up a regular channel here, alright? And let's go with the momentum channel, alright? I'm going to leave my charts up though. And I'm going to get your question answered there, V. Just making an adjustment here real fast. Alright, perfect. Just want to leave my charts in the background in case I need them. So any window that you have here, alright, can be duplicated into what we call a docked window, or you can just open a new docked window. So if we come to new, we can go to docked window, alright, and that'll give us this here, alright. And you give the docked window a name, alright, we can call it test window, or test dock, alright. And then it'll come to this whole instruction piece that's from our user's guide. All right, it's a full searchable user's guide, and of course, you can peruse through this at your leisure. There's videos, tutorials, some different things that are in there for you to take a look at. But I'll let you do that on your own. While you have me here live, I want to show you how this goes. So we now have this docked window here. All right, and what I can do is I can right-click anything, and I can duplicate it and look for duplicate into test dock window. Okay. Or I could duplicate it into a new dock window if I want. For this exercise, we're going to duplicate into the one that I called, and you can see up here it's called test dock, alright? So if I right click, I duplicate into test dock, and boom, that chart's now in there. And then I say, I want to match the scanner in there with it, and I can right click again, duplicate into test dock, alright? We've got the docked instructions here. If I want to hold on to them, I can use that X, boom, they're gone. Now it's just these two items. They're tabbed together, but I'm going to get to rearranging them in a moment. I want to put a few things in here. We'll right click again, duplicate into test dock. So now we have 1, 2, 3 items tabbed in here. And for good measure, let's get a single stock window. We see the single stock window that's here, right click, and we're going to duplicate into the test dock again. So now I have 1, 2, 3, 4 items all in this docked window, but I don't want them tabbed. I want to be able to see all of them at the same time, for example. All right, very good. You can pull one tab out. Now it's here. It looks like it's free floating, but what it's doing is it's now can interact with this tool here to show me where it would end up going. So I decide I want the chart on the top, I want the scan on the bottom, and that's how that's organized. And then I decide, I want this scan next to that scan, and so I pull that scan out of the tab again, pull it over here, and bang. There we are. Scans are next to each other, and I say, I want this single stock window next to the chart. All right, and I can pull this out just like that again, that single stock window, and here we go, bang, right next to the chart. And then I can just simply grab and I can resize things how I want to have them sized. All right. And if any point you decide, I didn't like the way I set that up, you know what? I want this scan up here. Bang, you take it. There it is now. All right. And so you can play around with this and get the settings that you like. All right. And I'm going to guess, V, that you're a test driver here. And one of the biggest things whenever I'm helping someone new with trade ideas is everything exists in two places in trade ideas, essentially. Well, all right, let's call it three places. A right click when you're in the software will get you all kinds of options that you can go through, whether you're right clicking a chart to see what time frames we have, where we can send this to, if we want to send it to different items in here, or if we want to look at the properties, all these different items that we can do here on a chart. Do I want pre-market? Do I want post-market? There's different things with symbol linking. I know that everybody wants to hit the ground running with trade ideas, and you just want to blast right off into space with it, and you're gonna get there. Give it a few days. You got this weekend. You have me today. I'll be here for hours today. I'll go on mute a few times here and there, but I'll stay late into the night as long as people are here asking questions. I'll be back here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock Eastern in the morning. All right, and I'll be back here Sunday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern, and I'll hang around for a couple of hours if people are here interacting with me. But back to what I was saying, everything in Trade Ideas is a right click. All right. The next place to look for anything in Trade Ideas, you got your menu bar up here. All right. There's all kinds of stuff in this menu bar to go through. All right. Everything has a purpose. All kinds of things to look at in here. All right. On this menu bar, help. You got a lot of help in this menu bar. We have an entire searchable user's guide. Okay. Now, I can understand that some people find the user's guide a little challenging at the beginning, especially when the software is so vast you don't know exactly where to go, all right? The beautiful part about the user's guide, you click it, and it's going to bring you right to this web page here, all right? You can come down here, and there's a whole lot of sections in our user's guide, all right? Whole lot of sections, all these different items, all right? If you just don't know where to go, all right, you can click here, full table of contents, all right, and you can say, geez, I want to know more about alert windows. So everything is searchable. Come up here, alert, caps lock, A-L-E-R-T, alert. You're going to get all kinds of things here about alert windows. You can go section by section. You want to know more about charts, all right, all kinds of stuff about our charts. You want to know about Brokerage Plus, all right. You don't even need this part of it, all right? We can just come right back to the original user's guide. We have a whole section on Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus is where our simulator lives. It's also where we connect to IB and where we connect to E-Trade lives as well. And if and when it's not an if, it's when other brokers come online. Hopefully sometime this year we'll have another broker or two in there. That's where you'll find all of this, all right, in the Brokerage Plus guide, all right? Everything is here, how price alerts work, sound alerts work, all right? All in here for you. There's also a lot of predetermined layouts for everybody here, okay? We can look here what we call a channel bar. We have two versions of this channel bar. One channel bar is going to have all free-floating windows. We also have new docked channel bar, and this is going to come up as a docked window, just like we had going on, like we've got going on, and it's going to have everything docked and preset for you, just like a container window here, as we were showing you how to put free-floating in. So you have options for both. Every one of these is a pre-made layout, essentially. All right. We have a little bit of documentation on this. We're going to have to update it now because of our racing feature, but you can get channel descriptions here, and it'll still give you a fairly good idea of what these themes are in these channels, all right? We also have some video help in here, all right, and a few other FAQs that are in here as well. So there's a lot of information. It's a lot to go over. I know it's a lot to take in, and if nothing else, if and when it's 10 o'clock at night tonight, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, email us, info@trade-ideas.com. Myself and a few others will be answering emails throughout the weekend. Depending on the degree of difficulty in the email, how much description and things, will determine how, soon we're getting back to you, of course. So, but I'd really like to, make sure all the people that are test driving, anybody that's new to trade ideas in general, heck, anybody that's been subscribed for a few months, you're getting everything you're looking for in this software. Are we everything to everybody? No, but we are a lot of things to a lot of people. So it's here for you. Again, I'm kind of going off on some different items here. If there are specific questions, please fire those away for me. Happy to answer those, of course. All right. While we've got this dock channel bar open, we can look and see how this loads. All right, so for example, we want to check out sector status. We're game planning. This channel works in the pre-market. We're thinking to ourselves, I've got a list of stocks that I'm interested in, and I've got price alerts set on those, and they're in these different sectors, and I want to know, how's this going to play out for me? What am I looking at here? What's going on? Well, we have this sector list, and it goes by all these different major sector ETFs that are here. All right, something you're going to want to become familiar with are these ticker symbols for these ETFs if you're not, especially if you're new to trading. Learn these sectors, what they mean, what they're doing. Might not hurt to learn what some of the big player stocks are in any of those sectors. And we can see here at the bottom, we've got this bar, all right? What does this bar mean? Well, right now in our technology sector, we can see that tech is selling off big time, all right? We're moving to the lower end of the spectrum, all right, this way. We can see here consumer staples looking a little stronger, all right? And so this is a great way. We can see energy absolutely killing it. For the record, I've been very bullish energy since January of last year. But this gives us an indication as we're setting up for the day, or while we're in the day today. Am I risk on all my trades? Am I risk off on my trades? What's happening in the sector that my positions are held in? Will you add more videos for using Holly under help videos? Peter, I am going to try to do a few new videos that are, kind of specific to what I think about Holly. We do have the full user's guide section of Holly. Let me look for that. Give me a second here. So let's go back to help. User's guide. So if you haven't found this yet in the user's guide, all right. If we scroll down, where are you, Holly? You're somewhere in here. I swear, there's a Holly in here. Holly guide, there we go. Right here, there's a whole lot on Holly to start, go through each section. There's videos in all of it. I have what I call an overview video of Holly. The only thing about that overview video that I have of Holly is I did it last year when Holly was sectioned into 3 different channels. And now Holly's just placed into 1 channel. That's the only real difference in that video. And for those of you that want to know, well, is there 3 different Hollies? Not really. What happened was there's an original Holly Grail, who came online in January of 2016. In the late spring of 2018, Holly 2.0 and Holly Neo came online. There was just some different metrics that were added into that, and there was different people that had a hand in creating that. And so I think just for those reasons they had left it as 3 different Hollies. But shortly after, we realized it should really just be 1 Holly. We did leave it as the quote-unquote 3 Hollies for a couple of years. We've now decided let's move away from that. It's 1 Holly. It doesn't really matter, who's firing what. They're all strategies that work well within Holly. So I'll drop the video that I created. Like I said, the only difference between what I created in this video and what goes on in Holly now is just simply that 3 Holly. So let me find that video here. TI list. It's about a 16-minute video. Copy link. And again, I'm kind of going over this like there's a lot of test drivers here. But for anybody that's in here that just has general questions, please fire those away. All right. So that's a video that I did on Holly specifically. Like I said, the only difference is you're going to see in the channel bar, and here I'll drop this too. This is, let me go back. Make sure I got the Holly guide here. All right, so Holly guide. So you have that video, and then here's the Holly guide. Copy link address. Let's drop that in on y'all. All right. So like I said, the only difference is in the video you're going to see 3 hollies versus what you see now. Like I said, just think of it as one holly. Don't overthink it. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, as they say. Sorry, just making sure. Oh, V, I saw you ask how I got that channel bar. So, all right, right here, if you go to new, you have a docked channel bar or a non-docked channel bar. All right, so you have both those options that are right there, and you can pick and choose what you like. I do believe there's a few extra channels in this free-floating channel bar versus the docked channel bar. It just comes with different space limitations and things like that, as far as that goes. So that's the real difference. There's just some things we couldn't do in a docked channel bar, so we have both options. Can you build an alert that looking for a stock that is below its Bollinger on a previous bar and above it on the current bar on a 2-minute and 5-minute charts? To use this for a potential entry. So, well, we can't compare bars. It's only going to be times there, Debbie. But let's see what we can build here. Let's go new and let's go alert window. I'm going to stick with breaking resistance here, or crossed above resistance for the alert trigger. Let's come to search. Let's go with Bollinger. All right, so let's go with 5-minute. Let's add that. So, the issue here is looking at it where it's below one candle and above the other candle. We just can't compare candles in that sense. Let's see. How do we think about doing this here? Because the filter's got to be satisfied. You want it below the previous bar. So let's go with 0. No, let's do it like this. Hold on. Let's go with 3% above the lower Bollinger Band as a max. All right. Let's see what we get on this, and then let's give us a price range here. We'll go 8 to $100. Let's look at let's put a 2 for the relative volume. Trade 125K on shares today. And so for anybody that's wondering what I'm doing, they're new, they're test drivers, anything like that. What Debbie has asked here, and also happy Friday, Debbie. Is she's looking for something where it's breaking up above into the Bollinger region again, from possibly being below it. So what I've done is I looked for position in Bollinger Bands. So in search, I just searched Bollinger Bands. All right, this is what we have for options, and then I clicked on it and I added that filter to the scan and brought me here to a Windows specific filter scan. And the way I have my default new Windows setup is just these kind of filters that are in here for right now. I'm going to give this a price range. 8 to $100 is what we're going to look at. Relative volume, I'm going to say 2, and it's a ratio, so that means it's doing 2 times its normal volume. The average that volume's taken on is a 10-day average, so we're doing 2 times normal volume over the last 10 days. This is a volume and shares today filter saying, I want to see stocks that have traded at least 125,000 shares today. And then I've used this position in Bollinger Band, with the lower Bollinger Band being what we're trying to be relative to that position. And so this show me function in the middle for most all the filters, if you click on it, it will tell you what you adding values to this scan will do to that scan. So by me adding a 3 in the max, it's telling me show me stocks where the price is below the Bollinger Band. Also show me where the price is at the lower Bollinger Band, but show me stocks where it's no more than 3% above that Bollinger Band, because what she's asked me to do is find stocks where the previous candle or candles were below that band, but the candle now is in it. So that's the only way. We can't compare candles like that. It's on a time frame. So this is going to be the closest workaround that I can get to it. We're going to click OK here, all right? The second part is because we're in what's called an alert window. An alert window is a 2-event function, meaning that there's an alert or event, and the filters are satisfied. So here's my filter set, and then my selected alert is a crossed above resistance alert. And essentially what this does, it's an algorithm that looks back in time, and if I don't define that time, it's just going to look back for however long until it finds an area where price has been hanging around a lot, and it's going to deem that as resistance. And so when that algorithm has figured out what it deems as resistance for a price, if I cross the price and these filters are all met, I'm going to get a time-stamped alert saying, hey, this stock did exactly what you were looking or telling me to look for at this exact same time. And so we're going to call this something here, all right? And in the summary column here, we've got, crossed above resistance. Here's where, stocks are between these prices, this volume metrics here, and the Bollinger Bands, all right? We give the window a name, and we're looking for, let's call it just entered a 5-minute BB Bollinger Band, all right? We're going to press OK. And that populated another window. So here we go. And let's see, I'm going to have to resize this chart. There we go. And I'm also going to need to add some Bollinger Bands here because I don't use those normally. With those French fries, Adderall. I have never in my entire life taken any Adderall. I can officially say that. Bollinger Bands, we're going to add that. All right, using our standard deviation 2. These are all traditional methods for that, so we can see the Bollinger Bands are now on my charts. All right. Maybe I want to give those a different color. Let's see if this happens and this works. So what I'm doing is I'm just changing that color. I want it to be a little brighter here. I don't know what this means. There we go. Set colors. Set it all up. Okay. Did that do that what I wanted here? Modify colors. Nope. Didn't do it. Sorry, I had to go to edit to change those colors. There we go. Saved them. All right. I don't know if that's any better, but we're going with it. So now let's take a look at Ecom came through this scan, all right? So, well, with the market collapsing, that's not going to help our case at all. Let's go back in history and see if anything is here. So we'll go back in history for today. Not a ton of alerts. So this is going to be a little tough to see here, because we're moving forward in time, so we're not going to be able to catch these in real time. But here you can see here, all right? So here you go, Debbie. If you can see this well enough, hopefully. We were outside the Bollinger Bands here on this alert, and it just cracked inside that Bollinger Band and then made a move up, all right? So that alert seemed to work out okay. Take a look at CC. This was already inside the band. So the trick will be finding those ones that were outside the bands previously, but here you go. We were outside the Bollinger Bands. We creeped in, but didn't really do anything for that alert. So, all right, we're already finding some stuff we're kind of looking for. I'm all amped up, Mike C. The test drive has me excited. I'm hoping, here's the thing. The test drive is what set me off on my path with trade ideas. I found trade ideas on Twitter in April of 2017. Here's another one. This worked out well. So we're outside the Bollinger Band here, Debbie, and then we came back inside the Bollinger Band. So we've got some alerts that are doing what you're looking for. It's not exact. There's going to be alerts that look good. There's going to be alerts that look bad. Of course, you can always refine the scan. All right, but I'm going to take and save and share this to the cloud. For those that are not familiar, what we can do here is we can share scans with each other via the cloud. All right, and there's a few different ways to share things. So there's local save. So if we right click, again, everything in Trade Ideas is a right click. If we right click and we go to save as, okay, that's just saving that as a single window to your local drive, okay? If we go to save or share to cloud, that's going to save it to our cloud. And so what we can do is when we save and share to cloud, all right, we can save it, and click that, save and share, and we can just save it to our cloud. Or in this case, because I want to share it with Debbie and everybody else, we're going to right click and then go save and share. And now I can copy this URL. I'm going to paste it into the chat and send it all to you. And boom, you all now have that together, all right? And what you can do is you can click on that URL that I just saved. And when you click on that URL, you're going to come and get a web page just like this, okay? And here it's going to tell us it's an alert window, one window type. It says history because I saved it while it was on history, and we called it just entered 5-minute BB, all right, Bollinger Bands. We can copy this URL here, all right? Copy. We go to File, Load from Cloud and File. That URL should already be loaded here for you. In the event it's not, all right, we can pretend it's not. It can happen. Right click, paste, load, and bang. That scan loads for us, all right? Anytime you ever get a scan, all right, pounding the desk on this one, because I cannot tell you how many times I have built a scan for someone, Andy's built a scan for someone, Steve has built a scan for someone, Jamie has built a scan for someone, all right, or Barry shared one of his scans. Within a day or two, someone says, oh, I didn't save it. Please, every time you get a scan, a new scan, the first thing you do, right click, save or share to cloud, and save and share that, save it to the cloud right away. First thing always, save everything to the cloud. By doing that, every time you want it back, something happens, you click the wrong thing, you closed a window, you just come to File, Load from Cloud, and every single thing that you saved in your cloud will be right here. Whether it's a single scan, or it's a full layout, or it's a docked set of windows, all will be in there for you. I have a ridiculous amount of scans from building them for people. I have no idea if any of them are good, but there they are. So, you got it, Debbie. Yeah, always refreshers are always good. So, you know, what I was saying about being amped up here is that, you know, I discovered Trade Ideas in 2017, spring of 2017. I attended all the webinars and the trading room. There were no live Q&As like that here, like what I'm doing. None of that existed. There was just Monday through Thursday, some 5 o'clock Eastern webinars, and Barry had the traders room. It was not anything like the traders room is now. And I just stalked and I attended everything and I took notes. And then July of that year, I took the test drive, and well, here we are. I work for Trade Ideas now. So just kind of how it went. So, whoops. Didn't realize that the market was closing. I kind of wanted to sell some stuff. Oh well, we're taking it home for the weekend. I bet I have more. Possibly, you know, I go through my cloud once in a while and I start deleting stuff that people have asked me to build. And that's the other reason why I tell everybody, please save it to the cloud immediately. You know, I like to clean my cloud out once in a while. I don't need 7,000 scans in there. You know, I go through and I start seeing scan for so-and-so, scan for so-and-so. If it's been a few months and I built something for someone, odds are I'm deleting it. So, all right, we're rocking and rolling here, everybody. I like it. You know, I think when the market is open and active, I think it's good to have a limited number of windows so you're not being pulled in so many directions, especially when you're a new trader, all right? But, having a lot of scans isn't bad. I don't, we're trade ideas, we're returning ideas. In the after hours or in the pre-market or something like that, I'm doing some chart work and I'm going through scans looking for ideas. Maybe I want to have a lot of scans open to go through a lot of things. When I'm in active trading during the day, I don't want so many things distracting me. I want to stay focused. I need a laser focus personally for me. Other people don't. Other people want to have 20, 30, 40 windows open. To each their own. So many different ways to slice and dice trading, let alone using trade ideas in trading. So, um, can I recommend a book in support and resistance? I think, Peter, I, I don't know a specific book off the top of my head um, for support and resistance. What I would suggest to you, Peter, is just hit YouTube up and start, searching on YouTube for support and resistance, some things like that. I mean, I'm reading the Level 1 CMT book. It's a pricey book, so I don't want to go, recommending that. I'm finding it really great and interesting. A lot of it's kind of reviewed to me since I've been trading for a few years now. Some of it's kind of new, but especially some longer term trend concepts and things like that. So I mean, you really want to, if you have, some people have a deeper budget than others for studying. If you have a really deep budget, you want to spend $200 on a book, CMT Level 1 book might not be a bad idea. It's, like I said, it's a pricey book. If not, I think just some YouTube videos. There's going to be some good ones and bad ones, obviously. That's where I would send you towards. All right, so what is the difference between dock channel bar and the channel bar? So Todd, the difference is this. Each one of these channels is a layout. They have a theme to them. Some of the channels had such a big set of things going on in scans that we couldn't dock all the windows comfortably to give them the proper space and situating that they deserved. So we left some channels free floating. Also, not everybody wants to use a docked window. And so we left the options of the two for users to be able to have both those options. So that's kind of what we did. So if you guys can just excuse me for about 45 seconds, I just have to put myself on mute. Give me one moment here. No, right. Thank you. Excuse me for that interruption. So where we were talking about channel bars, what else is going on here? Again, open forum. I'm seeing very low numbers as far as people watching, so hopefully test drivers start piling in here soon. Didn't see the email till 10 minutes ago. All right, that's a bummer that it went out so late. All right. It was supposed to go out much earlier, but these things happen. So, all right, that was a bit of a jump in numbers out of nowhere. So, all right, again, for the moment, I keep it an open forum. If I start getting blasted with questions that seems like they're test drivers, I have kind of a syllabus that I will run into. It'll be maybe some rinse and repeat with a few things. Da, da, da. So let's see. While there's no questions, I guess what we can do real fast here is we can talk about Holly a little bit. Very nice. Holly had a tough. She's had a tough 2 weeks after an unbelievable, let's say 7 week run. She just had an unbelievable 6, 7 week run, and then we hit this chop, and it really just kind of pushing her algorithms back and forth. And today she was able to find her footing again. So my personal way to always load Holly is don't use the channel bar. You can, obviously, if you want to use the channel bar, by all means go here for Holly. But I think Holly is best loaded like this. Going to New and go to AI Holly Strategy Trades window, not the strategy window. All right, we can cover the strategy window again, and I'll come back to relative volume in a moment here for you there, Todd. AI Holly Strategy Trades window. I think that's where it's best to load from. All right, you're going to get this here. It'll be some sort of default. There's a lot of stuff here. All right, don't let it overwhelm you. Everything in Trade Ideas, once again, a right click. All right, we can look and get things symbol linked. We can find Holly's history, today, yesterday, a time frame. All right, and then we have what we call our columns here. All right. In our columns, we can decide what data from Holly we want to look at. All right. So the left side is our selected column. That means what we are looking at. The right side is the master list of things we can add. So for example, this chart over here, I don't care about that. Today, profit, moderate, like that. I don't care about that heat map. All right. And so I can come and I can find that. And let's see, today performance moderate. See how I clicked it here? I can just simply move it from left to right to get rid of it. And now watch, this column is going to disappear when I click OK. All right, bang. And as we sometimes get rid of some of these columns, maybe it becomes a little easier to read. So I'm going to jump and get rid of a few columns here. We don't need to see re-entries today. All right, let's get rid of these columns. Let's shorten things up. Like I say, I like to steal a lot of things from the guys, listening to them from over the years. And we say the guys, Steve and Andy and Jamie, longtime support team members here at Trade Ideas. Jamie said all the time in the webinars I used to attend, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. It's Leonardo da Vinci. And so getting rid of some things and simplifying them first to understand, I think, will help. Yes, I recommend the beta to everybody. I see that there are some questions coming in. I'm going to circle back to those questions in a moment. If a lot of time goes by and I didn't get your question, I'm not ignoring you. Just pop it in there again, and I'll come back to it again and make sure I get you. So just simplified this a little bit here. We've gotten rid of some columns, and now this makes it a little easier for us to read. We can always organize the columns, move it left to right, just click and drag things, and we can move them around. All right. And so here on Holly, we can see, all right, the name of the strategy, that was long or short. Here's what our symbol is. Here's the entry price. Here's our entry time. Here's the last price that it traded at, all right? And then we have our exit time. Every exit time will do what's called conservative exit. Holly has 2 different modes that she runs in, conservative and moderate. Please, everybody, disregard aggressive profit, all right? If you plan to be a real trader, if you plan to really learn how to trade, you will never look at what aggressive profit says, all right? Aggressive means trading without a stop. I honestly don't know why we have it. We were going to remove it a long time ago. We haven't. We should remove it. It should absolutely not be there. I say this, and I say this in the most harshest of terms ever. If you plan to be a trader and you're not going to use stops, go to Las Vegas, go to Reno, Nevada, go to Atlantic City, get on a gambling cruise ship, or burn your money if you're going to trade without a stop, okay? You're gambling. You're not trading if you don't have a stop on every single trade. With that said, all right, I'll stop my rant there. What I show here for this is a hypothetical portfolio. I've selected it to risk $100 per trade, meaning whatever Holly's stop loss is, I am automatically share sized to risk $100, okay? So we can see, Holly's got these stops that are in place here. And you're going to ask yourself, Chris, how did you set that theoretical portfolio to do that? This theoretical portfolio, number one, has nothing to do with automation. So, if anybody wants automation stuff that's going down some really complicated roads, I'm going to ask you to hold those for now. I have some videos on automation that I can share later, all right? We're going to talk about, the basic stuff here. If you want to see share size based on a specific item, X amount of shares taken every trade with Holly, or trading, buying X amount of money worth of shares, or trading based on the stop loss. Personally, I like trading based on the stop loss. I know I'm risking the same amount of money for every trade. That's what a lot, if not most, I will say professional traders do. To do that, we come to tools, all right? Options. There's a lot of stuff in this options tab you're going to want to get familiar with, all right? In here, we have AI trade size, okay? We come here and I can select dollars per trade. Do I want to risk $1,000? Do I want to buy $1,000 worth per trade? Do I want to buy $10,000 worth per trade? Do I want to buy $500 worth per trade? Whoops, $500 worth per trade, or $5,000 worth per trade. Do I want to buy X amount of shares? All right. Do I want to buy 100 shares every time? Do I want to buy 1,000 shares every time? Do I want to buy 777 shares every time? Okay. Again, these are all for hypothetical portfolio performance in Holly, okay? Or, like I do I want to risk based on the stop loss? I have it set right here for a $100 risk every single time. It'll automatically share size me basing on a $100 risk, all right? And I could risk $1,000 per trade, or I could risk $500 per trade, or I could risk $300 per trade, all right? You'll decide what that is. You're going to click apply. You're going to click save. And by doing that, here you will see your hypothetical share size on each one of those trades based on that risk, okay? And here in the moderate profit column, because that's what I have selected right now, what that moderate profit would have been both in dollars and percent terms, okay? And then up here, we can see how that would have worked out in conservative and moderate, all right? A lot of people always want to ask questions. What's the best? It's a number one question we get. What's the best scanner? What's the best momentum scanner? What's the best pullback scanner? What's the best way to use Holly? There is no such thing as best. When you ask best, it's a subjective question. It's like going to a restaurant and asking them what's the best dish on the menu. Now, some restaurants may very well have a best dish, but if I think the best dish is a fish dish and you hate fish, I certainly can't tell you fish is the best dish, all right? These become subjective, all right? They should be tailored to your personality, which should be tailored to your trading personality, okay? Someone like me who doesn't like stocks that are whipping all over the place, I'm not going to look at low float stocks jumping all over the place with 15, 20, 30 cent spreads. Not my cup of tea. Other people love to trade that stuff. They do well with it, not me. So think about yourself, your personality, and how these things are going to relate to everything you do in trade ideas, all right? So I know I went off on a tangent there on the AI. Hopefully, some of that's clicking. Maybe it's a refresher for some people. Maybe it's fresh and new for other people, all right? Now, I know there was some questions. Let me get back in here. We talked about the difference in the dock channels. Talk about AI including technical analysis with my scans. So Peter, when it comes to the AI and your scans, what I would say to you is if you're on the premium version, you have the backtesting abilities that Holly has that she optimizes with any alert window. The difference between Holly and you is that we have this, we call it a hopper. I don't know what it really is, to be honest with you, that Holly does thousands and thousands of simulations every single night all on her own. Unfortunately, we don't have that to share at this time. Perhaps in the future, that could be something that happens. I can't say yes or no to that. But what you do have is the back tester, and you can take any window and back test just like Holly does, all right? If you have a premium version. So anybody on the test drive has this ability to go through and back test just like Holly does based on timed exits and different risk managements and time entered. And then when you run a back test, all right, I'm going to run a fast back test here, all right? You have the ability to go to the optimization tab in the backtest, and you can look at every single one of these and say, how did these filters affect my scan? And so we can see here, we're on a price filter right now. It's at a $5 interval. I can even take that and make it a $1 interval. Press a 1, press enter. Now I'm at a $1 interval. And I could see how this scan worked or didn't work in these different price intervals. I can break it down by time of day. I can break it down by every single other filter that exists within Trade Ideas. Not going to go all the way down this rabbit hole right now, but there it is for you, all right? So that's how you can use the AI technology in your own scanning, okay? For those that want to go down a backtesting hole, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a link here. All right, once again, the user's guide. We've got it all in the user's guide. Okay, I went to help, I went to user's guide. We're going to go to the section on backtesting. I swear it's in here somewhere. Brokerage Plus, one click, simulated trading, watching, alerts, backtesting. All right, boom. Copy link, and you're all going to get the backtesting link to check out later. I will go over some more backtesting later. All right. So that kind of covers you there, Peter, as far as the AI and that. The next thing that I would cover in the AI that relates to your question, Peter, I think it semi-relates, is this. Conservative profit means Holly obeying her different exit reasons, okay? She has timed exits, profit saves, and reduced risks on top of a stop and a target, okay? A profit save just means that the trade was working, it's starting to reverse, we're not letting a winner turn into a loser, so it's like a trailing stop. A reduced risk means that the trade isn't working, doesn't look like it's going to work, we're exiting early before the stop. A timed exit simply just means that this strategy was optimized, that this time hold is what the optimization process said is going to be our best exit plan for this strategy. A target hit obviously is self-explanatory, a stop hit I believe is self-explanatory. That's conservative mode. Moderate just means we got in the trade. The only two things that are going to get me out of this trade as far as Holly is concerned is if I get stopped out or an end of the day close order on the close of the stock market. It's a 3:55 order, 3:55 p.m. Eastern order. So you might say, use the AI like this. Boy, I've entered some trades from my own scans today, and Holly, she just keeps getting stopped out. And I'm already below water. I'm not quite at my stop yet. Maybe that's signaling, maybe I should exit before I get to my stop. Save myself the headache or save myself the heartache, all right? Or we might be in a day where, boy, Holly, she keeps exiting trades and time stops and timed exits, but the trade just keeps going today. So moderate profit's working well. It's a risk-on day. Let me just kind of stay in, or maybe I'm going to sell half my positions and I'm going to let the other half ride because the AI is telling me it looks like we're on a risk-on kind of day today. We're on a moderate profit kind of day today. And so that's another way that I think it's really great to use Holly. It's one of the ways that I primarily use Holly, especially at the beginning of my trading, okay? So those are kind of my touch there for you there, Peter, on the AI. All right, WTD, how do you set up a stock race? And thanks. So first off, to set up the stock race, you got to be on our latest beta version. I recommend everybody always use the beta version. Skip the production version always. My personal opinion, I've never used a production version since I discovered the beta versions sometime in late probably 2017. I've just always run the beta. I've never run into one issue with the beta version. I know on occasion people do. It happens. What you won't run into an issue with the beta version is if you were live trading, all right? IB, our connection to IB is a solid, it's solid. I've been using it for years. I have never once had an issue with trading with IB. E-Trade, we have a disclaimer on the download page about the first 5 minutes of trading with E-Trade. There's nothing we can do about that. E-Trade's API does not function well. At that time, it cannot handle the volume of trading that goes on that time overall. And when we told E-Trade that, they said, okay, that was the end of the conversation. So we continue to work on trying to get that a little bit better. But after that 5 minutes, no issues on the E-Trade API for us. So with that said, Beta version. Always be on the beta version. A lot of people come to our download page. I'm gonna bring up the download page here, and this is gonna circle back to stock racing in a moment here. All right. Let me get the download page. A lot of people come to our download page and they don't realize. Keep scrolling. All right. All right, here we go. So they scroll and they come to download the latest production version of Trade Ideas. Regardless, if you do decide to be on the beta or the production version, please read all the release notes here. Now, this is what the release notes used to look like, all right? It's just a block of text. Some of it's going to apply to people, some of it's not, some of it's going to make sense, some of it's not. Please just read it anyways. There's a lot of stuff in there that, you know, if you look over, you might miss something important, all right? But if you scroll past the production version and its notes, you're going to come to the beta version here, okay? And you're going to come to the beta version notes. And moving forward, our notes are going to be a lot nicer looking. Jamie Hodge and Bill Barstow, you know, Jamie works in support and dev with the dev team now. Bill's more kind of support and dev, you know, the support side of dev. They've really come up with a great interface here for the notes with pictures. They're putting links in now for different things, so you're getting examples in the notes to show things that we've changed, we've updated with the software for you all to go through here. All right, links to get you to user guide sections on these new updates and new features, all through here, all these different things. All right. With that said, you're going to download Trade Ideas. If you've already got a layout you like, downloading a new version of Trade Ideas will not affect your layout. Everything that you had there is great. You don't have to uninstall as long as you're updating. If you ever decide for some reason you're going back a version, then yes, you will have to uninstall the current version to install the backed version, okay? With that said, if you're on 5.5.60, all right, you'll have stock racing. Stock racing works like this, okay? How do we know which version we're on? If we go to help and we go to about right here, you will see version 5.5. Now I'm on 5.5.63. I'm on a version that's testing above you guys. This possibly will be out in the next few days, all right? And for those of you that are wondering, gee, well, how do I know when you update Trade Ideas? How do you, we made a software update. Awesome question. Got the answer. We come to tools. And I'm going to circle back to the racing in a moment. Just be patient with me here, please. Who is that? WTD, all right? So if we go to tools, options, upgrade, click all releases, all right? Click all releases, save it. Anytime we update the software now on our page, this new up here is going to be a bright, bold, green new. And when you click it, it'll ask you to update right here. There'll be a new section that's not here right now saying, hey, update, and it'll bring you to the download page. All right. And that's how you'll get to the next, you know, to that next level on the software. So now, with all that said, we're all on the beta. We're all together. And we want to create a stock race. Our stock racing works with our top list windows. Michael Anthony, how are you? Welcome. So we're going to go new. We're going to go top list, okay? And we got to decide, well, what the heck do we want this top list to look like? Well, we're going to come first, window specific filter. Everybody has a different default that's set up with their top list. I don't know what the automatic default is when you download, but odds are you'll probably have filters that are filled out in here. Come in here, delete those filter sets, start brand new. You know, if there's whatever's in any of these things for numbers, all right, just go in, delete, boom, done. You can click hide unused. It'll get rid of that stuff. What will stay is how your default list is set up. These are things that I can get into later about defaults. But for now, I'm just going to go and work on building a racing top list. So we'll come back to search and we'll say, you know, I like RSI. I like to trade RSI things. I wanna do some RSI stuff for my top list and my racing. So I'm going to go RSI. I'm going to type that in. And here's everything we offer on RSI. 1, 2, 5, 15, 60-minute, and daily RSIs. All right. And we're going to say, you know, I'm going to work with a 5-minute RSI on this. So I select it. I add the filter. It brings me to back to the window specific filter. All right. I use this all the time in the middle. It's called the show me function. All right. So what a top list is doing, V, is this. A top list is a set of filters that goes back and forth from our server every 30 seconds saying, hey, here are all the stocks that meet your filter list. That's it. There's no alert, there's no event, there's no timestamp. Just every 30 seconds, top list updates. Here's every stock that meets this filter list. That's all it does. Very simple in that regard, all right? So that's what this is going to look for. So we're going to build this top list, and whatever we build in it, it's going to go back and forth to the server and return us every stock that meets it. When building the list, we have this show me function in the middle, all right? Because every filter gets a minimum and maximum value, all right? And so this is the way the minimum and maximum values work with. We'll start with this 5-minute RSI, all right? We click on it here in the middle, the show me function, all right? And I can put in here minimum and maximum values. So, geez, all right, I want to see stuff that's, it's not overbought yet, but we're heating up. So maybe I want to say I want a minimum 5-minute RSI of 50. I don't want to see it real overbought, I don't want to be catching the top of that RSI, so maybe I'm going to put a maximum of 75 there. So now it's telling me, show me stocks where the RSI on a 5-minute here is between 50 and 75. I delete that value, watch it updates. Now show me where it's just at least 50. That's it, all right? Let's say I put a 0 here, all right? Now show me stocks where the RSI is at least 50. It's no more than 0. Now those would contradict each other, and that wouldn't be a way to work out. But my point being is here, I'm trying to show you what this show me function does to help you build a scan. I can't tell you how many times I'm going to build a scan. I'm like, especially late at night, I'm messing around. Scan building to me is kind of like a video game, and it's an adult video game to me. My brain gets tired and I say, geez, what does it mean if I put these values into a scan? Well, that's what this show me function does here, all right? I didn't save that, so it didn't go in there, but here, let me do this again, all right? I click into the show me function, and for this top list exercise, this is what I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with 45 as the minimum, all right? And I'm going to still go with 75 in the maximum. So now I want stocks that are in between a 45 and a 75 5-minute RSI. Clicked it, there. My values are in here, all right? Now I want to, stocks, all right? I want a price range. Let's go, I'm going to go $8 and $100 for a price range, all right? And so, show me stocks where the price range is between $8 and $100. I click OK. All right? Relative volume. I'm circling back. Someone asked about relative volume here. Who was that? Let me circle back. Todd, you asked about relative volume setup. We could use a relative volume right into the scan. What does relative volume mean to us? Because every scanner, every platform, every software has relative volume. It means something different to all of them. Our relative volume and all of our volume metrics, whether it's a 1-minute volume percent, 5-minute, 10-minute, 15-minute, so on and so forth. If you see volume, all right, and it's not asking for shares, if it says a ratio or it says a percent, it's taking a 10-day average, all right? So our relative volume is taking a 10-day average, and it's using as a ratio. So, show me function. If I put a 1 here, it's telling me show me stocks where the current volume is at least 1. That 1 ratio means it's doing its normal volume over 10 days, okay? If I put a 2, that means it's doing 2 times what it's been doing over the last 10 days. And a 3 is 3 times, and a 4 is 4 times, so on and so forth, all right? And so that's how the relative volume works, all right? So if you want to see stocks that are cruising in volume compared to their normal 10 days, that's, where you decide what ratio of volume. These are things you're going to adjust and play with over time. There's no magic number for relative volume. Going to mean something different to everybody. But what I'll say is this. The other way that relative volume works for us, okay, is that when you see a stock has a 4 relative volume, you get an alert, or it's in the top list at that time. What that is telling you is that if this stock continues this pace of volume for the rest of the day, it is on track to do this much amount of volume for the day compared to what it normally does. Our relative volume will update real time. So let's just say that I'm looking at a stock here, all right, in my single stock window. We're going to come back to this top list and finish building this race in a minute. And I see a relative volume for a stock at 10 o'clock that says 1.98, just like this, at 10 o'clock Eastern in the morning. That means at the current pace that we are at, relative volume says that we will do this much amount of volume for the day, keeping this pace up for the day. If that volume slows down, you will see on your single stock window that volume move down, all right? And if you see the volume increase, you will see that relative volume increase, all right? So it's not necessarily a predictor, but it's just saying, hey, at the current pace we're going, this is what's going to happen by the end of the day. If something changes, that will change. If you have an alert window and it's got relative volume in it, so this alert window here has relative volume, all this alert window really did was say, at this exact time, this is exactly where the relative volume was. It's not going to update. It's a time-stamped alert saying, hey, this is everything that that stock was doing at this exact second when the alert came in. All right? That's the end of it. What it does from here, I can't tell you unless it keeps alerting, and then I'll give you an updated relative volume and an updated 1 minute and all these things like that moving forward. All right? That's what relative volume is doing. Okay? So let's come back to the single stock, or excuse me, the top list. We right click it because we weren't finished. We right click and we find configure. We come back to configure. We come back to window specific filter, and we come back to where we left off. All right. And so I've decided to take, and I'm going to say, I want a 3 relative volume in here. All right. Now, that's great. A stock is doing 3 times its relative volume, but you can have some stocks that trade only 10,000 shares a day. All right. And that's it. Their average volume is 10,000 shares a day. So relative volume for them being 3 would be 30,000 shares on the day. I don't want to trade something trading 30,000 shares in the day, and almost no day trader is going to want to trade something only trading 30,000 shares on the day. There's no liquidity to this. That's just how it goes, all right? So that's where we have a volume today, all right? I want to see stuff that's not only relative volume of 3, but I want to see it's liquid. I want to see that it traded a decent amount so far today. So my kind of go-to number when I've been building scans lately is 125,000 shares, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, all right? And again, the show me function. Show me stocks where the volume today is at least 125,000 shares, all right? Now, this just happens to be in my default top list setup. You can come to search. You can type volume, all right, and you're going to get all of our volume metrics that are in here that you may or may not have any interest in today, and you may have some interest tomorrow. Here we go. Volume today, shares, and you can see the units on this side. So that's what I used. If I didn't have it there, I would highlight it, add the filter. It's already here. There it is. So now we've got our race forming. So what the top list is going to do, it's going to say, find me these stocks, all right, that meet this criteria. Then the race is going to be a whole different metric to show what's moving after we've done this, instead of just looking at a table of numbers and symbols, all right? So now we've got our top list is saying that we want stocks in this price range, and I see questions coming in. I'm going to circle back on you all right? We've got this relative volume number, all right? We've got this volume today number, all right? We've got this 5-minute RSI number, okay? The next thing that we need to decide is how we're going to pull these stocks in. Let's just say, a window can only hold so many items, all right? And we can only, as human beings, look at so many items. And when I say item, stocks at once, all right? So how are we going to sort the data? What do we want coming into us first, all right? And so we have these different items we can sort on. You'll have defaults that are in here. If you see something else that you want to sort on, these filters, you come back to search. You can search through all the filters that we have. And for example, if you want to sort on volatility, you would click volatility, you have percent or dollars, and you would go sort by, all right? And now we could sort by that, all right? We'll pick what we want to sort on. For this exercise, I'm going to pick change from close percent with the biggest change from close on the top, all right? And we come to columns now, because this is the most important part of the race aspect of this. The columns decide what stocks are going to be moving, why, and how they're moving based on that, okay? So for me lately, what I've been choosing for the column that I want to race on is 2-minute change percent, all right? So I come back to change, and this means how much the stock has had changed over the last 2 minutes, all right? So I'm going to go change, all right? And I get all these different things here change. You can go through, there are so many rabbit holes. Again, please understand, there is so much for you to go through. That's why I'm going to be here for, on and off for a few hours tonight, all right? I'll be here tomorrow morning again. I'll be here Sunday morning again, all right? I do this every day, every market day starting at 3:30 Eastern. I have allocated extra time all the test drive weeks, with the exception of the last Monday, that I can't help you with. Monday the 1st, or excuse me, Monday the 28th, I think it is. But I'm going to be here a ton doing this live, all right? So if we don't get you something now, we're going to get you something later. There's tons of videos. There's the user guide. You know, I'm going to keep circling and repeating all these things over and over again, all right? So back to the racing. I've been racing on change 2-minute percent because I want to see stuff that's moving the last 2 minutes. What's really moving in this race? I've got strong stocks. I got good volume, relative volume, all right? I've got the price range I want. I've got the RSI range that I want. You know, I've got all these different items, but now I want to see what's pulling from the pack. Well, how do I decide what's pulling from the pack? Well, that's what, that's what you're going to have to ask yourself. For me, I've been using this 2-minute percent. I've had some really amazing races this week. Full disclosure, I generally haven't been a day trader over the last year and a half. I've been day trading a bunch this week. Just kind of actually had one of my better weeks day trading in probably ever. I don't know if it's beginner luck with the racing. Maybe it's just, some of Barry rubbing off on me. I'm not sure. But, not going to look the gift horse in the mouth. This is what I've been using. So change 2-minute percent. I'm going to show this column now, okay? This 2-minute percent is not part of how I'm scanning for stocks. I need this column to race on this column, all right? When I'm finished with building this top list race, okay? These columns are the data that's going to be showing in the top list itself, okay? So I have a change from open percent, I've got my relative volume ratio, I've got my shares traded today, I've got my change from close percent, my price range, all right? So I've got this whole thing here, this top list that I've just built for this race. I'm going to press OK. It's going to come to summary. It's going to say this is what we're doing, all right? What we're sorting by, all these things. I'm going to name this. We're going to call it test drive RSI 5 and change 2-minute percent race. Long name, but try to take some guesswork out for everybody what we're doing here. This is what we've got. I'm going to press OK, and here we are. This is my top list. So my top list is now returning me all these stocks that meet my criteria. All right? Everything's here. Every one of these stocks meets my criteria. The next part of a top list, again, everything being a right click in here, all right? Right click. We come to time frame. Am I live always? Am I live during market hours? All right? Do I want to go back in history on the top list to look at things, okay? There are some filters we have that do not work in the pre and post market. We have a PDF of those, all right? If you want that PDF, info@trade-ideas.com. All right, email us there and say, hey, can I please get the PDF of what works and doesn't work in the pre-market? The general rule for these items is if it works in the pre-market, it will work in the post-market, except if it specifically says pre-market, it's not going to work in the post-market. And if it specifically says post-market, it will not work in the post-market. What I mean by that is there are items, if we come to configure and we type pre-market, these pre-market items here will not work in the post-market, all right? These post-market will not work in the pre-market, okay? That's what I mean by that, okay? So we have a list of what does and does not work in those different market times for you. Email us at that info@trade-ideas.com. Now we're on to the race. We've got our stock list, all right? Now we come to launch real-time stock race, and it's going to give us this configure window here, all right? It's expanded out. Part of how the setup of the race works is by expanding, because we can decide how many race lanes we want. Race lanes means how many stocks we're going to be looking at in the race, okay? We can go up to 20 stocks, all right? So you need to have space for, 20 icons that can fit in there, all right? So that's step one. Your goal, generally, people want a goal based on time, all right, to the finish of the race, all right? We have an internal discussion, Debbie, about that we're a Ferrari here, Trade Ideas. This software is a Ferrari, all right? I'd even say we're a flying Ferrari, all right? And people are gonna, struggle shifting those gears at the beginning. It's to be expected, but give yourself a few days, and all of a sudden, when you get this thing out of the garage and you're shifting into third and fourth gear with this software, and the lights start coming on with this stuff, man. Debbie. I mean, I don't have to tell you. You're a pro. But you get the point. So, all right, back here, goal. I think you're going to want to be based on time, but start with time on your races. As you start to get more familiar with it, play with these things. Run different races, see how they look, change the settings on them. But I think these are the basic general settings, and this is a lot of what I've been using. And I think it's worked very well for me. And I think that it's a good place to start. All right. Then you're going to pick your minutes to run race. Some people wanting to see it, and run race just means from start to the finish and the time, then restart the race. I've been running 3-minute races personally. Again, you go at what you want to run, and then you're based on. This is the big one here. Okay. As I described before, your columns decide how the race is going to run. All right. And so I've been doing based on the 2-minute change a lot. A really popular one that Andy and Steve and Barry, I think, is also using is based on change from open percent. That's a great one too. All right. And another great one to do it on is relative volume. So all of a sudden, if you got stocks that are increasing in relative volume, those are going to be the winners of the race. All right. If you're choosing relative volume, if you've got change 2-minute percent, all right, you've got your what's pulling away in the biggest increase in 2-minute percent. That's what's going to be your leader stocks there, all right? So for this exercise, we're going to go change 2-minute percent. And then what are you sorting on, all right? So essentially, this is just telling you where do we want to start the race from and how it's going to run during the race, all right? So if we're just doing on a server sort, we're server sorting right now by change from close, if you remember correctly, when we were building the top list, all right? I don't want to do it on the change from close. I want the 2-minute column to be the focus of this race, all right? I've got the stocks I want based on the criteria I'm scanning for, right? So that's where delta value comes in. And delta value is telling me, show me what's happening right now. I don't care what happened in the past, all right? I've got the stocks that I want, all right? I want to see the delta value of 2-minute change from 2-minute change right now, current 2-minute change, all right? And then we've got delta selected here. We've got ascending or descending selected here. All right. This just means if we're looking at winners versus losers moving up and down. Okay. And then we want to leave biggest losers unchecked because we want to see the winners for this. All right. We're going long on stocks right now. If you want to see the biggest change on losers, and we're looking for maybe short ideas, that's when we're going to check the biggest losers win. Okay. Selecting replace cars means that if all of a sudden you've got a stock that no longer meets the criteria of your top list, it's getting dropped off that top list on that refresh, that stock is getting taken out of your race. We're getting rid of that stock and we're bringing a new stock in the race, okay? Because we don't want to, all of a sudden you dropped off the race. Well, you're not an interest to me anymore. I don't need you. And then there's the auto rerun. Click that and your race will just automatically restart every time. And that's it. We've built the top list. We've got the race set up. All right. We click play, and I don't know that anything's going to happen because we're in the aftermarket hours, unfortunately. But here's my list of stocks. These are the top stocks that meet this top list right here. All right. So we can see them in order here. YMAB, Coop, PDS, CRS, VMO. All right. All these right down in line, coming right down here on this race. All right. If I shrink this, we're going to lose lanes because we picked 20, the max. If I bring it up, we're going to gain our lanes, all right? And that's how that works like that. It counts down 30 seconds, and then here, we can see these things are moving in a 2-minute percent. Well, let's take a look. Right-click properties. I don't have post-market up right now. So now I added post-market to my chart. Again, everything in trade ideas. Right-click. So we right-click. We come to, properties. Show post-market, show pre-market, all these things like that, okay? And like I said, play with stuff. If you're going down rabbit holes and playing with stuff, save your layout real quick. Save it to the cloud, give it a date, and you're going to say, well, Chris, how the heck do I save a layout? Real simple. File. Go to Save or Share to Cloud. You're going to get this window. You're going to click Entire Layout, and you're going to give it a name, and you're going to click Save. all right? And if we go back to File, and now let's just pretend I did a bunch of stuff and I changed, and I'm like, I don't like anything I changed. I want to go back to that layout I was just working on. File, Load from Cloud. And see that? That's a layout right there that I just named that googly gop name. I'm going to delete it because, I don't really need that. That's your cloud save. Second save that we have. File, Save Layout. If you save anything as this default _layout in all capital letters, that will be the layout that loads every single time you start trade ideas. So if you're working on a layout but you don't want that to be your default startup layout, just rename it. Test layout, whatever the heck you want to name it, all right? So test layout for testing. And I've saved it. That's my local save, all right? And if I come to File, Load Layout versus Load from Cloud, Save from Cloud, or Save or Share to Cloud, Load Layout, Save Layout, Local's down here, Cloud's up here, go to Load Layout, and I've got somewhere in here, Test for testing, all right? And if I were to click that, it would load exactly what I have on my screen here, all right? So that's how we would save things, all right? So back to this. We've got these cars are running. Well, let's take a look. See, all right, so BNO has had a little bit of movement here in the post market. ZG, let's take a look at it. All right, we got a little bit of movement here in the post market. DRV, not so much, but we can see it has traded some shares in the post market, all right? That's the basis of it. Again, massive amounts of rabbit holes to go down. That's the short and skinny, if you will, on stock racing. Again, Stephanie has done an unbelievable job on this user's guide, and she turned it up a notch in the last 2 weeks to get ready for the test drive to take it another level. Help. User guide. We got the user guide. You can scroll down or click that arrow, and you're going to find, where are you? Somewhere in here. TI stock race. And you're going to click that. And some of what I just covered is going to be in here. There's even more than I just covered in here, all right? There's even more. I'm just giving you some basics to get you running on some stock races and some general thoughts and ideas on them, okay? So I'm going to pause on stock races. I'm going to circle back. I see that Debbie and a few other had questions in there. And I'm going to try to get through some of these questions by scrolling back. All right, so we covered the alert window. How do we know which version on? We covered that. I covered what a top list means. Does relative volume adjust for time of day? Like all stocks tend to have heavier volume right after the open. So yes, Debbie, actually our relative volume filter is a little bit more weighted at right on the open. The opening, I believe, 15-minute candle and the closing 15-minute candle. Relative volume is weighted heavier there, and it's equal across the board after that, Debbie. Do you know how to have TI give audio pop-up alerts if I have it minimized and I'm full screen with my trading platform? So yes, audio alerts for you there, V, only work like this. Our alert windows, Holly, and multi-windows. No audio alert on the top list, because top lists are just cycling back and forth, all right? So you could have, 15 things pop on and off at the same time on a top list, and there's no way to alert audio 5, 6, 7, 8 stocks change like that, all right? But but alert windows, and I'm gonna get rid of these small borders here. So properties, again, everything in Trade Ideas is a right click. Come and look at these things, play with these things, all right? You mess something up, no big deal. Start with a saved layout that you can always go back to, all right? Send us an email saying, hey, it was working like this before, now it's working like this. We may not get you on the first try understanding what you're saying. When you email us, send us screenshots, as much information as possible. That will help us, really get to the root of what you got going on. But anyways, if I right click in properties, we have what's called small borders somewhere here. Small borders, all right? And see that's checked? When I uncheck that, look in the the left-hand top corner, now you see an A there, all right? That indicates it's an alert window. Just like on the top list here, there's a T here indicating it's a top list window. We also have what we call M windows for multi-list windows, all right? And a multi-list window is just a bunch of A windows shoved into a multi-list window to save space for you. the A window, the M window, the AI window, and last but not least, the P window, a price alerts window. All of these have sound alert abilities, okay? And they all can have sound turned on exactly the same way. And this is how we do that. We're going to do it on Holly first. I'm going to go right click and we're going to find actions, all right? And that's going to bring up our action center, okay? You're going to make sure play sound is checked. You're going to go to sound setup. And really, asterisk, beep, exclamation are all basically the same. Text to speech is where you hear it call out the names. This only works on our downloadable app. I'm sorry if you're on the web version. I'm sorry. That's all I got for you. I'm not a developer. If I was, perhaps I could help get it there. I'm not, and I can't give you any explanation to why we can't do it on the web version. And I'm sorry. So I don't want to, waste a lot of time on that other than it just is how it is right now, unfortunately. You got to be on the downloaded app, the Windows app. With that said, those are your basic options for the sound setup. What you can do is if you have sound files inside Windows or you download a sound file and you want a custom sound, all right, you can click on sound, custom sound, and then you can go to select sound and find that sound file, however you have it saved in your window, all right, and you can pick that, all right. I'm not a Windows expert, so I'm sorry. I can't walk you through all these parts of it, unfortunately. There's, when it comes to the inside Windows stuff, that might be something you send us an email to. Perhaps, between myself and mine's greater than mine, we can get you a better answer on some of that stuff, okay? But that's how that all works for the sound alerts, all right? You're going to select your sound alert, what you want it to be. You're going to press OK. You're going to press OK. And now you have the sound alert selected for that specific window that you went with. Also make sure we have a universal sound toggle on the downloadable Windows app. Make sure that that is on or off according to what you want it, okay? I haven't used sound in Trade Ideas in years. I just don't care for sound. Other people love it. To each their own, obviously, all right? That's how to do it on Holly, all right? But let's come back here to an alert window because it does work a little different in the alert window. Very similar. But on this, we go right click and we don't see actions right away, but what we have is properties, then actions, okay? And it's going to bring us to that same action center where we'll click play, sound, we'll come back into the sound setup. We'll make our choices again, whether we're going to go with something default, the text to speech, if we're going to look for a custom sound, and we're going to select that custom sound, add that, we'll click OK, and we're done. All right, just OK again, and that's it. While I'm on the topic of the Action Center, if we go back to the properties and actions, there's one other item for Windows in here. This show alert window. If that is checked, every time your alert window has an alert, it's going to jump out, take over your entire screen and your focus and everything like that. So if you have a really chatty window, what I mean is a lot of alerts coming through, you're not going to want that checked. For those users that I hope you all stick around, but unfortunately that's not the way things work on the test drive. But for those of you that stick around and you get down through the back testing and the optimizing, you might have a strategy, an alert window that you back test and optimize, and it only spits out 3 or 4 really decent alerts every day, 3 or 4 decent alert ideas every day. You might want that checked because you might have other things going on that are in more active windows, and you might want that checked to see that jump up and say, hey, boom, I'm here. I just alerted the stock today, and you want to see it. So this is only something you want checked if you have something that's really, really quality alerts that aren't coming through much because you don't want it stealing focus randomly. You want, when it's stealing focus, you want to know that window's talking to you. All right. So that's that. That covers that there. So I think that kind of covers sound alerts. Hopefully that worked out for you. All right. Covered that. And driving the Maserati, we talked about that. Yeah, I'm excited, Debbie. What can I say? All hopped up on caffeine. I drink this caffeine drink called mate that from my life that I lived in Argentina and all that stuff. So and teaching people gets me excited. I'm hoping there's a lot of test drivers in here and they're getting some stuff. And if not, I know there's at least a couple in here. And for anybody else that's been around, hopefully they're finding this useful too. Thanks. Good explanation. Is it possible to get a code for the race scan easier, seem like interesting scan. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to share that scan with you right now, WTD. So right click, save or share to cloud. And remember, as soon as any of you get this scan and you load it, the very, very first thing you should be doing is saving and sharing that to the cloud. Please, 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 please save and share that to the cloud right away. All right, because in a week from now, I might delete it. And if I delete it and you didn't have it saved or shared to the cloud and you want it back, I'm sorry, I won't have it. Okay. So again, that covered, I think I covered the sound alerts pretty well. Thanks very much, Ray Scan. If you were looking for biggest losers, would you change the sort sequence to ascending? Let me see. Let me make sure let's do this here. Where'd you go, top list? Did I close you? I just closed you, didn't I? Load from cloud. There we go. Launch real race. So what are you asking there, Debbie? So the descending, this is what this is mean on the delta value. It's just going to have the stocks in the order, in what order they're putting the stocks based on the delta value. So here, I'm going to run the race again. And what this means again is that if I have it descending, it means the stocks at the lowest here, Debbie, are the ones with the least amount of change from close. That's what that means. You got it, WTD, and I'll be here for a while. I'm gonna, I'll have some periods where I got to take a break for a few minutes. I'll go on mute. I'll put something up on the screen saying I'm on mute. People around, they've got me engaged. I'll stick around to about 7 tonight, 7:30, 8 o'clock Eastern. Like I said, the more people that are here, there's an email that went out telling test drivers I'm really going to be here at 6. But I just figured I'd keep this open and keep going during this time. So like I said, in a couple of minutes, I might take a couple of minute break here. And, questions are welcome to come in and I'll scroll back and go through them. But I've got a few thoughts that I want to keep going right now. But did that make sense, Debbie, what I was describing about the ascending, descending? So basically, if I chose ascending, it would mean that, going in reverse, how they're displayed based on the winner, what's ahead in the race. So to change the race for the biggest losers, that's just come back to this here, and now I would check biggest losers on top. Biggest losers win the race essentially, and that's what that would mean. Moses, yes, there is a whole channel dedicated to the pre-market. All right. When I did do some more pre-market work and stuff like that, I have a rule: I really don't trade the pre-market. The only way I trade the pre-market is if there's something I really, really like and I'm planning to just take a position in it, period. I'm not really looking to trade it. I'll try to get a low ball fill on the spread in the pre-market. But that's it. We have this here. So for you, Moses, if you don't have it open, go, new, and you go channel bar, all right, and it'll open this right here. Now I've got one open, and you'll scroll down and you can click pre-market, all right, and it's going to load this channel for you like this. Now we have 2 different channel bars, all right. One is for free floating windows, that's like this, and the other is for a docked window that's kind of organized so that if you grab the whole thing, it moves together, where these are all individual moving. And I'm going to keep circling back to you, Debbie, in just one second. So we could also go new, and we can go docked channel bar, all right? And it's going to give me this whole big docked window here that everything is, all together, nice like. All right, and again, pre-market, I can click on that, And remember, there's a lot of stuff, so scroll this. Everything's got a theme to it in here. I think a lot of the themes are kind of self-explanatory. Obviously, Wall Street Bets, we know what that means. Buzz is an ETF that Stool President Portnoy was involved in. It didn't go quite as well as we thought it would, but it's there anyways. Metals, biotechs. And again, if you're curious, what do some of these mean? You're not quite sure. We do have to update this a little bit, but if you go to Help, and you go to channel descriptions, you'll get channel descriptions right there. For the most part, it should walk you through all of it. But so this is our pre-market layout. It's an overall general view of what's going on in pre-market. Up gappers, down gappers. We have it set up with some racing now for the pre-market. This is a multi-strategy window for the pre-market, so it's an alert window, a bunch of alert windows put together. It's going to have pre-market highs, pre-market lows, some unusual volume, some different kinds of alerts that are going on. Again, everything in Trade Ideas is a right click. So if I right click, I can come to, the strategies that are in this multi-window, and I can go through each strategy's configure and say, what is this strategy doing? All right. I will go into more depth of doing this, but I'm just, hitting it real fast for this question here because I want to circle back to Debbie on the race cars here. The same thing, our top list, again, for those that might be just joining us, a top list is a set of filters. What's a filter? A filter is a price range, an RSI range, maybe a change over a certain period of time. Things like that are our filters. They have minimum and maximum values, so I can right-click on this top list. I can come to Configure, and I can come to what we call our window-specific filters tab, okay? And I can see what this is looking at. So it's telling me look for stocks that are at least $1 in price. There's no maximum price here. All right, how do I know that? Just in case, this little called show me function magnifying glass in the middle says it right here. Show me stocks where the price is at least $1. Boom. If I add a max here, now I can see show me stocks with the price between $1 and $7, for example. It has to have traded at least 2,000 shares today. And we use an earnings per share hack in here to keep out ETFs. On occasion, it might kick out a stock that's kind of moving. It's a trade-off, all right? So you can always come in and you can modify these windows how you want them, create your own pre-market setup, if you will, and go from there. But I think this is going to get you 99.9% of everything moving in the pre-market. That's your up gappers, all right? Also, here's a big piece of this. Right-click and we come back to configure, all right? The reason why this is looking at up gappers is the sort, all right? Again, sort tells us what stocks do we want populating the list and where do we want them on the list, okay? So biggest on top, meaning our biggest gappers here by percent are on top, all right? That's how that works. There's three sorts. That's our server sort. Here we have a display sort. So you see how this gap column is indented, all right? Gap percent, that means it's display sorting it by this. I could display sort it by volume today by double clicking this, and now it's going to give me the biggest volume traded today on the top, okay? And we also have a color sort. So you see how when I have it like this, the color's all nice on the gap percent. It's all nice and kind of even right now, all right? Well, I can change that by going right-clicking, and I can come once again to Properties and select Colors, all right? And now I can filter this color display based on what I want here, all right? So right now it happens to be set on gap dollar right now. That's just how it happens to be working out. But I can change that also, all right? All stuff that you're going to get familiar with. You're going to go down a million rabbit holes, like I said, touching on a lot of stuff, all right? Eagle Trader, I will be here doing the same thing tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock Eastern in the morning. And I'll be here doing this again at 9 o'clock Eastern on Sunday morning. And I've got, time ahead right now still. I'm going to stick around for now. So let me circle back to Debbie, though. Where'd I leave off with you, Debbie? So you find change race, biggest loser. So is it biggest loser plus ascending? That'll be up to you on biggest loser plus ascending or descending. So when you pick biggest loser, it's going to look for stocks that are losers. And then if you ascending, descending just means that descending will say that the biggest loser itself will be right up at the top of the race versus the biggest the least biggest loser would be at the bottom of the race. So something that's, for the 2 minute change, for example, Debbie, that had, let's say, a 5% 2 minute change, that's the biggest change, down would be up here. And, something that had let's say, a 0.5% 2 minute change to the downside again on that change would be down here. That's how the ascending and descending would work. And so that's the biggest loser being selected. Again, if biggest loser was selected with, let me make sure I say this right for you. Launch race. So, come here, come back. There we go. So if we're going here, all right, and I have it, just for example, I go biggest, I got to put on delta. All right, so if I have biggest loser up, the first thing that's going to do is say stocks that are the biggest loser moving down based on my price right now, or if I change it to, shares today, for example, volume today in shares, or whatever it is. Whatever is our, the worst of those, that's going to be up at the top, and then descending order, it'll go, based on that the based on value, essentially, okay? Versus if I go ascending, it'll be the least value up here going to the biggest value down here for being the loser, in that sense. Hopefully I'm making sense. I'm clicking there, Debbie. I know what I'm going over right now took me a little bit to understand myself. I had to keep rereading and playing with races a little bit for me to grab a hold of it. So I get that it's one of those things that, like, once you get it, it's like, oh yes, but it took me a moment to get it myself. Do you have a layout that we could start off with? Thanks. I don't have a specific layout to start you off with, Andy. I mean, I can give you my layout, but it's really kind of tailored to what I'm kind of doing and stuff. But what we have here, Andy, is we have all these channels that have full layouts in them. All right, trade the gap. All right, and what I'm going to do, Andy, is I'm going to walk you through how to build a layout using our channels and how we can build a layout together. All right, and we'll do a few exercises with this layout build, Andy, and I'm going to help you build a layout right now live. And then, if you can follow along, perfect. If you're struggling to follow along, no worries. I'm going to build a layout, all right, based on some stuff, and then I'm going to save it and share that layout to the cloud for you. That's what we're going to do here, Andy. And then and also, yes, Barry has some layouts too. So that's actually the first thing I'm going to cover. And I just want to circle back again for you, Eagle Trader, because I know I'm talking fast and going over a lot of stuff. And this is for everybody. I'm going to be here for a while tonight. I am going to, in a few minutes, I'm going to take a break here in a few minutes, all right? I'm going to need a moment to catch my breath. I also, for fun, full disclosure purposes, I do a lot of intermittent fasting, and I'm on a fast right now, and talking so much gets me lightheaded. But I'm going to be here for a while tonight. As long as people are here asking questions, listen, if there are 2 or 3 of you here and you're asking questions and you want me going over stuff, I'll stick around to, like, on and off, like I said, jumping on and off here for, a moment or two, put myself on mute. I'll stick around to like 8 o'clock tonight, all right? And I'm going to be right back here tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern in the morning, and I'll be right back here Sunday at 9 o'clock Eastern in the morning. I was going to do a Sunday night one of these, but I forgot it was the Super Bowl. I don't really watch a lot of sports anymore. But I just figured, not that I much care about the Super Bowl, but I just figured everybody else does, so we'll shelve that. Also, what I'm doing right now, I start every single trading day at 3:30 Eastern. I do this right here. I start 3:30 Eastern, and I usually go to 4:30 Eastern. All next week and all the week after that, I will stick around after hours, a little extra after hours. Again, same kind of format. I might take a few minute break here and there, put myself on mute, come back to the questions, but I'll be here extra this week, all right, for you all. I'll probably do next weekend another Saturday and Sunday session again as well for you all too, all right, assuming the turnout is decent. No, because Mike, see, if I sing, I'll break your monitors. Your screens will break from my voice because it's just, I break glass when I sing. That's how it works. So let's do this first. For those of you that don't know, Barry, our trading room moderator, who will tell you constantly, over and over and over again, he can't teach you how to trade, he can't teach you how to trade. What Barry's not going to do is he's not going to help you make a trading plan. He's not going to tell you get in this stock or do this with this stock. What Barry's going to do is he shares his screen, he shares his scans. He talks about things that he's looking at. He talks about why he's looking at them. He will never say, that's a buy area, that's a sell area. He's going to say, I'm looking at this stock, and if it can hold above this whole number, for example, I'm going to be interested to get into it. And he'll constantly tell you, manage your own thing. Manage your own trades, make your own decisions for getting in there. Don't follow me. He constantly says, don't follow me. And that's not to say, he's not saying, oh, it's my stock, don't trade it. What he's saying is if you don't have your trading plan for getting in the stock that he's talking about, you have no business getting in that stock whatsoever. But just by hanging out in that room, watching Barry, there's a couple of other really great traders in that room. William, Zach, Real. Pay attention to Real. Real won't mix words, all right? He can be a little harsh. Real is one of the people that really helped me learn risk management and helped me form some trading plans just by hanging out and watching him talk about things. He's an unbelievable person. He won't mix words, all right? He can be harsh in some of the things. He once upon a time told me when I was entering some trades and talking about it in real time in the room, and I didn't have stops and I was taking some big losses, he once upon a time said to me, don't you ever enter a trade again without a stop, or you might as well just light your money on fire. And so that's where I stole that saying from. With all that said, Barry's there all day long, especially during the test drive. He's going to be more test drive focused, helping people learn. Barry has his page. That's what I have up here right now. We're going to right click, and this is going to come back to building that layout here, Andy and anybody else. All right, we're going to build some stuff together. I'm going to paste that here. There's Barry's page. All right, I'm going to help you navigate this page. So we load up that page. All right, this is what you're going to get. You get a little blurb about Barry here. All right, and down here you're going to find some different links that Barry has from some stuff. Barry does a really awesome video. If you're someone who's still not just only learning trade ideas, but you're learning to trade, if you're a veteran, I watch Barry's videos all the time. I've been watching Barry's videos for years. I watch, Barry sends out 5 videos a week. I'm watching at least 3 of them. Just it's always something there that just helps me improve as a trader. He's just so great at what he does and how he articulates it. So this is all here for you, all right? Trade of the week. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Steve puts a lot of effort into these trades of the week. It's been a hard market, man. I wish all of you could have seen the trade of the week during 2017 and most of 2018. I swear to you, Steve's picks were on fire every single week. It was unbelievable. This past year, it's been some up and down moments. He's had some unbelievable calls, and there's been a lot of no triggers that Steve has had. And no trigger just means it didn't meet the price that we would, or Steve has decided is, kind of a go price. It's been a hard market for the last year plus, real choppy. But what Steve does in these emails that's really great, especially for new traders, is he puts in reasoning why he sees these kind of trigger levels and what the out level is and why they are this. And then he also talks about where he may have found the idea from, which scan. And so it's the education part of these that Steve is sharing. That's the real big deal. We're trade ideas, not trade guarantees. Steve puts himself out online every single week, putting one of these out here. And very rarely does he ever go and say cash is the trade of the week, saying don't enter a trade, this week. Or not saying don't enter a trade, but he's just saying the market looks wonky, cash is a position. He only does that 1 or 2 times a year. And he could, in this tape, he could do it all the time. It's worthy to do it all the time. And he puts himself out there all the time. So anyways, the trade of the week. And the reason why I talk about Steve and the trade of the week like this is you should see some of the emails we get sometimes. They're not very nice, to say the least. And it doesn't feel good when people are coming at us and cursing at us like that. So anyways, that's a blurb on the trade of the week. Back to our scan building. Click below to view a list of Barry's scans, okay? Here we go. And and look, there are trade of the weeks, just to finish up on that. They trigger and then they end up not working out. That happens. There are traders out there that have 40, 35% win rates that are extremely profitable traders. Do you know why that is? Because they have a great risk to reward ratio on every trade that they enter, and they never move their stops. Ever. If you have a 3-to-1 ratio, win to loss as far as money, so if you are winning $3 for every dollar you're losing on each of your winning trades, you need a 33% win rate to be successful. That's not a lot of wins, to be honest with you. 1 out of 3 wins gets you 3-to-1 on your money. So, all right. With all that said, click below to view berry scans. We click here. All right. We've got an entire list of berry scans that are right here. All right. Description: moving higher with unusually strong options. 10-day daily breakout. 10-day daily breakout. Don't repeat. Meaning that alert windows have this ability that, every time a stock meets the scan, it'll keep coming. So sometimes it's just rapid firing the same alert all the time. And some people don't want to see that. So that's where our don't repeat function comes in. I'll go over don't repeat function again. You guys can throw it back in there and remind me later. I don't want to get off on a tangent. I want to stick to the scan building for a few moments here. All right. Every one of these is here. What you do, this is our save and share to the cloud function. This is where it's so great. All right. You click any one of these. It's going to bring you to this page. Here's the URL. Highlight. Copy. All right. Come back. Here's our menu bar. All right. Here's the web page. Here's still kind of Barry's web page. All right. Oops. Because I jiggled that bar. Shot me down. Bring that all back up. And Windows, show all. Okay. Now we're back up. So let's not confuse the web page, because I know that can get kind of tricky with the web page, and that was something that used to trip me up a little bit with the account management page in the software. So now we've got this scan. We copied it. We copied this URL. We can go back. That'll take us back to Barry's page. We can come back to the scans here again. But if we go File, we have the URL copied. Load scan. That URL almost all the time should be loaded right here for you. Again, if that's not loaded, all right, we'll pretend it's not loaded. Simply right click, paste it like you would any other URL, load, and bang, it just loaded onto the screen. But bring it over. 10-day daily breakdown. There I have it. All right, there's one of Barry's scans. Sorry, lost my page to make sure I can see the comments. Just make sure nobody's coming in spamming us. All right, and so there it is. All right, there's Barry's scan. All right, so what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna close almost all my windows here. All right, close. We're gonna close all this stuff here. I'm just gonna leave my 3 charts in the background. That's it. All right, I'm gonna even get rid of this channel bar. All right, you know what I'm gonna do? Let me do this. Save. All right. I'm even going to get rid of this. I'm going to build a layout. We're going to build a full layout, all of us, right now. All right. So the first part of the layout we're going to do is we're going to build some charts. I'm going to go 3 charts on this layout. All right. So we're going to go New. We're going to go Chart Window. All right. And we're going to go New. And we're going to go Chart Window again. All right. We're going to have to size these a little bit. I keep wanting to say share size. Sorry, my brain is on trading. I missed a trading day today. I was very, very sad. We're going to go New. Excuse me. And we're going to go Chart Window again, because we're going to go 3 charts on this build of this layout. Also, sorry, question about that beta. That beta was going to come out today. There's an issue. We're going to have that beta out sometime this weekend. It could be in an hour from now. It could be tomorrow morning. It could be Sunday morning. We should have that next beta out sometime this weekend. Again, really, really, really important, okay? Sorry, I'm going to get stuck on a tangent one more time, especially because we have new users, maybe some new people in here. I really want you all on the new beta build, all right? So hopefully you're on the beta build right now. If you're not on the beta build, here's how we're going to know we're not on it. Everybody right now is going to go to Tools. We're going to go to Options, all right? we're going to go to upgrade. All right, we've got all these tabs, general and connection and layouts, and these are all things that you should take a peek at as we go on. All the stuff is in our user guide, but for this purpose, I want you all to go to upgrade right now, okay? And we're going to go right here, and we're going to select, let me bring my drawing tool. Everybody's going to select all releases right here, not production releases. All releases is what we're selecting. We're going to select that. We're going to click save right there, all right? Let's get rid of all of this. We'll click save. And if this weekend you're working on trade ideas, you're working on your layout, you're building scans, you're doing whatever, and we release that new beta build, okay, this new that's right here is going to turn green and bold, and you're going to click that, and it's going to have an icon here or a tab here under new, and you're going to click that, and it's going to bring you to our download page, all right, which I'm going to bring up right now. Oops. If I can click the right thing. New tab, download page. All right, we're going to come here to the download page, and this is something that got me at the beginning. All right, that's why I'm so adamant about sharing this here. The first thing on the download page that happens is we scroll down and we come to production version. Everybody just stops here. Not only do they stop here, they don't read these notes, especially if you've been using TI for any time. Under these notes is going to be anything we've changed, okay? Some of it's going to be really technical jargon, going to be irrelevant to you. Some of it's going to be stuff like us adding E-Trade as a connection, and that might be very relevant to you. Read these notes. It's a huge block of text. We have now changed that. So, like I said, first thing we come to, production. Don't download production. Scroll past production. Scroll past production notes. You're going to come down here and you're going to find download the newest public beta of trade ideas. And you're going to download that. And while you're downloading and installing that, you're going to read these notes. And again, as I discussed this earlier, Jamie Hodge and Bill Barstow went through. They are redoing how the notes are done from now on. There's going to be the notes and then pictures to accompany it. And then look, links. So we added the real-time stock race is in the new beta build. All right. So here's something to show you what it looks like. All right. Get you engaged, not just a block of text. And then look, here's a link. Look for these links. And if we click that link, bang, here we are, real-time stock race, right in our user guide. Going to take you right to it. All kinds of videos, all kinds of tutorials, all right? And we're going to keep clicking through here. We've done a whole bunch of stuff with charts. We now have line, bar, area, high-low close, open high-low close charts, all right? All that stuff is in here. All that's in there, all right? We added this thing called a performance monitor, all right? Everything about every one of these things is in here. It's all in our user guide. We have the ability to link chart, one chart could be linked to one scan now, all right? Instead of, all charts are linked to all scans or linked to nothing. Here's a whole thing about linking in here. All the stuff is here. Rant over on that. We're going to get back to building our layout. So we've got 1, 2, 3 charts, but we don't want all, your charts are going to load. They're all going to load the same on the default, all right? The first thing we're going to do is we're going to say, hey, what do I want a default chart to look like every time I might load a new chart, all right? So we're going to right click, and I'm going to just share with you what I use for a default chart, and you people can do whatever you want from there, all right? But I right click, all right, and I come to, we're just going to leave it on a 5-minute time frame for now. That's easy enough to change. I use 2 indicators basically on all time frames with the exception of a daily. I don't like a lot of indicators, and I'm probably going to get rid of all indicators, to be honest. I'm not probably going to use the moving averages anymore. I just don't think I need it anymore. But we come to indicators on these charts, all right? We have all these indicators here for you, all right? You pick what you want. So just for this exercise, all right, I want to get rid of whatever's here right now. So I come to edit, and I'm going to go remove, 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 and remove, all right? Sorry, let me get back here, make sure that I'm watching the chat, all right? And so now I have a blank, completely blank chart, all right? And I decide, you know what? I do like my EMAs. I like an 8 EMA. Here's the period. I don't want a 30 EMA. I want an 8 EMA, all right? Bang. Added it. Got an 8 EMA. I want an SMA. I happen to like the 20 SMA, all right? So that's what I'm... So that's what I'm going to go with here. But you can change that period. Do you want a 200 SMA? Do you want a 150 SMA? All right, you pick the period. For this exercise, I'm going 20. Boom, add. And I also like volume. Everybody likes volume. Jado, thank you for that. Here's a couple of big things. There's another gentleman here, Chris McKay, that I work with. He started in support with me, and he has some development abilities. He's taken some computer classes, but here's where Chris McKay really excels. He is like a master organizer, and so they pulled him from the support team, which we weren't thrilled about because he's really amazing in support, and he really knows his stuff in the software. Like, holy cow, knows his stuff. And they put him to help direct a lot of stuff that's going on internally, and he helped reorganize some stuff inside, Trade Ideas itself with our staffing and how we do things. And his reorganization is really just starting to take shape right now, and we're like starting to hit on all cylinders with what we're doing right now. Big things are coming down the pipeline. Some are going to take longer than we hope, some not, but big, shout out to Chris McKay. Really amazing stuff that he's doing, and the development team, these guys that are in here, gentleman Bill Barso, it's been around a long time. Another fellow, William. We've added some development team members. A fellow named Randall Hodge. Another a few other fellows. Sorry, their name. Another Ron. Another fellow. Unbelievable people, really hitting on all cylinders. Back to the thing here. So volume, we're going to add volume, all right? So now we've added volume, okay? And we can see all these things just get added to my chart. And you see how these charts are different than this one because of what I've done. All this stuff that's right here. So now we come to the edit tab in the charts, all right? Well, I don't want everything blue. I mean, how can I decide that it's an 80 MA or a 20 SMA if it's all blue? I mean, obviously, moving averages will lag because one's faster than the other. But for this purpose here, I want my 8 EMA to be red. So we're on the Edit tab. This is where we modify the colors. We click Modify Colors. All right, I go to Set Color, and I'm going to pick this red color here, and I'm going to press OK. Oops, I'm going to press OK there first. I'm going to press OK here. And I'm going to press Save. And now look, see, that turned red. And now the SMA, I'm just going to do this for an example. I'm going to change that set colors. We're going to go a green color here. I'm going to press OK. I'm going to press OK. And I'm going to press Save. And now that turned green, all right? And now volume, well, we got to modify the volume colors, right? But volume works a little different. We got up and down colors, right? So we're going to click, because we don't want to use just one color. We want to use the up and down set. So we're going to go Set Colors for the up and down. So up is on the up, see set up, set down. So if we got bullish volume, we're going green. All right, press OK. And if we got down, we want red. Press OK, press OK, and we're going to save it, and bang, there my volume is. All changed like that. We've now created a default chart, but we haven't taken it the full step. We've saved everything. We're going to go close. If you right click and you go save as default, all right, saved it as default. Now, I'm going to get rid of these charts. I guess that was an unnecessary step because I want to do this. If we go new and we go chart, every chart we open from now on looks exactly like what we just did there. Now, the only thing I have to change, if I want to change anything, right click, and even the size is the same, right? All this is the same. So this saves us a big step here, all right? Right click. Time frame. I like to work left to right in time frame, so I go daily, right click, time frame, 15-minute chart, right click, time frame, 5-minute chart, bang, done, beautiful. All right, we've got our 3 charts for building this first shot at a layout here. All right, building it kind of how I like to look at things. You're gonna like different things. You're going to do different things. You're going to see different things. You're going to want different things. The layout you have today will not be the layout you have tomorrow. It will not be the layout you probably have Monday. It will not be the layout you have next Monday. As you go further and further, you'll tweak your layout a little less as time goes on. I think those are totally normal things. But 1, 2, 3, we've got these all boom set up. We're going to take it the next step for building our layout. Some of you are going to say, I don't want these free floating like that. And I'm going to say, I don't blame you. We're going to dock these windows. So we're going to go right click and we're going to go duplicate into new dock window. All right, bang. New dock window. It's huge, I know. We're just going to make that smaller. We're going to make it more manageable. All right. We don't want this just called new dock window. That ain't going to help anybody. If everything's just called new, how do you decipher things? Give things a name, title it, organize. So we're going to go right click and we're going to go change title. And we're going to call it charts for test drive. And we are now titled. And so we have the daily charts in there now. I can get rid of that free floating daily chart. Right click. Duplicate into charts for test drive. Bang, it's in there. Get rid of that 15-minute one. Right click into the test drive chart docked window. And bang, 1, 2, 3. You're going to say, hey, Chris, they're all behind each other stacked. I can't see diddly squat right now. And I'm going to say, I know. Hang on a second. Bear with me. And we see 1, 2, 3, they're tabbed. Sometimes people want things tabbed. They want it behind because they just don't need to look at something all the time. We don't want them tabbed. What you do is just grab it, pull it from the tab. Now, it looks free floating, but it's not free floating. Because if it was free floating, I couldn't do this. See, when I grab it, you've got this tool in the middle here. All right? This tool, by putting my mouse over the section that I'm looking for, tells me where it's going. So if I want it tabbed again, I put it right back over the middle. See how it's all blue, covering the whole thing? Bang, I tabbed it again. Pull it back out, and I can say, I just want this going to one side or the other, all right? Because I want the daily on this side, and I want the 15-minute coming to this side, I'm going to go to this side. If I wanted it underneath, I could do this too. I could stack the charts, all right? But I don't want it. Just, again, pull it from the tab. Here we go. I want it to the right because I want to read my charts in time. Oldest left, newest right. All right, or longest trade time. This is how I work, left to right. Always look left on the charts. That's what you hear all the time. We got one more chart to go. We're going to pull the 5-minute chart now, and we're going to bring it over here, and we're going to do the exact same thing. And now we can just simply size these just the way we want right here. 1, 2, 3, however you want to have them. And there we are. There's our charts. If someone is having trouble following along with this, all right, 1, 2, 3, I'm going to help you out with this. Save and share to cloud. You're going to take this right now. You're going to get this URL. You're going to play with that however you want later on, and you're going to save that to the cloud immediately because I'm going to delete this tonight. So immediately save that to the cloud. If anybody needs a walkover on how we save and share to the cloud, again, let me know. But I'm going to go with that. I've gone over it a few times, so I'm going to move forward without doing that. But throw something in the chat if not. So, all right, Chris, we got charts for the layout. Well, we got to scan, right? Of course, we got to scan. So, well, how do we want to scan for this? All right, well, this is where the channel bar is going to come in for a lot of new users. And we're going to go new, and we're going to go channel bar, all right? What is going to happen right now, if you click a channel, what I've done here, what we've done here is gone. And that's why we saved it to the cloud, right? Everybody save your chart that we just built, whether you use the one that I dropped the link of or the one you just built with me. You right click that and save that to the cloud right this moment, up here, top of the dock. Right click, save or share to cloud, all right? And you'll know it's in the cloud by going to File, and you're going to see it's going to have a TI icon because that's a docked window versus a T, that's top list, and A, alert window. So we know it's either a docked window or a layout because there's a TI icon, there's a name. We know it's there because this is what's going to happen. When I click one of these layouts here in the channel bar, say goodbye to everything else, all right? So we're going to go first, and we're going to say, you know, I think I want to be a momentum trader, all right? I think that's where I'm headed in trading life. I want to see stuff that's got momentum and volume, so I'm going to click the momentum channel, and bang. What we just worked on is gone, but it's not gone forever. It's part of building the layout. We built the first part, we saved it to the cloud, okay? We're going to go through, and you're going to say, well, all right, well, how does this help me building the layout? This is how it helps build the layout. Everything in Trade Ideas is a right click. We want to know what a window does, all right? And we're going to say, you know what? let me go through each one of these scans. And this is going to be kind of your homework through the weekend. There are probably hundreds of scans in here, all right, for you to go through. We're going to right click a scan, all right? I'm going to get rid of small borders again. And we're going to right click it and we're going to come to configure. And there's a few ways we can look at what a scan is doing, all right? We can come to the summary tab and we can try to read some of this here. Now for me, because I've been doing this for a while, I know what a lot of these icons mean. I know what's going on here. For someone that's newer, my recommendation to you first, all right, is to understanding alert windows versus top list windows. Alert window, which is what we're looking at, has an alert. And think of an alert as an event, a new high, a new low, a standard deviation breakout, standard deviation breakdown, all right? If we come to the search window, we can see all these ones with this icons like this. These are our alert icons, okay? This means it's an alert. An alert window must have an event that says, boom, I did this. And it works in combination with the filters saying, hey, I'm also doing these things at the same time. And the alert window works by giving you a time-stamped alert saying, hey, at this exact moment, I found a stock doing all the things you asked me to look for. So what is this alert window looking for right now? So if we come to the selected alert, we see the selected alert that's checked here is a new high. It's a new daily high. By not putting anything here, that's what that means. The stock must be making a new high on the day to get the alert, the event. Then, for this specific window, has to be between $1 and $50, has to have traded at least 100,000 shares today. See, volume today, shares. Here's our units on the side. This EPS hack here keeps out ETFs. We put that in here because a lot of people don't want to see ETFs. They don't want to see warrants. So this will keep out warrants. We're working on technology to get rid of warrants without the EPS hack. It's a work in progress. It is not from lack of attention or lack of effort that Chris McKay and the dev crew haven't been able to get it to go through. They're working on all this word coding and reading and stuff, and it just works great one moment and doesn't the next moment. So right now, this is our hack to keep out warrants and things like that, but this is what this scan is doing. Change from close percent. And again, the show me function tells us what are we doing here. So show me stocks where the change from close, the price is up at least 2% from the previous day's close, okay? That's what this, part of what the scan is doing. The relative volume's got to be 3, meaning it's doing 3 times what it normally does over a 10-day period, all right? And again, the relative volume in combination with the volume today works great because you could have a stock that only has traded 60,000 shares today at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 60,000 shares by 2 o'clock Eastern time is not liquid, but that could have 100 on the relative volume because normally it trades, 200 shares on a day. That's its average, is normally 200 shares on a day. We ain't interested in that. That's why this volume today is helping work in combination with this. The 1 minute volume in a percent is saying that we took a 10-day average of what's expected over 1 minute period of time, and now we've put it into percent form. So a 1,000 means it's doing 10 times what it's normally doing over a 1 minute period of time over the last 10 days. A 100 means it's doing normal. A 200 means it's doing 2 times what it's normally doing. And so on and so forth, a 300 3 times. The same concept is with the 5 minute volume percent. Instead of being 1 minute, it's 5 minute average from that 10-day, and the same concept. So that's what this window is doing. We're building our layout. I'm not gonna click OK because I changed some stuff here. I don't want to mess with the window. All right. So we know what this window does, and you say, you know what? I like this window. Right click, save or share to cloud. Momo. We're gonna call it for this so I can remember to delete it later. Momo test drive, and I've saved it, and you've saved it. And now, if we go back to File, Load from Cloud, we've got 2 items here in our cloud for building our layout. All right? Bang. We don't need to load them yet. We're going to get there. Extreme Master Blaster, pretty good scan. All right? It's a multi-window, meaning there's more than one alert window in it. So we took alert windows and we stuffed them in here. Some more advanced stuff. We can get to that maybe later tonight or tomorrow. All right? But for now, we're just going to say, what is this multi-window doing? And we right click, and we don't want to go to configure all because some of the windows might be doing some different things than others. Some might be sharing some stuff. So on the multi-window, you're going to see strategies here. And each one of these strategies that has a check mark is an active strategy. We can always deactivate a strategy by unchecking it, reactivate it by checking it, okay? And did you notice how, watch, I had one of these disappear and then come back, all right? See how it's doing that? By going here, all right, whoops, and we go on any one of these, we can see the configure here, all right? So there's a configure for this one, extreme volume, $2 to $10, extreme volume, greater than $10, all right? Extreme volume, low float. So each one of these is named, there's a scan within there, and we could go through the configure of each one of these if we wanted to and see what it's doing. Again, our selected alert, the window specific filters, so on and so forth. For this exercise, we're going to pretend, you know what, I like this window. Right click, save or share to cloud, Extreme Master Blaster, test, drive, and we saved it. And again, we're going to come back, file, load from cloud. We're not loading anything, we're just checking. Now we have 1, 2, 3, all loaded there, all right, in the cloud for us, okay? And now we could say, you know, that's enough momentum stuff. Let me get, short squeeze is a popular thing, right? So let me get a short squeeze here, okay? Let me find some short squeeze scans. And we're going to do the same thing we just did again. We're going to right click and we're going to figure out, shorts feeling the pain. What's that doing? It's a top list, all right? We got a multi-window, we got an alert window. Let's get a top list in our layout. We're going to right click. We're going to go to configure. And again, top lists only work with filters. See, no selected alerts tab here, just the filters. If we come to search, no alert icons, just the filter icons that have the minimum and maximum values that we're going to give. We're going to come to the window specific filters, and we're going to look here and we're going to say, okay, so we're looking at stocks that are at least 20 cents. They got to be up just 0.1% from the close. And again, if you're having trouble figuring out what some of this means, click the show me function. Almost all of them will give a description. A few of them have a histogram. I'm sorry. But almost all of them will give you that. Relative volume here. Again, same thing. Position and range for the year. All right. So we're at least 15% above the low of the year's range. And we got a short float here of 17%. Minimum short float. And we say, you know what? I like this scan. We're going to right click. And we're going to go save or share to cloud. And we're going to, well, that's not what I want to do. Hold on. I want to keep with the theme. Bear with me. We're going to right click. We're going to save. All right. Let's get rid of, this has a time frame because it's a top list and it's saving that time frame on the title there. Let's get rid of this time frame. We know it's called shorts feeling the pain. All right. And we're going to go and we're going to call it test drive to keep with the theme, keeping organized here. All right. And we saved it. I think we've got enough to work with. And what we're going to do now is we're going to get rid of everything here except for the menu bar. And we've got our layout ready to go. Bang, 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 bang. And we're going to go File, Load from Cloud. And the first thing we're going to come up with is our charts for the test drive. We're going to double click that. Bang. There's my charts for the test drive. And we're going to go File, and we're going to go Load from Cloud. And we're going to go that Momo test drive. It's going to populate. Bang. There's my scanner. And we're going to go File, and we're going to go Load from Cloud. And here's my Extreme Master Blaster. Bang. There it is. And we're going to go Load from Cloud. And we're going to go Shorts Feeling the Pain. And bang. I now have a layout, at least the start of a layout. Now, things will populate on different windows for different reasons because one, you're going to have what's called your main monitor if you've got multiple monitors, and then we have a function where we can tell this kind of to be what the main monitor that we want it is. So if we go to Tools, and we go to Options, and we go to Layouts, and we go to Loading Layouts, all right, we have this Open Relative Domain window. If this is checked, all right, this is going to want to load stuff where the menu bar is, all right? If it's unchecked, it's going to load to whatever you've designated your PC's main monitor to be, all right? There's some other stuff in here you can play with, all right? I'm not going to, I'm trying to keep the tangents and rabbit holes to a minimum, all right? There's the beginning of a layout, all right? Last part that I'm going to do, and then I got to take a couple of minute break here because 6 o'clock is when the email said people should start coming in for those of you that haven't just stuck around or found its way in. All right, the last thing, because you're test drivers, Holly. Got to get Holly up there, right? Go to New. This is how I think everybody should load Holly. Go to New. Go to AI, Holly, Strategy, Trades window. Not Strategy window. Strategy, Trades window. And click that. And bang, there's Holly, all right? I will leave you all for a couple of minutes. I'm going to put myself on mute, give my voice a rest here for a second. Everything again in Trade IDs is a right click. Some of you were here for when I was messing with Holly a few minutes ago, all right? Right click. Look at columns. Selected columns means what I'm displaying for data. This is all the data that we offer right here. You can go back and forth. So obviously, by clicking something, sending it right to left like that, adds it to what you're viewing. And selecting it here and sending it left to right takes it away from what you're viewing. Mess around with it. Play with it a little bit. Most of it's pretty explanatory. Some of it take a day or two to kind of figure out, all right? Go through all that. When you've messed around and you want to see what it changes, you press OK. It'll mess with those columns like that, and that'll be that. All right, I'm going to throw myself on mute for a moment here. All right, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, all right? All right, I'm back. I got some water on for a tea. Minimize that because I might need it again. Now, the last part I forgot when we were building that layout together, everybody, is I didn't share that layout. I said I would build it and share it just in case anybody was having trouble following. So here we go. We've got this holly here. I'm going to organize this holly a little bit for you. I think, a little nicer way to look at. Let's go with, let's get rid of this. Let's go with re-entry. We'll leave some of these things. Get rid of aggressive profit. Last price is good. Max profit. No min profit. We don't care about that. Now let's see what this looks like real quick. So short entry time symbol, entry price, last price. Let's organize this a little different here. So what I'm doing is Holly has what's called re-entries, where if she gets stopped out, she might re-enter the trade if it starts to look good again, essentially. So what I've done is I've tried to push the re-entry stuff more to this side. And we don't need change since entry. Let's get rid of that. Columns. Or, yeah, you know what? Actually, I do want that, but not in price. Re-entry time. Just want to make this, look reasonable for you. Give me one moment here. All right, we're back in action. Got the T steeping here. All right, so all right, so let's see. Got this here. No, I don't give any buy or sell recommendations. You know that, Michael Anthony. I mean, at some point we can go over a few charts. I'm really doing this for test drivers to really get a hang of using the software. And K2 ICC, I'm just gonna call you K2. I'm kind of just doing like a rolling session here. I've been doing something with a few people that have been around. I'm going to keep circling back. Some of it's going to be refreshers, going over and over again. So, you know, anybody that has questions, of course, fire them. But, you know, I have some thoughts and ideas that really help people, you know, get started with the platform here. So I'm just kind of wrapping up. I helped, you know, did like I showed everybody how to build a layout essentially. All right. So, and we'll do that again, but I want to share what I built already. So give people kind of an idea, you know, something to work off of right away. So, all right, I think we look good here like this. So again, you know, we're going to go to File. We're going to go Save or Share to Cloud. All right. And this is for saving an entire layout. I'm going to go Entire Layout. We don't want to call it Charts for Test Drive because I'm saving the whole layout. And you can see that the whole layout's saved because look, every window here, let's expand this out. All my windows are here with checks in them. All right. So So we look good. Everything looks good. All right, and we're going to go and we're going to name it test drive layout 1, just in case I build multiple over the next couple of days. And we're going to save and share. All right, so now it's saved in my cloud, and I have this URL here to share with you all. So if there was someone who didn't follow in that exercise we just did, we're going to copy that and we're going to paste it, and I've sent it off to you. And again, to go over how this works for that that URL that I just dropped into the chat, you click that, all right, and it'll give you a web page just like this. The type of cloud link we're sharing is a layout. There's 8 windows. We've named it test drive layout. Okay. You're going to copy this URL here. Copy. All right. We can get rid of the web page now. We're going to go File, Load from Cloud. That URL should be here already. In the event it's not, we'll pretend it's not. Right click, paste, and you're going to press Load, and bang. Everything that we just built together is right there, just like that. All right. So that is 101 on layout building. Now, what I want people to keep in mind, and this will, I think there's going to be some people that are coming and joining, in and out right now. So I think what I'm about to say will resonate for both people that have been here and are just joining, all right? There is no best in trade ideas. There is no best momentum scanner. There is no best short squeeze scanner. There is no best chart setup. It's saying what's the best in trade ideas is like saying, well, what's the best pizza? People get in fistfights over these things. You say pineapple and you can get shot in some areas of the world. All right. So my point being is that everything is relative and very customizable. And so what we just did there was taking already pre-done scans in the channel bars, just taking a few of those and taking those just the way they are. Tomorrow, you may be diving down some rabbit holes, or Sunday, or Wednesday of next week, and you might say, I don't like this momentum scan. It isn't doing what I was hoping it would do, or I don't think I like stocks in this price range, or all kinds of things. And you're going to right click, because remember, everything in Trade Ideas is a right click. You're going to right click and come to configure, okay? And you're going to come in here and you're going to adjust things how you want them, all right? And then you're going to save it however you want, all right? And you're going to make sure that when you change anything, that you save separate files so that you have the original and you have what you've now, adjusted, what you've changed. And so you can work off of both, all right? So, the numbers kind of flex, me watching how many people are in here. Is there anybody that just joined us within the last, 10 minutes or so that missed the layout building? And then for anybody that's here, are there any questions on what I just did? And I will again disclaimer, if the stuff starts flying in the chat panel on me, I'm not ignoring anything. I will circle back on stuff. I'll scroll up and down to make sure I got things, got to these items that were asked. If I seem to have missed something, if you ask something and you don't think I touched on it or touched on it well enough, throw it back in there. I'm never going to ignore someone. Get right to it again, And, I don't, just got here, got an email about 6:30, very computer illiterate, so I can catch up fast. All right, perfect. All right, I wasn't sure if they were sending out a 6 or 6:30. It kind of just, so just so you know, K2, anybody else that might have just joined, I do these live sessions every market day at 3:30 Eastern. So I do half an hour of live market and half an hour after the market. just an open forum Q&A is what I normally do. So I had my normal 3:30 session today, and I just, instead of taking a break, I just kind of kept going right through on it. But I'm going to stick around for a while tonight, as I've said before, the few people that have probably been here for a little bit. If questions are coming in, if we're interacting, I'll stick around to like 7:30-ish, maybe a little later than that, All right, I'm going to go with Ash for you on that. I'm glad that worked out for you. Yes, I'll be here a ton next week. I'll be here all my normal times next week, and I will also be here extra time next week. And I'll be here tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock Eastern tomorrow morning, and I'll be here Sunday, 9 o'clock Eastern, Sunday morning. So, I'm going to be here a ton. So thanks for popping in, Ash. So like I was saying, K2, I do a lot of this, but I just stick around. If people have different schedules, it's hard to reach everybody's schedule and things like that. So I've just, I've really sectioned off my life for the next 2 weeks, trying to be live as much as I can to really help people get up to speed on the software. And then from there, the training wheels will come off. With that said, sorry, I just got here. Very computer literate. Let's catch up fast. Great, thanks. I got 3 40-inch monitors and ready playing with the charts. All right, so I'm going to circle back and just do a little bit of review on some of what we just did. I'm starting to see a few more numbers pop in here. So what I always tell people is walkthrough. All right, Andy, thank you for popping in. I appreciate it. All right. It's good. I like getting the feedback to know there are people here and getting something out of this. It helps me to know that I'm not, in the end, wasting my time. I don't mind hearing the sound of my own voice, but I prefer not to speak into the void for hours on end. With that said, so, all right. Everything in Trade Ideas is a right click. There's 3 places that things live in Trade Ideas. So the right click, whether it's a chart, we right click and we can see all these items here in a chart. Time frame, these properties that we can come into, and we can mark up charts and do stuff with marking up charts. There's more stuff coming. We have some tools, more is coming. All right. Same thing with scans. If we right click a scan, there's history and some different items that are in here, and we'll get to those items over the coming days. There's a lot there. But the big one for scanning is if we right click any scan, we can come to configure and we can see what that scan is about. All right. And we'll say, Chris, how do you figure out what the scan is about? And I'll say, well, the first thing we do is if it's a pre-built scan already, we come to the Windows specific filters. And what's a filter? Well, a filter is something like a price range, or a change from close range, our relative volume, earnings per share, volume in shares today. And so we can see what the name of the filter is, and we can see what the format is here. If, we're working in the units, working in dollars or percents, a ratio, dollars per share, things like that. All right. And then we have what we call our minimum column and the maximum column. These are the values that we give. So those are the kind of things that when we're looking at a scan that we're checking out. So when it's a pre-built scan, we have all these things that are being said here or being done here, and sorry, just seeing some text messages come in. I just want to make sure that I'm staying on top of things here. All right. What we have here in this Windows specific filter here is what we call our show me function. All right. And we can click that show me function and it's going to tell us exactly what this filter is doing. So right now, with a 1 in the minimum, 50 in the maximum, show me stocks with the prices between $1 and $50. If I delete that 50, now just show me stocks with the prices at least $1. If I add a 200, show me where it's in between $1 and $200. All right. Obviously, some of these are going to be, more obvious than others. I use this function a lot. Some filters, for some reason, I struggle with them still. After 5 years of using the software, some filters come to me naturally. Everybody's brain a little bit different. So again, no right or wrong way to necessarily do this other than the right way to make sure you get the values you're looking to have for that scan at that time. All right. I want to go back over for everybody what a top list is, what an alert list is, and what an M list is, okay? These will all be indicated here in the corners on the left, all right? And if we're using what's called small borders, let me get rid of some of these, properties. All right. So if you ever come across a scan and it doesn't have a T, an M, an A, or even a P, because we have price alerts too, which we'll get over price alerts eventually here, all right, in that corner, what you're going to want to do is this. Right-click that scan, come to Properties, and look for Small Borders. Now, when I check Small Borders, see that A is gone, right? So by again right-clicking, and we come to, where are your properties, small borders, all right, that A is back, indicating an alert window. M means multi-window, and multi means multiple alert windows inside this window, all right? It's a space saver. And then we have the T windows. That stands for top list. M windows, again, the basis of it is the alert windows that are placed into those. We'll get down to there, I don't know, tonight or tomorrow, or we'll see how that works. But for the purpose of this, I want you to know the difference between an A window and a T window. An A window is an event or an alert coupled with the filters as we were just describing in the top list, all right? So if we come to configure here, if we right click again and we come to configure in this alert window, we have all these tabs that are across here, all right? Ignore the strategies tab for now. A search tab is where you're going to find every data point we have to build a scan from, okay? When you see a single icon like this, that means it's an alert or an event. That means this has to have taken place with the filters, and the filters have the double icons here to get the alert. And that gives you a time-stamped alert saying, hey, this stock did exactly what you asked me to look for at this exact second, okay? And that's how that works. And so, we can scroll through these here, and there's a ton, and a lot of people are going to say, well, all right, that's great, there's a ton, but what the heck does channel breakout confirmed mean? And what does gap down reversal mean? And what does block trade mean? And, all these different things. We have a help function, all right, built into the software to help you with these things. And you can either click on and select, and then right click and go to help, or you can just click on it and there's help down here. And by doing either one of those helps, you're going to get a web page, and it's going to bring you right here. And we're going to get a definition right on the specific item that we're looking for. Now, some of them group together like this, all right? You'll go through these definitions depending on how much trading knowledge you have and things like that, market experience. Some will make more sense than others. If you're ever struggling with the definition of something, all right, you can always shoot us an email, all right? We'll get back to you pretty quickly. I'll say someone is there, 15 hours a day. So info@trade-ideas.com. That's our email to get us in the after hours, all right? There are two sections in this here, just so we're aware. So you have all up here with these alerts, okay? So we start here with these alerts. Then if we come down here, there's another blurb that we're going to get to eventually. That goes into further alert specific filters. So for example, some alerts have a value column attached to them. And what do I mean by that? This is what I mean by that. If If we come to the selected alerts, see how each one of these has a value column? This is like a filter, essentially. So for this new high specifically, if I don't enter anything in here, it's looking at new highs for today. All right. If I enter 365, that means it's looking for a 52-week high. We count weekends in this. All right. So whenever you're building a scan, keep that in mind. When you put the number of days in there, weekend days are counted. Okay. Again, so this is an alert or event saying, hey, this stock did this thing. The twofold of the alert window is this window specific filters here. Okay. So not only did it do this thing, and in this specific case, it's a new high, we have a price range that has to be met, and a change from close, and the relative volume, and all these other items. The stock has to have all these items met at the same time. This new high just happened, and that's how an alert window works. Verse, here's a top list indicated by the T. If we right click, we come to configure. See, there's no selected alerts tab here. And if we go to the search, there's no alerts to select, only filters. So what this does is this just says every 30 seconds, I'm going to go back and forth to the server and return every stock that meets the criteria of your filters. And that's it. If the stock no longer meets the criteria after that 30 seconds, boom, dropped off the list. If a new stock meets the criteria on the 30-second refresh, boom, added to the list. Very straightforward. No event. No jumping out saying, hey, I did this, hey, I found this. It's just a simple list returning everything that goes on here. These top lists have sort functions on them, okay? So there's 3 sort functions. The first sort function I'm going to cover is our display sort function. You can see this change from close tab here, or this column, is indented. Right now, it's working that from top to bottom, having the biggest value of change from close in descending order down here, all right? If I double click it again, it's going to put a reverse descending order, all right? If I decide I want to sort on view from something else, I can double click, and now I'm sorting on a change from close dollar, all right? But we can see that that disrupted the color scheme that's actually going on here, right? So what you can do here, if you want your color scheme to match your view scheme, you can always right click, and again, everything is a right click. Properties, and we can come here to select colors, and I could change that to change from close dollar if I wanted to. Here's where we're looking. Change from, whoops. From, there we go. And then we have change from close dollar. Now I've changed it, and do you see how that just went nice and even graded color again? Some people that matters to. Some people don't care about that. I leave that entirely up to, you folks here, all right? The third sort function of a top list is this. We right click, we come to configure, and we come to sort, all right? And we can see what column we're sorting on here, all right? Or what filter we're sorting on here. So what this is going to do essentially is that top list can only hold a certain amount of symbols at once. The maximum you could put is 1,000. I don't recommend doing that, just because what are the odds you can look at 1,000 symbols at the same time realistically? All right, but to each their own, however you want to do things. So let's just pretend that we only want to see the top 100 stocks that meet the criteria of the scan. Well, how do we decide what are the top 100 stocks? That's where this sort comes in, the server sort. And so it'll pull those top 100 stocks based on this server sort. Now, you may not see the column that you want to filter on through here. So you can always come back to search, and you could say, I want average daily volume 5 days. And you'd click that, and you'd go sort by, all right? And that's just as simple as that for doing as the server sort goes. If something I'm saying here isn't making sense, I'm going too fast, please let me know. We can always circle back to something, all right? There's no one place to start with trade ideas either. So I start to dive into some stuff. I'll end up on some tangents. Just the relationship you and I are going to have for the next several days here, all right? Again, a right click finds you all these different things in here in Trade Ideas. We have what we call time frame here, all right? So we can look at stuff during live market hours only. We can go into the after hours or before hours with live always. We can go back in history. History on a top list is going to look at a 5-minute window, and you'll see that happen up here. So let's just pretend that I want to look at 2:27 p.m. we're going to throw out there, all right, on today. And I click OK. And now we can see a 5-minute period that lies in between 225 and 229, where that is, all right? Is there a market cap sorter? There sure is. So on any scan, that's a top list for sorting, because we only sort with top lists. We don't sort with alert windows, but we can put a market cap column in an alert window. We'd come back to configure, all right? And we would go search, and we can go market cap. Of course, we have to have these filters in order to have it. And there's market cap, all right? And I can go sort by market cap, and I can even take it a step further, and I can go market cap as a column. If it isn't here in the columns, I can come back to the search, and I have market cap there, and I can go show column. Now if I press OK, we're sorting based on market cap, all right, as far as the server goes, and I'm displaying the market cap of each of these stocks, and I can even take it as far as display sorting here on the market cap of these, all right? There are a lot of pre-done scans within Trade Ideas. All those pre-done scans that we have, for the most part, live in what we call a channel bar, all right? Each channel bar is what we call a layout. A layout's just a conglomerate of scans and charts and, you know, the like. Some people I've had, believe it or not, I've had several users that I've worked with, they don't use charts, basically at all. They just use scans, and they've found these different scans that they like, and they just kind of really buy based off almost the scan and the price action of the scan and watching time and sales, and that's it. To each their own. It's 2 traders in my time that I've come across that work like that. So that's why I say a layout may not include a chart for you, for all I know. I'm going to get rid of everything that I've got here. All right. We're looking at the 6:30 time here. I see the numbers have gone up for watching a little bit. So for those of you that watched this exercise early, I'm sorry. We're going to do this real fast again. Trade Ideas, when you start it up, it's going to have some default layout that's up here, all right? There's nothing special about that layout. It's just a welcome screen. A lot of people, you know, I want scanners for this, I want scanners for that, all right? You can get scanner for most anything that you want. Some we might have pre-built, or it might be pre-built and close to what you want. You're going to modify it. Some you're going to want to build from scratch on your own at some point, more likely than not, all right? And that's just kind of how this works. So that's why I want to start with a blank screen. Again, I'm kind of seeing the numbers take a little bit of a tick up here. And we're going to start like how I would recommend starting Trade Ideas from scratch, all right? So whatever your welcome screen is that came up, it's not some special magical screen. You lose it, forget about it. Don't worry about it, all right? Because the layout you create tonight with me is not going to be the layout that you have probably tomorrow night, and it's not going to be the layout that you start Monday's open with, and it's not going to be the layout that you might have on Wednesday this week. And I guarantee it will not be the layout that you have on Monday of next week, all right? And generally speaking, the way it works is the newer users are going to swap layouts and scans a lot, and that's what you should be doing, learning the program and all those things like that, especially the newer users that aren't veterans in trading. The veterans in trading, I think they're going to hone their stuff in a little quicker. They're going to settle on a layout quicker. But, you know, even myself, someone who's using this platform for several years now, I tweak my layouts once in a while, not as much as I used to. So what I want to do is I want to walk us through building a layout based on the scans that we have within here in Trade Ideas already. We're going to go over some tips, some useful stuff here, all right, that I think will be, really helpful for you. So just bear with me 1 second. All right, so I'm going to start with this blank screen here. And as I mentioned, we have many, many pre-built layouts within Trade Ideas, all right? They have different themes in them. You know, some of them you might like some things in them, some might you like none of them, some you might like all of them, okay? But what we're going to do here is the first thing we're going to do is this is what we call our menu bar, all right? You have all these different tabs across the menu bar, and the first thing I want everybody to do, if you're gonna, you can do this exercise with me, you cannot do this exercise with me. I'll end up sharing what I do at the very end here with you anyways through the cloud, and that's how that will go. So we're going to go first, and we're going to go new. And we're going to bring up what we call a channel bar. So this is what I'm talking about. Lots of pre-done layouts in here, right? So I see we got about 40 people in here now. So I think I got, a fair amount of new users. And for those that are, we're in here, I did this a little earlier. We're going to do it again. Never, never hurts to do things multiple times, especially when we're new. All right, so sorry, I just have some messaging coming back and forth. I apologize. All right, so every one of these is a layout, basically. Different kinds of scans, different kinds of themes, and some of them might be very intuitive. Penny movers, we're gonna have our small price stocks, all kinds of things like that. Pink sheets and all that stuff like that. Fundamentals, someone might not be quite as intuitive, things of these natures. We have a help menu up here. There's a lot of stuff in this help menu. Utilize it. We have a full user's guide, all right? Very searchable. So I'm going to bring that user's guide over real fast, okay? In this user's guide, we have it sectioned off to all kinds of things in here. The toolbar, all right? The channel bar, alert windows, topless windows, M windows, S windows, so on and so forth. We go through the whole thing. I get that this can be a little overwhelming because there's so much material in it, but it's going to become very handy to you as you move forward and get the hang of the functions of the software and all the ins and outs of this software essentially, okay? Also in this help menu, we have a channel descriptions. Now I'm going to need to update this. We've just recently made a bunch of changes here, all right? So something that needs to be updated. Here it's going to tell you that there's 3 different hollies. There isn't 3 different hollies. There's one holly, all right? And holly should have always been thought of as one, but different people had hands in building different pieces of holly. So we had them like that. They're all combined. It's one holly, all right? So there's a few things that need to be updated. But generally speaking, you can go through each one of these and it's going to tell you the theme behind and the ideas behind these. If you don't like something on here, I'm sorry, I'm the one that did this, so shoot the messenger. I am the messenger, you can shoot me. But I have to go through and hopefully sometime in the next few weeks and get some of these updated and whatnot. But that channel description will go through all these things. Again, up here, there's some different videos that you can come through. All right, so there's a lot of stuff that's just right here to get you going and help you as far as that goes. All right. What we're going to do now is we're going to build some stuff together. And as we build it together, we're going to talk about what an alert window is again, what a topless window is again, all those things like that. And maybe people are saying, well, what the heck does any of that mean? I don't know what it means. So We're going to go through it all right? If people have questions, put your questions in. I'll try to circle back to them as quickly as I can. I will get to every question. If a ton of time has passed by and it seems like I didn't get to your question, just throw it in there again. I never ignore anybody. Just, sometimes things get missed, me scrolling back and forth on things, all right? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to build a layout, okay? So the first part of building a layout for me is I need some charts, all right? So we're going to come to new, and anytime we want to start something new, we're coming to new, whether it's an alert window, top list, multi, single stock window. And again, not all of this is intuitive. We're going to get to it. 1,000,001 moving parts. Again, I'm here tonight doing this with you folks. I'll be back here tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern. I'll be back here at Sunday, 9 a.m. Eastern. Test drive premium activated today instead of Monday. I was trying to figure you, but new column is grayed out. Daniel, are you on the web version or are you on the downloadable app? Because you should be active. All the test drivers, are supposed to go active at 4:20 Eastern today, but most of them went active before that. So let me know if you're on the web or not, because that could be a connection issue. Yes, web. Okay, really important. We're case sensitive here, all right? So make sure your username, whatever it is, perhaps you're going to even have to send me an email so I can see your username. Make sure that when you've gone and you've logged in, you come to account and you go to log in, that's case sensitive right here. And I'm guessing you're on a Mac, and Macs have a tendency to capitalize that first letter. You got to make sure that unless you have a first letter capitalized for your username, that you have it all lowercase. So look at that welcome email that tells you what your username and password is, and make sure you have that right, because I bet that's why you're grayed out, all right? And I'm going to do this one quick speech for anybody on the web. I'm sorry, the web function is a little bit different overall than the app. The scanning abilities are all the same. There are a few items in the web that are not there. There are a few items in the app that are not there in the web. It's a development thing. Most of the stock market technology is in, it was, originally PC technology. That's where we put our baskets. We're going to work to get the web version more up to date with the app, but it's a completely 100% different level of coding, and so all I can say is I'm sorry. I have no control over any of that, so you have to bear with me on some of this for anybody that's on the web version. So again, we're going to build a layout together. We're going to start, because I think the first part of a layout people are going to want to do is charts. So we'll go new, we'll go chart window, okay? And the first thing in charts that we can do is we can create what's called a default chart, so that every chart that we open from now on looks exactly like this chart, okay? And then we don't have to keep adding indicators. Some people will like this, some people won't. The few indicators that I use on all time frames. So everything, again, right click and trade ideas. I right click, I can come to indicators, I can see all the indicators that I can put in here, all right? So I like an EMA, I like an 8 EMA, all right? I happen to have indicators in here already, but I'm going to remove everything for this exercise. We're going to add indicators, all right? So we're going to go moving average, EMA. The period starts off as a 30 default. I don't know what EMA you like. I don't even know if you like EMAs, but if you do, whatever period you want, in there. It's now an 8 EMA. I clicked add. I now have that 8 EMA, all right? There it is, my one indicator. I like an SMA. I like a 20 period SMA. Maybe you like a 200. Maybe you like a 2000. Maybe you like a 10. Maybe you like a 50. You can add multiple of these too. You don't have to just add one, all right? SMA, I'm going with a 20. I've added it. Now you can see it there, but they're both blue. To edit what we have there, all right, we would go to the edit tab. But I want some volume on the bottom of the chart. Everybody likes a little volume on the bottom of the chart. So we go volume, all right? Add, and now you see volume. Now here's where we can color code some stuff. So first I've selected the EMA. Using just one color, I'm going to set the color. I'm going to give this a red color. I'm going to press OK. I'm going to press OK. I'm going to press save. And there, we've got a red EMA. This SMA, I'm going to set the color. We're going to give it this green color. I'm going to press OK. Whoops, I'm going to press OK there. I'm going to press OK here. I'm going to press save. We got a green AMA. Volume, I want to know, is it buy volume? Is it sell volume, right? I'm going to modify this color here. And we're going to use up and down because we got ups and downs with the volume here. And so we're going to set the up color. I like a green. You pick whatever you want. You press OK. I'm going to select the down color. I want a red. You select what you want. We're going to press OK. We're going to save. And now we can see that's all there. If you want to add more stuff, you can get right in there and add it how you want. We can close this now. And now what I can do is I can right click and I can go save as default. And now every single chart that I open is going to be a 5-minute chart with these features on it exactly like this and even this size. So if I go new and I go chart window, bang, all right, here I am. And if I go new and I go chart window, and there I've got it again. 1, 2, 3 charts, all the same. Now, obviously, I don't want 3 charts that are all the same if I'm, looking at different time frames for the same stock. So what we do from here now is right-click. We're going to go a daily, a 15, and a 5-minute chart for this exercise. So right-click, time frame, and I got a daily chart. Right-click, time frame, and I got a 15-minute chart. And I'm going to leave this one here as a 5-minute chart. I'm going to say this. I know that some people this is going to be slow for at the beginning here. Please bear with me. I like to start with the bare minimum basics. All right, you guys literally, in my opinion of opinions of this software, although I have nothing else to compare to because I've never used any other scanning software, this is a flying Ferrari. All right, we don't take the flying Ferrari right out of the garage and fly it right up into the sky. All right, we ain't headed for the moon yet. One step at a time. We got time ahead of us tonight. We got the rest of the weekend. Like I said, I'll be here tomorrow morning again at 8 a.m. I'll be here at Sunday at 8 a.m. Sunday at 9 a.m. Eastern times on those. I do a live session at 3:30 every market day Eastern time. I go for usually an hour. I'm going to go more time in this coming week as long as people are hanging out and working on things with me. I'm going to stick around for you all. Extra this coming week, all right? So anyways, we've got these 3 charts now together, okay? And this is what we call the beginnings of a layout. We have the ability so these don't have to be free floating, okay? So you might say, hey, Chris, I want to have all of these linked together as one single item so I can move them together. We have what we call docked windows, okay? So if we right click and we come to duplicate into new dock window, okay? It's going to duplicate that first chart that I just did. Let me just size this a little more appropriate into a new dock window. And we can see Trade Ideas, Pro, New. All right. If we right click the top here, we can change the title. All right. And we can go Test Drive Charts. All right. And we're going to click OK. And I can get rid of this daily chart because I've got it in the docked window. Now I can right click this. And I'm going to come here and I can go to duplicate into test drive charts because I don't want a new dock window. I want them all in the same one. All right. They're tabbed together. I'm going to get them side by side in a moment. All right. And get rid of this. We're going to right click again. Same exercise into test drive charts. Okay. 1, 2, 3 are tabbed. Now we're going to get them together. And by doing that, I'm going to pull this one out. So it looks like it's free floating, but if it was free floating, I wouldn't have this option. See how when I grab it, there's a tool here that I can do different things and place it and showing me how it's going to get placed. So if I wanted it tabbed again, I go to the center and bang, it was tabbed again. All right. If I want it to the left side, I come to the left tab. All right. If I want it to the right side, all right, I'd put it to the right side like this, okay? If I want it below, I just simply put it below, all right? So for this exercise, we're going to go side by side. So here we go. One side, and we still have one more chart to go. We got the 5-minute. We're going to pull it again, all right? And we're going to go right side again. Now we're going to size the window together, all right? Here we go. We've sized it. Now we can even size it in here, how much space we want to allocate to each one. All right. Moses, we can build a simple scan to like you what you want to use tonight. I got time, man. Hopefully you got time to stick around too. I know you were here for the last session kind of when I did this, so I'm trying to be a little more organized and do this quicker, and we're going to build something together, all right? So now we have the beginnings of what we call a layout, but we need scans for a layout, at least in my personal opinion. So we come back to new, and instead of just build, we're going to build it, we're going to build a scan together, all right? And we're going to do this. So we're going to come to channel bar first, all right? We've got this channel bar, and if I click any of these channels here right now the way it is, what's going to happen is it's going to erase what I just did, because only one layout like this can be done at a time in this free-floating channel bar. So what I want to do is I want to save what I've just done to the cloud, okay? And this is going to be part of the steps that we're doing in building these layouts, all right? So we're going to right click at the top and we're going to go save or share to cloud, okay? And we can see it's called test drive charts, all right? And it's going to save just the things that are checked here in that, all right? And we save it to the cloud, all right? Now if we come to file, load from cloud, right there, test drive charts, okay? So it's right there for us, bang, no problem. I want to delete some stuff because I did this exercise a little bit ago and I just don't want to blow my cloud out of the water. All right, so that's there. Now, if I click on this channel bar, it's going to load layouts with some scans and charts, all right? So what I want to do here is show how that's going to happen. Oops. So the first thing I can say is, just as an example, perhaps I want some momentum scanning. So we have the momentum channel here, all right? And I'm going to click that. Excuse me, I need a sip of tea. I'm getting a little hoarse. And we're going to say, all right, great, we loaded this whole thing, but what the heck does anything in here mean? All right, we know what a chart is, all right, but what's this M window? This doesn't even have a label here. This has got a T in the corner. This has got a P in the corner. So first, this Momo window here is what we call an alert window. If we right click and come to properties and we're going to look and we see it has small borders checked, let's uncheck that. And we're going to get an A there. A for alert, B for multi, meaning multi-alert window, all right? So that means there's multiple alert windows placed into this window. It's a nice space saver for people with, short on space. And then we have a T window, a top list. Absolutely. So you can save individual. So right now I could save, for example, I could go here real quick. You retracted that message. Does that mean you don't want me to answer that? Let me know, Daniel. I'm going to skip until you put that message back or you let me know to go one way or the other. I don't mind getting a little sidetracked, So we're going to say, all right, I'm building a layout. Can you edit an old setting without renaming it? Absolutely. So we could come in here, hold on, file, load from cloud. What we just saved for those test charts, I just loaded it, all right? And I could go like this and I could change whatever I want. Time frame. Nos said, go enjoy my Friday night. Did he message you? I mean, I'm kind of talking with them a little bit, and also I have no life, so I'm totally okay with that. So anyways, here we have whatever we just built, and I could edit this. I could change the time frame on something. Oh, you're in Stats Edge with him. You tell him go enjoy his Friday night. He's about to lose all of his freedoms. All right, he's about to be a papa, so he has no idea what it's like to be a dad yet. He's gonna get a crash course in a couple of months. Okay, so you could edit any of that, and then you could right-click it, and you could save it to the cloud again, and you don't have to rename it, but you'd have multiple saves of that same thing in there, or you could rename it there, Daniel. So that's how that would go. All right, so let's get back to this this building. So we can say, all right, I'm trying to find to build some scans. I've built a set of charts already for this. Pamela, yes, it is being recorded, but here's the thing. It's going to be one huge non-stop thing from when Barry started at 8 o'clock this morning until now. So you'll have to fast forward to get through this part. And Pamela, what I did here, I also did earlier too. So there's going to be like kind of two sets of what I've just done here as well. So you want to check that out. Also, in case you don't know, Pamela, I'll be here tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern in the morning, and I'll be here again Sunday at 9 o'clock Eastern in the morning. Michael's sicking his minions on me, tells me. So yeah, like I said, it's going to be a huge recording. So you'll have to be using that fast forward function. All right. So, but back to this. I want to know, all right, these scans, great, but what the heck does anything mean in them? So as I covered a bit earlier, an alert window is a twofold window. An alert or event has to happen with filters met. So if we right click this, we can figure out what's going on here. We right click, we come to configure, and we say you have all these tabs across here, and we go one by one. More bars per charts. Yeah, we can scroll in and out. So if you hold your control key and scroll your mouse wheel, you can scroll in and out for time. And then what you got there, Moses, I'm going to work on that with you in a little bit, but I want you to change that EMA to SMAs and look at the SMAs that we have available. So you're going to right click a window. You're going to go to search, Moses, and you're going to type SMA, and you're going to see what we have for SMAs, all right? So, but what we're doing here for this right now, we're going to right click, we're going to come to configure, and we're going to go selected alerts. This is the alert, the event that has to happen right now. So that means in order to get a new alert here, we have to be in the regular trading hours and getting a new high for the day. On top of that, in our window specific filters here, these filters that have values in them, they all have to be met. So the stock has to be between $1 and $50. It has to be 2% above the close. So here we have, what we're working in, price, change from close. Here we have the value here, what we're working on. The units, that's the word I'm looking for. And we have a minimum of the unit and a maximum of the unit, all right? And in the middle, we have the show me function, so we know price is between here, and this is where we can edit things and it'll show us. So now price just at least $1. Or between $1 and $200, so on and so forth. Each one of these is going to go like this, all right? So we'd go through this and we'd say, all right, I like this scan. I don't like the scan, but for this exercise, we like the scan. So we're going to say we like it, all right? There are other tabs up here. We're not going to go down the rabbit hole of all these tabs. You can start to do this a little bit in the, a little bit when you're on your own. As the days go by and you folks are joining me, we can start to get with more specific questions on some of these things, but I want to start with a lot of the basics right now. Love the Filters is an OI filter for options. We only have 6 option filters. I'll show them to you right now. So if you were to go to a search, you go to options, OPTIONS. This is what you got. You got put call ratio, you got options volume and contract, you got options volume today and contracts, you got put volume, call volume, and options volume as a percent. And if you have questions on what any one of those are, you click it and press help. So that's how that will go. So again, for the exercise of this though, we're going to say, you know what? I like this scan. This is great. All right. I want this to be part of my layout. So you'd right click it. And again, we're going to go save or share to cloud. Okay. It's got a name here, but we want to make sure we name it for the purpose of this. So we're going Momo test drive. All right. If I can spell right, that would be good. DRIVE. And we're going to go save. All right, and save to the cloud. So if we come back and we go file, we go load from cloud, bang, test drive charts is there, Momo test drive is there. All right, momentum window, a a multi-window. So this has more than one alert window in it. So if we right click again and we go to strategies, we can see check marks next to each one of these have a name. Extreme volume in between $2 and $10, extreme volume greater than $10. All right. And then you can see how it comes out a next step on the menu, configure. And you could go through each one of these. You're welcome to do it in your time. For this exercise, it just want to move forward with it. But you come to the configure and you can once again see what's the selected alert, all right, the event, what are the filter sets in this. There's a hide unused, so we can get rid of unused stuff to clear up the clutter, all right. And we can say, you know what, I like this Extreme Master Blaster. Awesome. Right click, save or share to cloud. Extreme Master Blaster, we're going to call it Extreme Master Blaster Test Drive, and we're going to save it. Bang, done. All right. And again, if we come to File, we come to Load from Cloud, 1, 2, 3 are here. All right. They're all waiting for us to build this layout. We can say, you know what, that's enough momentum stuff. All right. Let me scan through this a little bit. What else do we got in here? Oh, gee, something about short squeezes. All right, let's check this out. So we load it and boom, a whole new layout comes up with a bunch of different scans again. All right. We say, all right, well, let's look at each one of these. And we got these top lists here. And we say, all right, top list just looking at filters. This short's feeling the pain might be interesting. Right click and we come to configure again. And we jump right to the window specific filters because there is no alert. So no selected alerts to look at. And we say, all right, this is looking at stocks that are doing these items that are in here. And of course, we can always click on this here, show me stocks. So position and range for the year, percent, and show me stocks where it's at least 15% above that range. The low of that range, short float, we're looking at stocks with short floats at least 17%. You say, gee, this might be one I'm interested in having. And we right click once again, save or share to cloud. Now, because it's a top list and it has a timestamp that's in here like this, I just want to get rid of that. We don't need to see that, what time that was looking at. All right, we just need the scan itself. So we've gotten rid of that, and we'll go test drive again, and we save it. All right, we go file to double check. Boom, right there. So now we got 1, 2, 3, 4 windows here. Beautiful. All right. There's a window here that I think you people really need to know about. Hopefully all of you collected some kind of cards at some point, baseball, basketball, Star Wars, Magic the Gathering, whatever it is. Any card has a bunch of stats on it, all right? We have what we call a single stock window that I consider like looking at the back of one of those cards for those stats, all right? Single stock windows will default to whatever, but like everything in Trade Ideas, it's a right click and configure, and we can add any filter that we want to it. We have some flexibility with column order, there's space limitations. So keep that in mind based on how big you've made the window and how many things you're adding to it. We have all these wonderful data points that are in here though. Now, disclaimer, some of this data comes from a data provider that we pay. On occasion, there won't be a float, or there won't be a short float. For whatever reason, it's not being reported. I don't have a reason. I'm never going to have a reason why it's not reported, generally speaking. Whenever we notice it or we see it, we ring up our data provider saying, hey, freaking fix your data. Sometimes they can do it right away. Sometimes they can't. We're also working something internally that we can go in and kind of edit some of this data, but we have to be careful because we can't play God with data. That's my disclaimer on that. With all that said, okay, we have all these wonderful things in here, all right? So we've got, we've got an earnings date, and we've got the float, and we've got cash, and we've got revenue, we've got options volume, but we may not like any of these. We may like all these things. Everything in Trade Ideas is a right click. This single stock window tells us so much. We got a relative volume. We've got the change that it's up today. We've got a price, all right? We've got how many shares it's traded today, all right? If you want a market cap, it's there, all right? Short float. Again, all these things are here. Right click, configure. In the search, you can add any one of these things simply by selecting it and going show column, all right? Then it'll bring you to the columns that are being used, all right? And then things that have been used recently that you might be able to add if you want to. All right. This selected columns here is everything that's selected right now to display. So all of a sudden you say, you know what? I don't really care about days to cover. You would highlight it and go left to right. Boom. Days to cover is gone. All right. Then you can, once you've decided what you want here, you can come to column order and you can decide kind of the order you want, left to right, back and forth, up and down. Like I said, there's some limitations with this based on space and things like that. So please don't pull your hair out if it's not going exactly the way you want, because, real estate, all those things like that. So with this said, we're just going to, for this exercise, use whatever we got here for a single stock window. All right. We're going to size this back up a little bit more normal, and we're going to right click and we're going to save or share to cloud. All right. And for this, we're going to give it a whole name, SSW, single stock window, test drive. And we saved it. Bang, done. Now what we're going to do is we're getting rid of everything except the menu bar, and we're going to build our layout. And at the end of it, we're going to add Holly to it. All right. So we're going to go File. We're going to go Load from Cloud. I'm going to start right with the test drive charts. All right. There they are. Here's my test drive charts that we built. Daily, 15, 5 minutes. They're all grouped together. All right. We understand how to use dock windows too now. All right. We're going to go File. We're going to go Load from Cloud. Momentum. That populated another window, but here it is. Here's that Momo scanner we saved. File, Load from Cloud, Extreme Master Blaster. Bang, here it is again. File, Load from Cloud. Shorts are feeling the pain. Bang, there it is. File, Load from Cloud. Single stock window, all right? And now, we got a layout going, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are. Now, because we're test drivers, we have access to Holly. I think it's really important to display Holly. Some days, she's on fire. Some days, she's a total dumpster fire. Just the way it's going to go. There are various reasons for it. A lot has to do with market direction and her optimization process. These are things that we can go on when we get more advanced talks, okay? What we're going to do for Holly, this is the best way I think to load Holly, is we'll go New. We have 2 Holly options. Holly, AI Holly Strategy Window. Don't do that one. Go AI Holly Strategy Trades Window, okay? Because this is going to have her trades in it. I'm going to bring that down here, all right? And again, right click and everything. There's a lot of data in here. Maybe this could be overwhelming, especially at the beginning. What does all this mean? So for this purpose, I'm going to right click and we look for columns. And like every other column set, the left side is what we're looking at. Right side is a master list. Left and right bring things back and forth. And so I want to lighten up the load what we're looking at here today. All right, so, moderate performance today. This is a heat map. I'm getting rid of that. We're going to get rid of re-entry stuff for right now. All right, we're going to skip that for the moment. I want to lighten this load up. What else do we need to get rid of? Anything else specific? Shares, segment, stop price, symbol, strategy. All right, I think that's going to work for the moment. So when we press OK, watch what's going to happen to Holly. A bunch of stuff's going to disappear. Bang. Reorganized, all right? We've got all these different data points in here, Was it long or short? Here's the strategy. Here's the entry time. The symbol, the entry price, what the last price is. I'm going to get into what this moderate profit stuff means, all right? What I'm going to show you here in a moment has absolutely nothing to do with automation. I know there's a lot of people that are very fixated on automating Holly. I have a lot of strong opinions on that. I don't know if we'll get to all of it tonight. We'll get to it over the weekend. We'll get to it next week. Everything we're doing has nothing to do with automation for now. So please, please heed that. Get automation out of your head if that's something you're focused on. I'm not going to dive into it, at least for now. We're just talking about scanning stuff right now, right? But you've got what's your max profit, and this is going to relate again to this here. You've got your exit time, all right? So very important. Holly has 2 risk modes, and you're going to say, gee, Chris, I see 3 risk modes. Conservative, moderate, and aggressive. Forget about aggressive. Aggressive is trading without a stop. If you plan on trading without a stop, do yourself a favor. Go to the bank, withdraw all your money, and set it on fire now. Or head to Vegas, Reno, Atlantic City, Foxwoods, wherever you want to go. All right? Go gamble your money away. That's trading without a stop. Harsh, that's the reality. So get aggressive out of your head. That's all I'm going to say about aggressive. Conservative and moderate, all right? Conservative means there's a very stringent rule set for Holly to get out of. Every trade that she enters after that entry price, the algorithm sends out a stop price, and then it may send out a target, it may send out a time stop, and it'll also have what we call a reduced risk, okay? Those are your exit reasons, are always conservative exit reasons, okay? The algorithms optimize and backtest based on thousands and thousands of simulations, and so that's how it's going to pick among how it will exit. So in conservative profit, that means you could exit all these different ways. You could exit with a target hit. You could exit in a profit save. A profit save is like a trailing stop. It means, hey, I was up in the stop. Let's get on one of these here. Let's get on a long one that I think worked out. All right, so this one was a profit save. BE was a profit save, okay? Saying we entered here and we sold here, right? And you can see the shaded area that's there. And why did it do that? Well, look, all right, it started to pull back, and Holly said, I'm not going to let a winner turn into a loser. So in conservative, she exited here. That's it. Boom, done. We also have what's called a reduced risk, meaning the trade isn't working, and we're not sticking around to find out if it's going to work or not. We're getting out before the stop. So there's our reduced risk on CDAK, all right? This was a long trade. And we can see here, this is where the signal came in, all right? And the trade was just never working basically the whole day, and our stop was way down here. And so Holly said, you know what? I'm not sticking around for the stop. I'm getting out early in conservative mode. I'm all done here, all right? And then we have timed exits in conservative mode, okay? And that's just here, and it's just saying that I have a timed exit. The algorithm has decided that this period of time for holding the stock, this is the best way to go in conservative mode. Moderate profit is going to mean we got in the trade, and the only two things that are getting out of this trade is either a stop gets hit or we have a sell on close 5 minutes before the market ends. That's it. Again, none of this relates to automation. This is just talking about the risk management of Holly's algorithm. That's it. Again, aggressive is trading without a stop. Please, 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 please get that out of your head. Trading without a stop will equal you not trading for very long. All right. Now, to circle back, these three columns here, max profit, moderate profit, this is in dollars and this is moderate profit in percent, and also our shares column here, all come from a function within our tools options, okay? And again, this has nothing to do with trading, with automation. If and when automation becomes something you're interested in, what I'm about to show you has nothing to do with it. It only affects this as an alert window. That's all it is. It's a very fancy alert window. It's Holly's alert window. So if we come to tools and we come to options and we go to AI trade size, we have all these different things here. We can decide, does this alert window want to tell us a hypothetical portfolio of Holly's alerts today based on these different metrics, all right? So do we want to just take X amount of dollars worth of stock, all right? Or do we want to take X amount of shares every time? Or do we want it to automatically calculate our share size based on Holly's stop and how much we're willing to risk? So for myself, I have it set to risk $100 on every Holly trade based on her stop loss, and that'll automatically tell me what that share size would be based on her stop loss and what I would have made here's the big if I got her entry price, all right, and I got her exit price, okay? Whether that's exit price in moderate mode or exit price in conservative mode. Let's keep in mind there's market mechanics, there's spreads, there's liquidity, there's volume, all right? So, those are the ifs. What are B and S on your charts? Buy and sell, because we can buy and sell off the charts, both in the simulator and if you're connected to either interactive brokers or E-Trade. That's getting into some really advanced stuff, though. I don't know that we'll get there tonight because, I could do this for 24 straight hours and you still won't have everything the software can do. All right, so that's, a quick tutorial into Holly, all right, and how the alert window of Holly works, okay? Now, Holly is a black box. You cannot adjust anything on her whatsoever. You can look at different filters, meaning here's some filters. Do you want to see only her open positions, only her longs, only her shorts, only profitable, only losing? All right, do you only want to see certain strategies? The second window that we did not dive into that we're going to with Holly now is this. So we are on the Holly AI Holly strategy trades window. We have the AI Holly strategy window. No trades. We're going to open that up. There's no trades in here. All this is doing is telling me a bunch of different data about Holly and the strategy she came with today. I want to clean some of this up. Let's forget about the heat maps. These are things you can start to dive into on your own. All right. You can go into the Holly guide. All right. We're going to circle back and touch on that in a moment. So I want to get rid of these heat maps. I want to clean up the data. And let's see where else. What else do we want to get rid of? That looks good. That looks good. Let's get rid of aggressive profit. Okay, so now it's going to shrink down and we've got a lot more nice data. All right, let's drop this here. And what are we looking at? All right, let's get into it a little bit. First here we can see what we did in conservative mode. All right, you can also click, you can change it to moderate. Against my discretion, you're more than welcome to change it to aggressive. And I cannot tell you how many people have told me, oh, aggressive, look how much better the aggressive is performing. And then I've seen days where the aggressive was down $3,000. So, I've never seen moderate down $3,000 and I've never seen conservative down $3,000. And that's just risking $100. So, that's real. With that said, those are different things we can do there. This is always going to want to default to show you what performed best on the day. Unfortunate that aggressive sometimes does perform best on the day. Our profit factor is just what it back tested for the profit factor, the strategy itself. So I think this is better served if we go strategy, profit factor, win percent. Actually, let's go strategy, long or short, profit factor, win percent, if it has a time stop, and then we'll get into what it means for today, okay? So we've got these different strategies. Holly has about 50 some odd base strategies. Based on her optimization process the night before is what will come to the plate based on win percentages, okay? There's a few caveats that are in here. I'm not going to go into the advanced stuff of why some more losing profit strategies can show up, other than the fact that look at the profit factors on them. That's the reason why they kind of show up, because they have big, big profit factors, all right? Here's your win percentages based on the optimization process from the night before. If any of them have a time stop, they're here, okay? And then this goes into the data of today, what the win percentage was for each one, how many trades it had. So you can see this whole section down here. Not one of these strategies fired today, but Downward Dog fired 3 times today and had a 100% win rate. And Nickelback fired once today and it had a 100% win rate. And you can see each one of these, separation from the Ort, 8s and breakout long, they fired twice each. They were 50-50 on those. Yes, Pamela, awesome question. I'm going to bring that all up. I'm tying it all together in 1 second here for you. And then it goes on to some moderate profit and conservative profit numbers and things like that. There are segments for Holly, all right? The original Holly was called Holly Grail, and then we added 2.0 and Neo. It's best to just think of her as one Holly, all right? Just forget about it, all right? Technically, Holly Neo is looking for stocks that have either gapped up or gapped down and are breaking out or trying to break out with lots and lots of relative volume. That's what Holly Neo does. Holly Grail and Holly 2.0 are essentially the same things, just Holly 2.0, let's say, is a little more risky. Just a little more risky on its entry. That's it. It's really the same thing, all of them, and it's best for you to think of that. Now, tie this back together. Everything we discussed, you're going to have questions. You're going to need reviews. You're going to, what's going on here, all right? Awesome. That's the way it should be. Question everything. Help. User's guide. Bang. All right? all kinds of stuff in the user's guide to go over. Again, refresher, A window, alert window, T window, top list, M window, multi, S window, single stock windows, all right? More about prices, charts, all these things like that, all right? This is all in here. We also have our web page. There's a lot of stuff on our web page, all right? What I want you to look at on your web page, if you want to know a little bit more about Holly that we can offer here, is if you come here and you see support and click that, all right? You're going to scroll down and you're going to look for traders area. And you're going to see AI strategy descriptions. And after clicking on strategy descriptions, you're going to get all this right here. You can click on the different sections, all right? But here, you can go through and read what each one is trying to do. What's really, really, really under the hood, we don't share with anybody. I don't even know what's really under the hood. All right? Other than basically what I've just told you, here's the other part. Every one of these things, for example, downward momentum short, they started as a base strategy that back tested well. And then it went into our what we call our hopper. And so the original downward momentum that went in there is not the downward momentum that will show up next time. And the downward momentum that shows up next time will not be the downward momentum that showed up the time after that. Little tweaks are done to the filters that are in there, the time holds, things like this, all right? So that's how part of how the optimization process works, all right? And so anyways, these are all here. You can go through every one of these, all right? The short ones, they're highlighted like this in a different color versus these. All through here. Holly Neo really only has these strategies, all right? It tells you how it's built a bit different, all right? Here's Holly 2.0, all right? And some stuff that's in there. So that's what we got. That's, I think, a pretty good short and skinny on Holly. To tie that all together, we have the entire user's guide section of Holly. We can get rid of this. And if we come back together again here, we go to help, user's guide. Again, scroll down. Somewhere, Holly guide, all right? Basically, if you have a question on it, we've got something on it. We can always get you more detail, between these live sessions and the emails and things like that. There's also, you can search. Click here on the table of contents, search function, all right? Whatever it is that you're trying to find, you can type it in, you can search for it, you're going to get return, different stuff that's there, all right? Chris, I have a question in company announcement. And the company announced a 16-cent dividend and then announced when the company is going to announce earnings is all the news. Sorry, I don't completely follow, Michael. So, all right. We built this whole kind of layout together. All right, just let me know when you can talk about this company. I'll post it because it's over. Sold news. We could jump a chart, just change gears for real quick. What's news on UVE? UVE. Let's just look at a chart real quick. And then we're going to get into building a scan. We're going to use Moses' example here. We're going to do something. I don't know what. All right, so let's just back this out a little bit. Let's get a nice view on this chart. We'll mess around with the chart for a minute. We'll talk some trader talk real quick, and then we'll get back to the software. So you're talking fundamental stuff here. Now, the one thing I throw out when you're looking at stocks that are announcing dividends and things like that, sometimes companies that are in a crap way are announcing a dividend, all right, to try to get people back into it and interested. What you have here, going back, you can see this price action was really falling, and then it got in this range, and it looked like it wanted to try to pop that range. We had a failed breakout, all right? And we got this big base, and we got another failed breakout on this big base here, all right? Had this kept going like this and then maybe did this, we might have had ourselves a cup and a handle here, but we didn't have anything like that going on, unfortunately. And so you're really in no man's land. And your big issue is going to be now this. You've got this way down there, all right? You got room all the way down there. So that's your other issue that you got here now. This is market tide because I can show you, watch this chart, all right? All that Russia news, and look at P10 today. I think it was off to the races yesterday and today, past earnings, all right? So you got a stock that's not an alpha stock. It's a market stock, you know? Its beta is the same beta as, I don't, you know, what's it trading in? What was it, UVE, right? So its beta is going to be, it's a NYSE stock, so you're going to be really tied to the NYSE.